a voyage to the Pacific Ocean undertaken by the command of His Majesty for making discoveries in the Northern Hemisphere to determine the position and extent of the west side of North America, its distance from Asia, and the practicability of a northern passage to Europe. Performed under the direction of Captains Cook, Clark and Gore in His Majesty's ships, the Resolution and Discovery in the years 1776, 1777, 1778, 1779 and 1780, in 3 volumes, published by order of the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty, Volume 2 by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 1. The Ships Enter the Sound, and More in a Harbour. Intercourse with the natives. Articles brought to barter. Thefts committed. The observatories erected and carpenters set to work. Jealousy of the inhabitants of the Sound to prevent other tribes having intercourse with the ships. Stormy and rainy weather. Progress round the Sound. Behaviour of the natives at their villages. Their manner of drying fish, etc. Remarkable visit from strangers and introductory ceremonies. A second visit to one of the villages. Leave to cut grass, purchased. The ship's sail. Presents given and received at parting. The ships having happily found so excellent shelter in an inlet, the coasts of which appeared to be inhabited by a race of people whose inoffensive behaviour promised a friendly intercourse. The next morning after coming to anchor, I lost no time in endeavouring to find a commodious harbour where we might station ourselves during our continuance in the Sound. Accordingly, I sent 3 armed boats under the command of Mr. King upon this service, and soon after I went myself, in a small boat, on the same search. I had very little trouble in finding what we wanted. On the northwest of the arm we were now in, and not far from the ships, I met with a convenient snug cove well suited to our purpose. Mr. King was equally successful, for he returned about noon with an account of a still better harbour, which he had seen and examined, lying on the northwest side of the land. But as it would have required more time to carry the ships thither than to the cove where I had been, which was immediately within our reach, this reason operated to determine my choice in favour of the latter situation. But being apprehensive that we should not be able to transport our ships to it and to moor them properly before night came on, I thought it best to remain where we were till next morning, and that no time might be lost, I employed the remainder of the day to some useful purposes, ordering the sails to be unbent, the topmasts to be struck, and the foremast of the Resolution to be unrigged in order to fix a new bib, one of the old ones being decayed. A great many canoes, filled with the natives, were about the ships all day, and a trade commenced betwixt us and them, which was carried on with the strictest honesty on both sides. The articles which they offered to sale were skins of various animals, such as bears, wolves, foxes, deer, raccoons, polecats, martens, and, in particular, of the sea otters, which are found at the islands east of Kamchatka. Besides the skins in their native shape, they also brought garments made of them, and another sort of clothing made of the bark of a tree, or some plant like hemp. Weapons such as bows, arrows and spears, fish hooks and instruments of various kinds, wooden visors of many different monstrous figures, a sort of woolen stuff or blanketing, bags filled with red ochre, pieces of carved work, beads, and several other little ornaments of thin brass and iron shaped like a horseshoe which they hang at their noses, and several chisels or pieces of iron fixed to handles. From their possessing which metals, we could infer that they had either been visited before by some civilized nation, or had connections with tribes on their continent who had communication with them. But the most extraordinary of all the articles which they brought to the ships for sale were human skulls, and hands not yet quite stripped of the flesh, which they made our people plainly understand they had eaten. And, indeed, some of them had evident marks that they had been upon the fire. We had but too much reason to suspect from this circumstance that the horrid practice of feeding on their enemies is as prevalent here as we had found it to be at New Zealand and other South Sea islands. For the various articles which they brought, they took in exchange knives, chisels, pieces of iron and tin, nails, looking glasses, buttons, or any kind of metal. Glass beads they were not fond of, and cloth of every sort they rejected. We employed the next day in hauling our ships into the cove, where they were moored head and stern, fastening our hawsers to the trees on shore. On heaving up the anchor of the Resolution, we found, notwithstanding the great depth of water in which it was let go, that there were rocks at the bottom. These had done some considerable damage to the cable, and the hawsers that were carried out to warp the ship into the cove also got foul of rocks, from which it appeared that the whole bottom was strewed with them. The ship being again very leaky in her upper works, I ordered the carpenters to go to work to caulk her, and to repair such other defects as, on examination, we might discover. The fame of our arrival brought a great concourse of the natives to our ships in the course of this day. We counted above 100 canoes at one time, which might be supposed to contain, at an average, 5 persons each. For few of them had less than 3 on board. Great numbers had 7, 8, or 9, and one was manned with no less than 17. Amongst these visitors, many now favoured us with their company for the first time, which we could guess from their approaching the ships with their orations and other ceremonies. If they had any distrust or fear of us at first, they now appeared to have laid it aside, for they came on board the ships and mixed with our people with the greatest freedom. We soon discovered, by this nearer intercourse, that they were as light-fingered as any of our friends in the islands we had visited in the course of the voyage. And they were far more dangerous thieves, for possessing sharp iron instruments, they could cut a hook from a tackle, or any other piece of iron from a rope, the instant that our backs were turned. A large hook, weighing between 20 and 30 pounds, several smaller ones, and other articles of iron, were lost in this manner. And as to our boats, they stripped them of every bit of iron that was worth carrying away, though we had always men left in them as a guard. They were dexterous enough in effecting their purposes, for one fellow would contrive 10 amuse the boat-keeper at one end of a boat, while another was pulling out the ironwork at the other. If we missed a thing immediately after it had been stolen, we found little difficulty in detecting the thief, as they were ready enough to impeach one another. But the guilty person generally relinquished his prize with reluctance, and sometimes we found it necessary to have recourse to force. The ships being securely moored, we began our other necessary business the next day. The observatories were carried ashore and placed upon an elevated rock on one side of the cove, close to the Resolution. A party of men, with an officer, was sent to cut wood and to clear a place for the conveniency of watering. Others were employed to brew spruce beer, as pine trees abounded here. The forge was also set up to make the ironwork wanting for the repairs of the foremast. For besides one of the bibs being defective, the larboard trestle tree and one of the cross trees were sprung. A considerable number of the natives visited us daily, and every now and then we saw new faces. On their first coming, they generally went through a singular mode of introducing themselves. They would paddle, with all their strength, quite round both ships, a chief or other principal person in the canoe, standing up with a spear or some other weapon in his hand, and speaking, or rather hollowing, all the time. Sometimes the orator of the canoe would have his face covered with a mask, representing either a human visage or that of some animal, and instead of a weapon would hold a rattle in his hand, as before described. After making this circuit round the ships, they would come alongside and begin to trade without further ceremony. Very often indeed they would first give us a song, in which all in the canoe joined, with a very pleasing harmony. During these visits they gave us no other trouble than to guard against their thievish tricks. But in the morning of the 4th, we had a serious alarm. Our party on shore, who were employed in cutting wood and filling water, observed that the natives all around them were arming themselves in the best manner they could. Those who were not possessed of proper weapons preparing sticks and collecting stones. On hearing this, I thought it prudent to arm also, but being determined to act upon the defensive, I ordered all our workmen to retreat to the rock upon which we had placed our observatories, leaving the natives in quiet possession of the ground where they had assembled, which was within a stone's throw of the Resolution's stern. Our fears were ill-grounded. These hostile preparations were not directed against us, but against a body of their own countrymen who were coming to fight them. And our friends of the Sound, on observing our apprehensions, used their best endeavours to convince us that this was the case. We could see that they had people looking out on each point of the cove, and canoes frequently passed between them and the main body assembled near the ships. At length, the adverse party, in about a dozen large canoes, appeared off the south point of the cove, where they stopped and lay drawn up in line of battle, a negotiation having commenced. Some people in canoes, in conducting the treaty, passed between the two parties, and there was some speaking on both sides. At length, the difference, whatever it was, seemed to be compromised, but the strangers were not allowed to come along, side the ships, nor to have any trade or intercourse with us. Probably we were the cause of the quarrel, the strangers, perhaps, being desirous to share in the advantages of a trade with us. And our first friends, the inhabitants of the Sound, being determined to engross us entirely to themselves. We had proofs of this on several other occasions. Nay, it appeared that even those who lived in the Sound were not united in the same cause, for the weaker were frequently obliged to give way to the stronger party and plundered of everything without attempting to make the least resistance. We resumed our work in the afternoon, and the next day rigged the foremast, the head of which being rather too small for the cap, the carpenter went to work to fix a piece on one side to fill up the vacant space. In cutting into the masthead for this purpose and examining the state of it, both cheeks were found to be so rotten that there was no possibility of repairing them, and it became necessary to get the mast out and to fix new ones upon it. It was evident that one of the cheeks had been defective at the first, and that the unsound part had been cut out and a piece put in, which had not only weakened the masthead, but had, in a great measure, been the occasion of rotting every other part of both cheeks. Thus, when we were almost ready to put to sea, we had all our work to do over again, and, what was still more provoking, an additional repair was to be undertaken, which would require some time to be completed. But, as there was no remedy, we immediately set about it. It was fortunate for the voyage that these defects were discovered when we were in a place where the materials requisite were to be procured. For amongst the driftwood, in the cove where the ships lay, were some small seasoned trees very fit for our purpose. One of these was pitched upon, and the carpenters began, without loss of time, to make out of it 2 new cheeks. In the morning of the 7th, we got the foremast out and hauled it ashore, and the carpenters of the ships were set to work upon it. Some parts of the lower standing rigging having been found to be very much decayed, as we had time now to put them in order, while the carpenters were repairing the foremast, I ordered a new set of main rigging to be fitted, and a more perfect set of fore rigging to be selected out of the best parts of the old. From the time of our putting into the Sound till now, the weather had been exceedingly fine, without either wind or rain. That comfort, at the very moment when the continuance of it would have been of most service, was withdrawn. In the morning of the 8th, the wind freshened at southeast, attended with thick, hazy weather and rain. In the afternoon, the wind increased, and, toward the evening, it blew very hard indeed. It came, in excessively heavy squalls, from over the high land on the opposite shore, right into the cove, and though the ships were very well moored, put them in some danger. These tempestuous blasts succeeded each other pretty quick, but they were of short duration, and in the intervals between them we had a perfect calm. According to the old proverb, misfortunes seldom come single. The mizzen was now the only mast on board the Resolution that remained rigged, with its topmast up. The former was so defective that it could not support the latter during the violence of the squalls, but gave way at the head under the rigging. About 8 o'clock, the gale abated, but the rain continued with very little intermission for several days. And, that the carpenters might be enabled to proceed in their labours, while it prevailed, a tent was erected over the foremast, where they could work with some degree of convenience. The bad weather which now came on did not, however, hinder the natives from visiting us daily, and in such circumstances their visits were very advantageous to us. For they frequently brought us a tolerable supply of fish when we could not catch any ourselves with hook and line, and there was not a proper place near us where we could draw a net. The fish which they brought us were either sardines, or what resembled them much, a small kind of bream, and sometimes small cod. On the 11th, notwithstanding the rainy weather, the main rigging was fixed and got overhead, and our employment, the day after, was to take down the mizzen mast, the head of which proved to be so rotten that it dropped off while in the slings. In the evening, we were visited by a tribe of natives whom we had never seen before, and who, in general, were better-looking people than most of our old friends, some of whom attended them. I prevailed upon these visitors to go down into the cabin for the first time, and observed that there was not a single object that fixed the attention of most of them for a moment, their countenances marking that they looked upon all our novelties with the utmost indifference. This, however, was not without exception, for a few of the company showed a certain degree of curiosity. In the afternoon of the next day, I went into the woods with a party of our men and cut down a tree for a mizzenmast. On the day following, it was brought to the place where the carpenters were employed upon the foremast. In the evening, the wind, which had been for some time westerly, veered to southeast and increased to a very hard gale, with rain, which continued till 8 o'clock the next morning, when it abated and veered again to the west. The foremast being by this time finished, we hauled it alongside, but the bad weather prevented our getting it in till the afternoon, and we set about rigging it with the greatest expedition, while the carpenters were going on with the mizzenmast on shore. They had made very considerable progress in it on the 16th, when they discovered that the stick upon which they were at work was sprung or wounded, owing, as supposed, to some accident in cutting it down, so that all their labour was thrown away, and it became necessary to get another tree out of the woods, which employed all hands above half a day. During these various operations, several of the natives who were about the ships looked on with an expressive silent surprise, which we did not expect from their general indifference and inattention. On the 18th, a party of strangers in 6 or 8 canoes came into the cove, where they remained, looking at us for some time, and then retired without coming alongside either ship. We supposed that our old friends, who were more numerous at this time about us than these new visitors, would not permit them to have any intercourse with us. It was evident, upon this and several other occasions, that the inhabitants of the adjoining parts of the Sound engrossed us entirely to themselves, or, if at any time they did not hinder strangers from trading with us, they contrived to manage the trade for them in such a manner that the price of their commodities was always kept up, while the value of ours was lessening every day. We also found that many of the principal natives, who lived near us, carried on a trade with more distant tribes in the articles they had procured from us. For we observed that they would frequently disappear for 4 or 5 days at a time, and then return with fresh cargoes of skins and curiosities, which our people were so passionately fond of that they always came to a good market. But we received most benefit from such of the natives as visited us daily. These, after disposing of all their little trifles, turned their attention to fishing, and we never failed to partake of what they caught. We also got from these people a considerable quantity of very good animal oil, which they had reserved in bladders. In this traffic, some would attempt to cheat us by mixing water with the oil, and, once or twice, They had the address to carry their imposition so far as to fill their bladders with mere water without a single drop of oil. It was always better to bear with these tricks than to make them the foundation of a quarrel, for our articles of traffic consisted for the most part of mere trifles, and yet we were put to our shifts to find a constant supply even of these. Beads and such other toys, of which I had still some left, were in little estimation. Nothing would go down with our visitors but metal, and brass had by this time supplanted iron, being so eagerly sought after that before we left this place hardly a bit of it was left in the ships, except what belonged to our necessary instruments. Whole suits of clothes were stripped of every button, bureaus of their furniture, and copper kettles, tin canisters, candlesticks and the like all went to wreck, so that our American friends here got a greater medley and variety of things from us than any other nation whom we had visited in the course of the voyage. After a fortnight's bad weather, the 19th proving a fair day, we availed ourselves of it to get up the topmasts and yards and to fix up the rigging. And having now finished most of our heavy work, I set out the next morning to take a view of the Sound. I first went to the West Point, where I found a large village, and before it, a very snug harbour, in which was from 9 to 4 fathoms water, over a bottom of fine sand. The people of this village, who were numerous and to most of whom I was well known, received me very courteously, everyone pressing me to go into his house, or rather his apartment, for several families live under the same roof. I did not decline the invitations, and my hospitable friends, whom I visited, spread a mat for me to sit down upon and showed me every other mark of civility. In most of the houses were women at work, making dresses of the plant or bark before mentioned, which they executed exactly in the same manner that the New Zealanders manufacture their cloth. Others were occupied in opening sardines. I had seen a large quantity of them brought on shore from canoes and divided by measure amongst several people who carried them up to their houses, where the operation of curing them by smoke drying is performed. They hang them on small rods, at first about a foot from the fire. Afterward they remove them higher and higher to make room for others, till the rods on which the fish hang reach the top of the house. When they are completely dried, they are taken down and packed close in bales, which they cover with mats. Thus they are kept till wanted, and they are not a disagreeable article of food. Cod and other large fish are also cured in the same manner by them, though they sometimes dry these in the open air without fire. From this village I proceeded up the west side of the Sound. For about 3 miles I found the shore covered with small islands, which are so situated as to form several convenient harbours, having various depths of water from 30 to 7 fathoms, with a good bottom. 2 leagues within the Sound, on this west side, there runs in an arm in the direction of north-northwest, and 2 miles farther is another nearly in the same direction, with a pretty large island before it. I had no time to examine either of these arms, but have reason to believe that they do not extend far inland, as the water was no more than brackish at their entrances. A mile above the second arm, I found the remains of a village. The logs or framings of the houses were standing, but the boards that had composed their sides and roofs did not exist. Before this village were some large fishing weirs, but I saw nobody attending them. These weirs were composed of pieces of wickerwork made of small rods, some closer than others, according to the size of the fish intended to be caught in them. These pieces of wickerwork, some of whose superficies are at least 20 feet by 12, are fixed up edgewise in shallow water by strong poles or pickets that stand firm in the ground. Behind this ruined village is a plain of a few acres extent, covered with the largest pine trees that I ever saw. This was more remarkable, as the elevated ground, on most other parts of this west side of the Sound, was rather naked. From this place, I crossed over to the other, or east side of the Sound, passing an arm of it that runs in north-northeast, to appearance not far. I now found, what I had before conjectured, that the land under which the ships lay was an island, and that there were many smaller ones lying scattered in the sound on the west side of it. Opposite the north end of our large island, upon the main land, I observed a village, and there I landed. The inhabitants of it were not so polite as those of the other I had just visited. But this cold reception seemed in a great measure, if not entirely, owing to one surly chief, who would not let me enter their houses, following me wherever I went, and several times by expressive signs marking his impatience that I should be gone. I attempted in vain to soothe him by presents, but though he did not refuse them, they did not alter his behaviour. Some of the young women, better pleased with us than was their inhospitable chief, dressed themselves expeditiously in their best apparel, and assembling in a body, welcomed us to their village by joining in a song, which was far from harsh or disagreeable. The day being now far spent, I proceeded for the ships round the north end of the large island, meeting in my way with several canoes laden with sardines, which had been just caught somewhere in the east corner of the sound. When I got on board, I was informed that, while I was absent, the ships had been visited by some strangers in 2 or 3 large canoes, who, by signs, made our people understand that they had come from the southeast beyond the bay. They brought several skins, garments, and other articles, which they bartered. But what was most singular, 2 silver tablespoons were purchased from them, which, from their peculiar shape, we supposed to be of Spanish manufacture. One of these strangers wore them round his neck by way of ornament. These visitors also appeared to be more plentifully supplied with iron than the inhabitants of the Sound. The mizzenmast being finished, it was got in and rigged on the 21st, and the carpenters were set to work to make a new foretopmast, to replace the one that had been carried away some time before. Next morning, about 8 o'clock, we were visited by a number of strangers in 12 or 14 canoes. They came into the cove from the southward, and as soon as they had turned the point of it, they stopped and lay drawn up in a body above half an hour, about 200 or 300 yards from the ships. At first we thought that they were afraid to come nearer, but we were mistaken in this, and they were only preparing an introductory ceremony. On advancing toward the ships, they all stood up in their canoes and began to sing. Some of their songs, in which the whole body joined, were in a slow, and others in quicker time, and they accompanied their notes with the most regular motions of their hands, or beating in concert with their paddles on the sides of the canoes, and making other very expressive gestures. At the end of each song, they remained silent a few seconds, and then began again, sometimes pronouncing the word hui forcibly as a chorus. After entertaining us with this specimen of their music, which we listened to with admiration for above half an hour, they came alongside the ships and bartered what they had to dispose of. Some of our old friends of the Sound were now found to be amongst them, and they took the whole management of the traffic between us and the strangers, much to the advantage of the latter. Our attendance on these visitors being finished, Captain Clark and I went in the forenoon with 2 boats to the village at the west point of the Sound. When I was there the day before, I had observed that plenty of grass grew near it, and it was necessary to lay in a quantity of this, as food for the few goats and sheep which were still left on board. The inhabitants received us with the same demonstrations of friendship which I had experienced before, and the moment we landed, I ordered some of my people to begin their operation of cutting. I had not the least imagination that the natives could make any objection to our furnishing ourselves with what seemed to be of no use to them, but was necessary for us. However, I was mistaken, for the moment that our men began to cut, some of the inhabitants interposed and would not permit them to proceed, saying they must makuk, that is, must first buy it. I was now in one of the houses, but as soon as I heard of this, I went to the field, where I found about a dozen of the natives, each of whom laid claim to some part of the grass that grew in this place. I bargained with them for it, and having completed the purchase, thought that we were now at liberty to cut wherever we pleased. But here, again, it appeared that I was under a mistake. For the liberal manner in which I had paid the first pretended proprietors brought fresh demands upon me from others, so that there did not seem to be a single blade of grass that had not a separate owner, and so many of them were to be satisfied that I very soon emptied my pockets. When they found that I really had nothing more to give, their importunities ceased, and we were permitted to cut wherever we pleased and as much as we chose to carry away. Here I must observe that I have nowhere in my several voyages met with any uncivilized nation or tribe who had such strict notions of their having a right to the exclusive property of everything that their country produces as the inhabitants of this sound. At first, they wanted our people to pay for the wood and water that they carried on board, and had I been upon the spot when these demands were made, I should certainly have complied with them. Our workmen in my absence thought differently, for they took but little notice of such claims, and the natives, when they found that we were determined to pay nothing, at last ceased to apply. But they made a merit of necessity, and frequently afterward took occasion to remind us that they had given us wood and water out of friendship. During the time I was at this village, Mr. Webber, who had attended me thither, made drawings of everything that was curious, both within and without doors. I had also an opportunity of inspecting more narrowly the construction of the houses, household furniture and utensils, and the striking peculiarities of the customs and modes of living of the inhabitants. These shall be described in another place, in the best manner I can, calling in to my assistance the observations of Mr. Anderson. When we had completed all our operations at this village, the natives and we parted very good friends, and we got back to the ships in the afternoon. The 3 following days were employed in getting ready to put to sea. The sails were bent, the observatories and instruments, brewing vessels and other things were moved from the shore. Some small spars for different uses, and pieces of timber which might be occasionally sawn into boards were prepared and put on board, and both ships were cleared and put into a sailing condition. Everything being now ready, in the morning of the 26th, I intended to have put to sea, but both wind and tide being against us, was obliged to wait till noon, when the southwest wind was succeeded by a calm, and the tide turning in our favour, we cast off the moorings, and with our boats towed the ships out of the cove. After this, we had variable light airs and calms, till 4 in the afternoon, when a breeze sprung up northerly, with very thick, hazy weather. The mercury in the barometer fell unusually low, and we had every other forerunner of an approaching storm, which we had reason to expect would be from the southward. This made me hesitate a little as night was at hand, whether I should venture to sail or wait till the next morning. But my anxious impatience to proceed upon the voyage, and the fear of losing this opportunity of getting out of the Sound, making a greater impression on my mind than any apprehension of immediate danger, I determined to put to sea at all events. Our friends, the natives, attended us till we were almost out of the Sound, some on board the ships and others in their canoes. One of their chiefs, who had some time before attached himself to me, was amongst the last who left us. Having, before he went, bestowed upon him a small present, I received in return a beaver skin of much greater value. This called upon me to make some addition to my present, which pleased him so much that he insisted upon my acceptance of the beaver skin cloak which he then wore, and of which I knew he was particularly fond. Struck with this instance of generosity, and desirous that he should be no sufferer by his friendship to me, I presented to him a new broadsword with a brass hilt, the possession of which made him completely happy. He, and also many others of his countrymen, importuned us much to pay them another visit, and by way of encouragement promised to lay in a good stock of skins. I make no doubt that whoever comes after me to this place will find the natives prepared accordingly, with no inconsiderable supply of an article of trade. which they could observe we were eager to possess, and which we found could be purchased to great advantage. Such particulars about the country and its inhabitants as came to our knowledge during our short stay and have not been mentioned in the course of the narrative will furnish materials for the 2 following chapters. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 2. The name of the sound and directions for sailing into it. Account of the adjacent country, weather, climate, trees, other vegetable productions, quadrupeds whose skins were brought for sale, sea animals, description of a sea otter, birds, waterfowl, fish, shellfish, etc., reptiles, insects, stones, etc., persons of the inhabitants, their colour, common dress and ornaments, occasional dresses and monstrous decorations of wooden masks, their general dispositions, songs, musical instruments, their eagerness to possess iron and other metals. On my arrival in this inlet, I had honoured it with the name of King George's Sound, but I afterward found that it is called Nootka by the natives. The entrance is situated in the east corner of Hope Bay, in the latitude of 49 degrees 33 minutes north, and in the longitude of 233 degrees 12 minutes east. The east coast of that bay, all the way from Breakers Point to the entrance of the Sound, is covered by a chain of sunken rocks that seem to extend some distance from the shore, and near the Sound are some islands and rocks above water. We enter this sound between 2 rocky points that lie east-southeast and west-northwest from each other, distant between 3 and 4 miles. Within these points the sound widens considerably and extends in to the Northward 4 leagues at least, exclusive of the several branches toward its bottom, the termination of which we had not an opportunity to ascertain. But, from the circumstance of finding that the water freshened where our boats crossed their entrance, it is probable that they had almost reached its utmost limits. And this probability is increased by the hills that bounded it toward the land being covered with thick snow, when those toward the sea, or where we lay, had not a speck remaining on them, though, in general, they were much higher. In the middle of the Sound are a number of islands of various sizes, but the chart or sketch of the Sound, here annexed, though it has no pretensions to accuracy, will, with all its imperfections, convey a better idea of these islands, and of the figure and the extent of the Sound, than any written description. The depth of water in the middle of the Sound, and even close home to some parts of its shore, is from 47 to 90 fathoms, and perhaps more. The harbours and anchoring places within its circuit are numerous, but we had no time to survey them. The cove in which our ships lay is on the east side of the Sound, and on the east side of the largest of the islands. It is covered from the sea, but has little else to recommend it, being exposed to the southeast winds, which we found to blow with great violence, and the devastation they make sometimes was apparent in many places. The land bordering upon the sea-coast is of a middling height and level, but within the Sound it rises almost everywhere into steep hills, which agree in their general formation, ending in round or blunted tops, with some sharp, though not very prominent, ridges on their sides. Some of these hills may be reckoned high, while others of them are of a very moderate height, but even the highest are entirely covered to their tops with the thickest woods, as well as every flat part toward the sea. There are sometimes spots upon the sides of some of the hills which are bare, but they are few in comparison of the whole, though they sufficiently point out the general rocky disposition of these hills. Properly speaking, they have no soil upon them, except a kind of compost produced from rotten mosses and trees of the depth of 2 feet or more. Their foundations are, therefore, to be considered as nothing more than stupendous rocks, of a whitish or grey cast, where they have been exposed to the weather. But, when broken, they appear to be of a bluish grey colour, like that universal sort, which were found at Kerguelen's Land. The rocky shores are a continued mass of this, and the little coves in the sound have beaches composed of fragments of it, with a few other pebbles. All these coves are furnished with a great quantity of fallen wood lying in them, which is carried in by the tide, and with rills of fresh water, sufficient for the use of ship, which seem to be supplied entirely from the rains and fogs that hover about the tops of the hills. For few springs can be expected in so rocky a country, and the fresh water found farther up the sound most probably arose from the melting of the snow, there being no room to suspect that any large river falls into the sound, either from strangers coming down it or from any other circumstance. The water of these rills is perfectly clear and dissolves soap easily. The weather, during our stay, corresponded pretty nearly with that which we had experienced off the coast. That is, when the wind was anywhere between north and west, the weather was fine and clear, but if to the southward of west, hazy with rain. The climate, as far as we had any experience of it, is infinitely milder than that on the east coast of America, under the same parallel of latitude. The mercury in the thermometer never, even in the night, fell lower than 42 degrees, and very often in the day it rose to 60 degrees. No such thing as frost was perceived in any of the low ground. On the contrary, vegetation had made a considerable progress, for I met with grass that was already above a foot long. The trees which chiefly compose the woods are the Canadian pine, white cypress, Cypressus thyoides, the wild pine, with 2 or 3 other sorts of pine less common. The two first make up almost 2/3 of the whole, and at a distance might be mistaken for the same tree, as they both run up into pointed spire-like tops, but they are easily distinguished on coming nearer from their colour, the cypress being of a much paler green or shade than the other. The trees in general grow with great vigour and are all of a large size. There is but little variety of other vegetable productions, though doubtless several had not yet sprung up at the early season when we visited the place, and many more might be hid from the narrow sphere of our researches. About the rocks and verge of the woods we found strawberry plants, some raspberry, currant, and gooseberry bushes, which were all in a most flourishing state, with a few small black alder trees. There are likewise a species of sow thistle, goosegrass, some crow's foot, which has a very fine crimson flower, and 2 sorts of anthericum, one with a large orange flower and the other with a blue one. We also found in these situations some wild rose bushes, which were just budding, a great quantity of young leeks with triangular leaves, a small sort of grass, and some watercresses which grow about the sides of the rills, besides great abundance of andromeda. Within the woods, besides 2 sorts of underwood shrubs unknown to us, are mosses and ferns, of the first of which are 7 or 8 different sorts, of the last not above 3 or 4, and the species of both are mostly such as are common to Europe and America. As the season of the year was unfavourable to our gaining much knowledge of the vegetable productions of this country, so our own situation while there put it out of our power to learn much about its animals. For as the want of water made it necessary that we should enter the sound at first, the unforeseen accidents which happened afterward, though they lengthened our stay, were rather unfavourable to our obtaining any knowledge of this kind. The emergency of the case required that every person should be constantly employed in the necessary business of the ships, which was the capital object. As the season was advancing very fast, and the success of the voyage depended upon their diligence and alacrity in expediting the various tasks assigned to them. Hence it happened that excursions of every kind, either on the land or by water, were never attempted. And as we lay in a cove on an island, no other animals were ever seen alive in the woods there than 2 or 3 raccoons, martins, and squirrels. Besides these, some of our people who, one day, landed on the continent near the southeast side of the entrance of the sound, observed the prints of a bear's feet near the shore. The account, therefore, that we can give of the quadrupeds is taken from the skins which the natives brought to sell, and these were often so mutilated with respect to the distinguishing parts, such as the paws, tails, and heads, that it was impossible even to guess at the animals to whom they belonged, though others were so perfect, or at least so well known, that they left no room to doubt about them. Of these, the most common were bears, deer, foxes, and wolves. The bear skins were in great numbers, few of them very large, but, in general, of a shining black colour. The deer skins were scarcer, and they seemed to belong to that sort called the fallow deer by the historians of Carolina, though Mr. Pennant thinks it quite a different species from ours and distinguishes it by the name of Virginian deer. The foxes are in great plenty and of several varieties, some of their skins being quite yellow with a black tip to the tail, others of a deep or reddish yellow intermixed with black, and a third sort of a whitish grey or ash colour also intermixed with black. Our people used to apply the name of fox or wolf indiscriminately when the skins were so mutilated as to leave room for a doubt. But we got, at last, an entire wolf's skin with the head on, and it was grey. Besides the common sort of marten, the pine marten is also here, and another whose skin is of a lighter brown colour than either, with coarser hair, but is not so common, and is perhaps only a mere variety arising from age or some other accidental circumstance. The ermine is also found at this place, but is rare and small. Nor is the hair remarkably fine, though the animal appeared to be perfectly white, except an inch or more at the tip of the tail. The raccoons and squirrels are of the common sort, but the latter is rather smaller than ours and has a deeper rusty colour running along the back. We were clear as to the existence of all the animals already mentioned, but there are two others besides which we could not distinguish with sufficient certainty. Of the first of these, we saw none of the skins, but what were dressed or tanned like leather. The natives wear them on some occasions, and from the size as well as thickness, they were generally concluded to belong to the elk or mouse deer, though some of them perhaps might belong to the buffalo. The other animal, which seems by no means rare, was guessed to be a species of the wild cat or lynx. The length of the skins, without the head, which none of them had, was about 2 feet 2 inches. They are covered with a very fine wool or fur of a very light brown or whitish yellow colour, intermixed with long hairs, which on the back, where they are shortest, are blackish, on the sides, where they are longer, of a silver white, and on the belly, where they are longest, of the colour of the wool. But the whitish or silver hairs are often so predominant that the whole animal acquires a cast of that kind. The tail is only 3 inches long and has a black tip, the whole skin being by the natives called wanshi. That, most probably, is their name for this animal. Hogs, dogs, and goats have not as yet found their way to this place. Nor do the natives seem to have any knowledge of our brown rats, to which, when they saw them on board the ships, they applied the name they give to squirrels. And though they called our goats Ainitla, this, most probably, is their name for a young deer or fawn. The sea animals seen off the coast were whales, porpoises, and seals. The last of these seem only of the common sort, judging from the skins which we saw here, their colour being either silvery, yellowish, plain, or spotted with black. The porpoise is the phocina. I have chosen to refer to this class the sea otter, as living mostly in the water. It might have been sufficient to have mentioned that this animal abounds here, as it is fully described in different books, taken from the accounts of the Russian adventurers in their expeditions eastward from Kamchatka, if there had not been a small difference in one that we saw. We, for some time, entertained doubts whether the many skins which the natives brought really belonged to this animal, as our only reason for being of that opinion was founded on the size, colour, and fineness of the fur, till a short while before our departure, when a whole one that had been just killed was purchased from some strangers who came to barter, and of this Mr. Webber made a drawing. It was rather young, weighing only 25 pounds, of a shining or glossy black colour, but many of the hairs being tipped with white gave it a greyish cast at first sight. The face, throat and breast were of a yellowish white or very light brown colour, which in many of the skins extended the whole length of the belly. It had fixed cutting teeth in each jaw, 2 of those of the lower jaw being very minute and placed without at the base of the 2 middle ones. In these circumstances, it seems to disagree with those found by the Russians, and also in not having the outer toes of the hind feet skirted with a membrane. There seemed also a greater variety in the colour of the skins than is mentioned by the describers of the Russian sea otters. These changes of colour certainly take place at the different gradations of life. The very young ones had brown hair, which was coarse, with very little fur underneath, but those of the size of the entire animal which came into our possession and just described had a considerable quantity of that substance, and both in that colour and state the sea otters seem to remain till they have attained their full growth. After that they lose the black colour and assume a deep brown or sooty colour, but have then a greater quantity of very fine fur and scarcely any long hairs. Others, which we suspected to be still older, were of a chestnut brown, and a few skins were seen that had even acquired a perfectly yellow colour. The fur of these animals, as mentioned in the Russian accounts, is certainly softer and finer than that of any others we know of, and therefore the discovery of this part of the continent of North America, where so valuable an article of commerce may be met with, cannot be a matter of indifference. Birds, in general, are not only rare as to the different species, but very scarce as to numbers. And these few are so shy that, in all probability, they are continually harassed by the natives, perhaps to eat them as food, certainly to get possession of their feathers, which they use as ornaments. Those which frequent the woods are crows and ravens, not at all different from our English ones, a bluish jay or magpie, common wrens, which are the only singing bird that we heard, the Canadian or migrating thrush, and a considerable number of brown eagles with white heads and tails, which, though they seem principally to frequent the coast, come into the Sound in bad weather and sometimes perch upon the trees. Amongst some other birds, of which the natives either brought fragments or dried skins, we could distinguish a small species of hawk, a heron, and the Aleutian, or large-crested American kingfisher. There are also some which I believe are not mentioned, or at least vary, very considerably, from the accounts given of them by any writers who have treated professedly on this part of natural history. The 2 first of these are species of woodpeckers, one less than a thrush, of a black colour above, with white spots on the wings, a crimson head, neck and breast, and a yellowish olive-coloured belly, from which last circumstance it might perhaps not improperly be called the yellow-bellied woodpecker. The other is a larger and much more elegant bird, of a dusky brown colour, on the upper part richly waved with black, except about the head, the belly of a reddish cast with round black spots, a black spot on the breast, and the underside of the wings and tail of a plain scarlet colour, though blackish above, with a crimson streak running from the angle of the mouth a little down the neck on each side. The 3rd and 4th are a small bird of the finch kind, about the size of a linnet, of a dark dusky colour, whitish below, with a black head and neck, and white bill, and a sandpiper, of the size of a small pigeon, of a dusky brown colour, and white below, except the throat and breast, with a broad white band across the wings. There are also hummingbirds, which yet seem to differ from the numerous sorts of this delicate animal already known, unless they be a mere variety of the Trochilus colubris of Linnaeus. These, perhaps, inhabit more to the southward, and spread northward as the season advances, because we saw none at first, though, near the time of our departure, the natives brought them to the ships in great numbers. The birds which frequent the waters and the shores are not more numerous than the others. The quebranta huesos, gulls and shags were seen off the coast, and the two also frequent the sound. They are of the common sorts, the shags being our cormorant or water crow. We saw two sorts of wild ducks, one black with a white head, which were in considerable flocks, the other white with a red bill, but of a larger size, and the greater lummer or diver found in our northern countries. There were also seen once or twice some swans flying across the sound to the northward, but we knew nothing of their haunts. On the shores, besides the sandpiper described above, we found another, about the size of a lark, which bears a great affinity to the burr, and a plover differing very little from our common sea lark. Fish are more plentiful in quantity than birds, though the variety is not very great, and yet, from several circumstances, it is probable that even the variety is considerably increased at certain seasons. The principal sorts, which we found in great numbers, are the common herring, but scarcely exceeding 7 inches in length, a smaller sort, which is the same with the anchovy or sardine, though rather larger, a white or silver-coloured bream, and another of a gold-brown colour, with many narrow longitudinal blue stripes. The herrings and sardines, doubtless, come in large shoals, and only at stated seasons, as is common with that sort of fish. The bream of both sorts may be reckoned the next to these in quantity, and the full-grown ones weighed at least a pound. The other fish, which are all scarce, are a small brown kind of sculpin, such as is found on the coast of Norway, another of a brownish-red cast, frostfish, a large one, somewhat resembling the bullhead, with a tough skin, destitute of scales, and now and then, toward the time of our leaving the sound, the natives brought a small brownish cod spotted with white, and a red fish of the same size, which some of our people said they had seen in the Straits of Magellan, besides another differing little from the hake. There are also considerable numbers of those fish called the chimere, or little sea wolves by some, which is akin to, and about the size of, the pezzagallo, or elephant fish. Sharks, likewise, sometimes frequent the sound, for the natives have some of their teeth in their possession, and we saw some pieces of ray or skate, which seemed to have been pretty large. The other marine animals that ought to be mentioned here are a small cruciated medusa, or blubber, starfish, which differ somewhat from the common ones, 2 small sorts of crabs, and 2 others, which the natives brought, one of them of a thick, tough, gelatinous consistence, and the other a sort of membranaceous tube or pipe, both which are probably taken from the rocks. And we also purchased from them once a very large cuttlefish. There is abundance of large mussels about the rocks, many sea ears, and we often saw shells of pretty large plain charme. The smaller sorts are some trotchi of 2 species, a curious murex, rugged wilks, and a snail, all which are probably peculiar to this place. At least I do not recollect to have seen them in any country near the same latitude, in either hemisphere. There are, besides these, some small plain cockles, limpets, and some strangers who came into the sound wore necklaces of a small bluish volute, or panamai. Many of the mussels are a span in length, and some having pretty large pearls, which, however, are both badly shaped and coloured. We may conclude that there is red coral in the sound, or somewhere upon the coast, some thick pieces or branches having been seen in the canoes of the natives. The only animals of the reptile kind observed here and found in the woods were brown snakes 2 feet long, with whitish stripes on the back and sides, which are harmless, as we often saw the natives carry them alive in their hands, and brownish water lizards with a tail exactly like that of an eel, which frequented the small standing pools about the rocks. The insect tribe seemed to be more numerous, for though the season, which is peculiarly fitted to their appearing abroad, was only beginning, we saw 4 or 5 different sorts of butterflies, none of which were uncommon. A good many humblebees. some of our common gooseberry moths, 2 or 3 sorts of flies, a few beetles, and some mosquitoes, which probably may be more numerous and troublesome in a country so full of wood during the summer, though at this time they did little mischief. As to the mineral substances in this country, though we found both iron and copper here, there is little reason to believe that either of them belong to the place. Neither were the ores of any metal seen, if we accept a coarse, red, earthy or ochre substance used by the natives in painting themselves, which probably may contain a little iron, with a white and a black pigment used for the same purpose. But we did not procure specimens of them, and therefore cannot positively determine what are their component parts. Besides the stone or rock that constitutes the mountains and shores, which sometimes contains pieces of very coarse quartz, we found amongst the natives things made of a hard black granite, though not remarkably compact or fine-grained, a greyish whetstone, the common oilstone of our carpenters in coarser and finer pieces, and some black bits which are little inferior to the honestone. The natives also use the transparent leafy glimmer or Muscovy glass, a brown leafy or Marshall sort, and they sometimes brought to us pieces of rock crystal tolerably transparent. The 2 first are probably found near the spot, as they seem to be in considerable quantities, but the latter seems to be brought from a greater distance or is very scarce, for our visitors always parted with it reluctantly. Some of the pieces were octangular, and had the appearance of being formed into that shape by art. The persons of the natives are, in general, under the common stature, but not slender in proportion, being commonly pretty full or plump, though not muscular. Neither doth the soft fleshiness seem ever to swell into corpulence. And many of the older people are rather spare or lean. The visage of most of them is round and full, and sometimes also broad, with high prominent cheeks, and above these the face is frequently much depressed or seems fallen in quite across between the temples. The nose also flattening at its base with pretty wide nostrils and a rounded point. The forehead rather low, the eyes small, black, and rather languishing than sparkling, the mouth round, with large, round, thickish lips, the teeth tolerably equal and well set, but not remarkably white. They have either no beards at all, which was most commonly the case, or a small thin one upon the point of the chin, which does not arise from any natural defect of hair on that part, but from plucking it out more or less. For some of them, and particularly the old men, have not only considerable beards all over the chin, but whiskers or mustachios, both on the upper lip and running from thence toward the lower jaw obliquely downward. Their eyebrows are also scanty and always narrow, but the hair of the head is in great abundance, very coarse and strong, and without a single exception, black, straight, and lank, or hanging down over the shoulders. The neck is short. The arms and body have no particular mark of beauty or elegance in their formation, but are rather clumsy. And the limbs in all are very small in proportion to the other parts, and crooked or ill-made, with large feet badly shaped and projecting ankles. This last effect seems in a great measure to arise from their sitting so much on their hams or knees, both in their canoes and houses. Their colour we could never positively determine, as their bodies were encrusted with paint and dirt, though, in particular cases, when these were well rubbed off, the whiteness of the skin appeared almost to equal that of Europeans, though rather of that pale effete cast which distinguishes those of our southern nations. Their children, whose skins had never been stained with paint, also equalled ours in whiteness. During their youth, some of them have no disagreeable look, if compared to the generality of the people, but this seems to be entirely owing to the particular animation attending that period of life, for, after attaining a certain age, there is hardly any distinction. Upon the whole, a very remarkable sameness seems to characterize the countenances of the whole nation. A dull, phlegmatic want of expression, with very little variation, being strongly marked in all of them. The women are nearly of the same size, colour and form with the men, from whom it is not easy to distinguish them, as they possess no natural delicacies sufficient to render their persons agreeable. and hardly anyone was seen, even amongst those who were in the prime of life, who had the least pretensions to be called handsome. Their common dress is a flaxen garment, or mantle, ornamented on the upper edge by a narrow strip of fur, and, at the lower edge, by fringes or tassels. It passes under the left arm and is tied over the right shoulder by a string before and one behind near its middle, by which means both arms are left free, and it hangs evenly, covering the left side, but leaving the right open except from the loose part of the edges falling upon it, unless when the mantle is fastened by a girdle of coarse matting or woolen round the waist, which is often done. Over this, which reaches below the knees, is worn a small cloak of the same substance, likewise fringed at the lower part. In shape, this resembles a round dish cover, being quite close, except in the middle, where there is a hole just large enough to admit the head, and then, resting upon the shoulders, it covers the arms to the elbows and the body as far as the waist. Their head is covered with a cap of the figure of a truncated cone, or like a flower pot, made of fine matting, having the top frequently ornamented with a round or pointed knob or bunch of leathern tassels. And there is a string that passes under the chin to prevent its blowing off. Besides the above dress, which is common to both sexes, the men frequently throw over their other garments the skin of a bear, wolf, or sea otter, with the hair outward, and tie it as a cloak near the upper part, wearing it sometimes before and sometimes behind. In rainy weather they throw a coarse mat about their shoulders. They have also woolen garments, which, however, are little in use. The hair is commonly worn, hanging down loose, but some, when they have no cap, tie it in a bunch on the crown of the head. Their dress, upon the whole, is convenient and would by no means be inelegant were it kept clean. But as they rub their bodies constantly over with a red paint, of a clayey or coarse ochre substance mixed with oil, their garments by this means contract a rancid offensive smell and a greasy nastiness, so that they make a very wretched dirty appearance. And what is still worse, their heads and their garments swarm with vermin, which, so depraved is their taste for cleanliness, we used to see them pick off with great composure and eat. Though their bodies are always covered with red paint, their faces are often stained with a black, a brighter red, or a white colour by way of ornament. The last of these gives them a ghastly, disgusting aspect. They also strew the brown martial mica upon the paint, which makes it glitter. The ears of many of them are perforated in the lobe, where they make a pretty large hole, and two others higher up on the outer edge. In these holes they hang bits of bone, quills fixed upon a leathern thong, small shells, bunches of woolen tassels, or pieces of thin copper, which our beads could never supplant. The septum of the nose, in many, is also perforated, through which they draw a piece of soft cord, and others wear at the same place small thin pieces of iron, brass or copper, shaped almost like a horseshoe, the narrow opening of which receives the septum, so as that the 2 points may gently pinch it, and the ornament thus hangs over the upper lip. The rings of our brass buttons, which they eagerly purchased, were appropriated to this use. About their wrists they wear bracelets or bunches of white bugle beads made of a conic shelly substance, bunches of thongs with tassels, or a broad black shining horny substance of one piece. And about their ankles they also frequently wear many folds of leathern thongs, or the sinews of animals twisted to a considerable thickness. Thus far of their ordinary dress and ornaments, but they have some that seem to be used only on extraordinary occasions, either when they exhibit themselves as strangers, in visits of ceremony, or when they go to war. Amongst the first may be considered the skins of animals, such as wolves or bears, tied on in the usual manner, but ornamented at the edges with broad borders of fur, or of the woolen stuff manufactured by them, ingeniously wrought with various figures. These are worn either separately or over their other common garments. On such occasions, the most common headdress is a quantity of withe, or half-beaten bark, wrapped about the head, which, at the same time has various large feathers, particularly those of eagles, stuck in it, or is entirely covered, or, we may say, powdered with small white feathers. The face, at the same time, is variously painted, having its upper and lower parts of different colours, the strokes appearing like fresh gashes. Or it is besmeared with a kind of tallow mixed with paint, which is afterward formed into a great variety of regular figures and appears like carved work. Sometimes, again, the hair is separated into small parcels, which are tied at intervals of about 2 inches to the end with thread, and others tie it together, behind, after our manner, and stick branches of the cupressus thyoids in it. Thus dressed, they have a truly savage and incongruous appearance, but this is much heightened when they assume what may be called their monstrous decorations. These consist of an endless variety of carved wooden masks or visors applied on the face or to the upper part of the head or forehead. Some of these resemble human faces, furnished with hair, beards and eyebrows. Others, the heads of birds, particularly of eagles and quebrantahuesos, and many, the heads of land and sea animals, such as wolves, deer and porpoises, and others. But in general, these representations much exceed the natural size, and they are painted and often strewed with pieces of the foliaceous mica, which makes them glitter and serves to augment their enormous deformity. They even exceed this sometimes, and fix on the same part of the head large pieces of carved work, resembling the prow of a canoe, painted in the same manner and projecting to a considerable distance. So fond are they of these disguises, that I have seen one of them put his head into a tin kettle he had got from us, for want of another sort of mask. Whether they use these extravagant masquerade ornaments on any particular religious occasion or diversion, or whether they be put on to intimidate their enemies when they go to battle by their monstrous appearance, or as decoys when they go to hunt animals, is uncertain. But it may be concluded that if travellers or voyagers, in an ignorant and credulous age, when many unnatural or marvellous things were supposed to exist, had seen a number of people decorated in this manner without being able to approach so near as to be undeceived, they would readily have believed and, in their relations, would have attempted to make others believe that there existed a race of beings partaking of the nature of man and beast, more especially when, besides the heads of animals on the human shoulders, they might have seen the whole bodies of their men-monsters covered with quadruped skins. The only dress amongst the people of Nootka observed by us that seems peculiarly adapted to war is a thick leathern mantle doubled, which, from its size, appears to be the skin of an elk or buffalo tanned. This they fasten on in the common manner, and it is so contrived that it may reach up and cover the breast quite to the throat, falling at the same time almost to the heels. It is sometimes ingeniously painted in different compartments, and is not only sufficiently strong to resist arrows, but as they informed us by signs, even spears cannot pierce it, so that it may be considered as their coat of mail or most complete defensive armour. Upon the same occasion, they sometimes wear a kind of leathern cloak, covered with rows of dried hoofs of deer, disposed horizontally, appended by leathern thongs covered with quills, which, when they move, make a loud rattling noise, almost equal to that of many small bells. It seems doubtful, however, whether this part of their garb be intended to strike terror in war, or only is to be considered as belonging to their eccentric ornaments on ceremonious occasions. For we saw one of their musical entertainments, conducted by a man dressed in this sort of cloak, with his mask on, and shaking his rattle. Though these people cannot be viewed without a kind of horror, when equipped in such extravagant dresses, yet when divested of them, and beheld in their common habit and actions, they have not the least appearance of ferocity in their countenances, and seem, on the contrary, as observed already, to be of a quiet, phlegmatic, and inactive disposition, destitute, in some measure, of that degree of animation and vivacity that would render them agreeable as social beings. If they are not reserved, they are far from being loquacious, but their gravity is, perhaps, rather a consequence of the disposition just mentioned than of any conviction of its propriety, or the effect of any particular mode of education. For even in the greatest paroxysms of their rage, they seem unable to express it sufficiently, either with warmth of language or significancy of gestures. Their orations, which are made either when engaged in any altercation or dispute, or to explain their sentiments publicly on other occasions, seem little more than short sentences, or rather single words, forcibly repeated and constantly in one tone and degree of strength, accompanied only with a single gesture, which they use at every sentence, jerking their whole body a little forward by bending the knees, their arms hanging down by their sides at the same time. Though there be but too much reason, from their bringing to sale human skulls and bones, to infer that they treat their enemies with a degree of brutal cruelty, this circumstance rather marks a general agreement of character with that of almost every tribe of uncivilized man, in every age and in every part of the globe, than that they are to be reproached with any charge of peculiar inhumanity. We had no reason to judge unfavourably of their disposition in this respect. They seem to be a docile, courteous, good-natured people, but notwithstanding the predominant phlegm of their tempers, quick in resenting what they look upon as an injury, and, like most other passionate people, as soon forgetting it. I never found that these fits of passion went farther than the parties immediately concerned, the spectators not troubling themselves about the quarrel, whether it was with any of us or amongst their own body, and preserving as much indifference as if they had not known anything about it. I have often seen one of them rave and scold without any of his countrymen paying the least attention to his agitation, and when none of us could trace the cause or the object of his displeasure. In such cases, they never discover the least symptom of timidity, but seem determined, at all events, to punish the insult. For even with respect to us, they never appeared to be under the least apprehension of our superiority, but when any difference happened, were just as ready to avenge the wrong as amongst themselves. Their other passions, especially their curiosity, appear in some measure to lie dormant, for few expressed any desire to see or examine things wholly unknown to them, and which to those truly possessed of that passion would have appeared astonishing. They were always contented to procure the articles they knew and wanted, regarding everything else with great indifference. Nor did our persons, apparel, and manners, so different from their own, or even the extraordinary size and construction of our ships, seem to excite admiration, or even engage attention. One cause of this may be their indolence, which seems considerable. But, on the other hand, they are certainly not wholly unsusceptible of the tender passions, if we may judge from their being so fond of music, which is mostly of the grave or serious but truly pathetic sort. They keep the exactest concert in their songs, which are often sung by great numbers together, as those already mentioned, with which they used to entertain us in their canoes. These are generally slow and solemn, but the music is not of that confined sort found amongst many rude nations, for the variations are very numerous and expressive, and the cadence or melody powerfully soothing. Besides their full concerts, sonnets of the same grave cast were frequently sung by single performers, who keep time by striking the hand against the thigh. However, the music was sometimes varied from its predominant solemnity of air, and there were instances of stanzas being sung in a more gay and lively strain, and even with a degree of humour. The only instruments of music, if such they may be called, which I saw amongst them, were a rattle and a small whistle, about an inch long, incapable of any variation, from having but one hole. They use the rattle when they sing, but upon what occasions they use the whistle I know not, unless it be when they dress themselves like particular animals and endeavour to imitate their howl or cry. I once saw one of them dressed in a wolf's skin with the head over his own, and imitating that animal by making a squeaking noise with one of these whistles which he had in his mouth. The rattles are, for the most part, made in the shape of a bird with a few pebbles in the belly. and the tail is the handle. They have others, however, that bear rather more resemblance to a child's rattle. In trafficking with us, some of them would betray a knavish disposition and carry off our goods without making any return. But in general, it was otherwise, and we had abundant reason to commend the fairness of their conduct. However, their eagerness to possess iron and brass, and indeed any kind of metal, was so great that few of them could resist the temptation to steal it whenever an opportunity offered. The inhabitants of the South Sea Islands, as appears from a variety of instances in the course of this voyage, rather than be idle, would steal anything that they could lay their hands upon, without ever considering whether it could be of use to them or no. The novelty of the object with them was a sufficient motive for their endeavouring, by any indirect means, to get possession of it, which marked that, in such cases, they were rather actuated by a childish curiosity than by a dishonest disposition, regardless of the modes of supplying real wants. The inhabitants of Nootka, who invaded our property, cannot have such apology made for them. They were thieves in the strictest sense of the word, for they pilfered nothing from us, but what they knew could be converted to the purposes of private utility, and had a real value according to their estimation of things. And it was lucky for us that nothing was thought valuable by them but the single articles of our metals. Linen and such like things were perfectly secure from their depredations, and we could safely leave them hanging out ashore all night without watching. The same principle which prompted our Nootka friends to pilfer from us, it was natural to suppose, would produce a similar conduct in their intercourse with each other, and accordingly we had abundant reason to believe that stealing is much practised amongst them, and that it chiefly gives rise to their quarrels, of which we saw more than one instance. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2 by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 3. Manner of building the houses in Nootka Sound, inside of them described, furniture and utensils, wooden images, employments of the men, of the women, food, animal and vegetable, manner of preparing it, weapons, manufactures and mechanic arts, carving and painting, canoes, implements for fishing and hunting, iron tools, manner of procuring that metal, remarks on their language and a specimen of it, astronomical and nautical observations made in Nootka Sound. The 2 towns or villages mentioned in the course of my journal seem to be the only inhabited parts of the Sound. The number of inhabitants in both might be pretty exactly computed from the canoes that were about the ships the second day after our arrival. They amounted to about 100, which, at a very moderate allowance, must, upon an average, have held 5 persons each. But as there were scarcely any women, very old men, children, or youths amongst them at that time, I think it will rather be rating the number of the inhabitants of the 2 towns too low, if we suppose they could be less than 4 times the number of our visitors. That is 2,000 in the whole. The village at the entrance of the Sound stands on the side of a rising ground, which has a pretty steep ascent from the beach to the verge of the wood, in which space it is situated. The houses are disposed in 3 ranges or rows, rising gradually behind each other, the largest being that in front and the others less, besides a few straggling or single ones at each end. These ranges are interrupted or disjoined at irregular distances by narrow paths or lanes that pass upward, but those which run in the direction of the houses between the rows are much broader. Though there be some appearance of regularity in this disposition, there is none in the single houses, for each of the divisions, made by the paths, may be considered either as one house or as many, there being no regular or complete separation, either without or within, to distinguish them by. They are built of very long and broad planks, resting upon the edges of each other, fastened or tied by withes of pine bark, here and there, and have only slender posts, or rather poles, at considerable distances on the outside, to which they also are tied. But within are some larger poles placed aslant. The height of the sides and ends of these habitations is 7 or 8 feet, but the back part is a little higher, by which means the planks that compose the roof slant forward, the curtains are laid on loose so as to be moved about, either to be put close to exclude the rain, or, in fair weather, to be separated, to let in the light and carry out the smoke. They are, however, upon the whole, miserable dwellings, and constructed with little care or ingenuity. For though the side planks be made to fit pretty closely in some places, in others they are quite open, and there are no regular doors into them, the only way of entrance being either by a hole where the unequal length of the planks has accidentally left an opening, or in some cases the planks are made to pass a little beyond each other or overlap about 2 feet asunder, and the entrance is in this space. There are also holes or windows in the sides of the houses to look out at, but without any regularity of shape or disposition, and these have bits of mat hung before them to prevent the rain getting in. On the inside, one may frequently see from one end to the other of these ranges of building without interruption. For though, in general, there be the rudiments, or rather vestiges, of separations on each side for the accommodation of different families, they are such as do not intercept the sight, and often consist of no more than pieces of plank, running from the side toward the middle of the house, so that, if they were complete, the whole might be compared to a long stable with a double range of stalls and a broad passage in the middle. Close to the sides, in each of these parts, is a little bench of boards, raised 5 or 6 inches higher than the rest of the floor, and covered with mats, on which the family sit and sleep. These benches are commonly 7 or 8 feet long, and 4 or 5 broad. In the middle of the floor, between them, is the fireplace, which has neither hearth nor chimney. In one house, which was in the end of a middle range, almost quite separated from the rest by a high close partition, and the most regular, as to design, of any that I saw, there were 4 of these benches, each of which held a single family, at a corner, but without any separation by boards, and the middle part of the house appeared common to them all. Their furniture consists chiefly of a great number of chests and boxes of all sizes, which are generally piled upon each other, close to the sides or ends of the house, and contain their spare garments, skins, masks, and other things which they set a value upon. Some of these are double, or one covers the other as a lid, others have a lid fastened with thongs, and some of the very large ones have a square hole, or scuttle, cut in the upper part, by which the things are put in and taken out. They are often painted black, studded with the teeth of different animals, or carved with a kind of frieze work and figures of birds or animals, as decorations. Their other domestic utensils are mostly square and oblong pails or buckets to hold water and other things, round wooden cups and bowls, and small shallow wooden troughs about 2 feet long, out of which they eat their food, and baskets of twigs, bags of matting, etc. Their fishing implements and other things also lie or hang up in different parts of the house, but without the least order, so that the whole is a complete scene of confusion, and the only places that do not partake of this confusion are the sleeping benches, that have nothing on them but the mats, which are also cleaner, or of a finer sort, than those they commonly have to sit on in their boats. The nastiness and stench of their houses are, however, at least equal to the confusion, for as they dry their fish within doors, they also gut them there, which, with their bones and fragments thrown down at meals, and the addition of other sorts of filth, lie everywhere in heaps, and are, I believe, never carried away till it becomes troublesome, from their size, to walk over them. In a word, their houses are as filthy as hogsties, everything in and about them stinking of fish, train oil, and smoke. But, amidst all the filth and confusion that are found in the houses, many of them are decorated with images. These are nothing more than the trunks of very large trees, 4 or 5 feet high, set up singly or by pairs at the upper end of the apartment, with the front carved into a human face. the arms and hands cut out upon the sides and variously painted, so that the whole is a truly monstrous figure. The general name of these images is Kluma, and the names of two particular ones, which stood abreast of each other, 3 or 4 feet asunder, in one of the houses, were Nachkoa and Matsita. Mr. Weber's view of the inside of a Nootka house, in which these images are represented, will convey a more perfect idea of them than any description. A mat, by way of curtain, for the most part, hung before them, which the natives were not willing at all times to remove, and when they did unveil them, they seemed to speak of them in a very mysterious manner. It should seem that they are, at times, accustomed to make offerings to them. If we can draw this inference from their desiring us, as we interpreted their signs, to give something to these images when they drew aside the mats that covered them. It was natural from these circumstances for us to think that they were representatives of their gods or symbols of some religious or superstitious object. And yet we had proofs of the little real estimation they were in. For with a small quantity of iron or brass, I could have purchased all the gods, if their images were such, in the place. I did not see one that was not offered to me, and I actually got 2 or 3 of the very smallest sort. The chief employment of the men seems to be that of fishing and killing land or sea animals for the sustenance of their families, for we saw few of them doing anything in the houses, whereas the women were occupied in manufacturing their flaxen or woolen garments and in preparing the sardines for drying, which they also carry up from the beach in twig baskets after the men have brought them in their canoes. The women are also sent in the small canoes to gather mussels and other shellfish, and perhaps on some other occasions, for they manage these with as much dexterity as the men, who, when in the canoes with them, seem to pay little attention to their sex by offering to relieve them from the labour of the paddle. Nor indeed do they treat them with any particular respect or tenderness in other situations. The young men appeared to be the most indolent or idle set in this community, for they were either sitting about in scattered companies to bask themselves in the sun, or lay wallowing in the sand upon the beach, like a number of hogs, for the same purpose, without any covering. But this disregard of decency was confined to the men. The women were always properly clothed and behaved with the utmost propriety, justly deserving all commendation for a bashfulness and modesty becoming their sex, but more meritorious in them, as the men seemed to have no sense of shame. It is impossible, however, that we should have been able to observe the exact mode of their domestic life and employments from a single visit, as the first was quite transitory, of a few hours. For it may be easily supposed that, on such an occasion, most of the labour of all the inhabitants of the village would cease upon our arrival, and an interruption be given even to the usual manner of appearing in their houses during their more remiss or sociable hours when left to themselves. We were much better enabled to form some judgment of their disposition, and in some measure even of their method of living, from the frequent visits so many of them paid us at our ships, in their canoes, in which, it should seem, they spend a great deal of time, at least in the summer season. For we observed that they not only eat and sleep frequently in them, but strip off their clothes, and lay themselves along to bask in the sun, in the same manner as we had seen practised at their village. Their canoes of the larger sort are, indeed, sufficiently spacious for that purpose, and perfectly dry, so that, under shelter of a skin, they are, except in rainy weather, much more comfortable habitations than their houses. Though their food, strictly speaking, may be said to consist of everything animal or vegetable that they can procure, the quantity of the latter bears an exceedingly small proportion to that of the former. Their greatest reliance seems to be upon the sea, as affording fish, mussels, and smaller shellfish, and sea animals. Of the first, the principal are herrings and sardines, the 2 species of bream formerly mentioned, and small cod. But the herrings and sardines are not only eaten fresh in their season, but likewise serve as stores, which, after being dried and smoked, are preserved by being sewed up in mats, so as to form large bales, 3 or 4 feet square. It seems that the herrings also supply them with another grand resource for food, which is a vast quantity of roe, very curiously prepared. It is strewed upon, or, as it were, incrustated about, small branches of the Canadian pine. They also prepare it upon a long, narrow seagrass, which grows plentifully upon the rocks under water. This caviar, if it may be so called, is kept in baskets or bags of mat, and used occasionally, being first dipped in water. It may be considered as the winter bread of these people, and has no disagreeable taste. They also eat the roe of some other fish, which, from the size of its grains, must be very large, but it has a rancid taste and smell. It does not appear that they prepare any other fish in this manner to preserve them for any length of time. For though they split and dry a few of the bream and chimere, which are pretty plentiful, they do not smoke them as the herrings and sardines. The next article, on which they seem to depend for a large proportion of their food, is the large mussel, great abundance of which are found in the Sound. These are roasted in their shells, then stuck upon long wooden skewers and taken off occasionally as wanted, being eat without any other preparation, though they often dip them in oil as a sauce. The other marine productions, such as the smaller shellfish, though they contribute to increase the general stock, are by no means to be looked upon as a standing or material article of their food when compared to those just mentioned. Of the sea animals, the most common that we saw in use amongst them as food is the porpoise, the fat or rind of which, as well as the flesh, they cut in large pieces, and having dried them, as they do the herrings, eat them without any farther preparation. They also prepare a sort of broth from this animal, in its fresh state, in a singular manner, putting pieces of it in a square wooden vessel or bucket with water, and then throwing heated stones into it. This operation they repeat till they think the contents are sufficiently stewed or seethed. They put in the fresh, and take out the other stones, with a cleft stick, which serves as tongs, the vessel being always placed near the fire for that purpose. This is a pretty common dish amongst them, and from its appearance seems to be strong, nourishing food. The oil which they procure from these and other sea animals is also used by them in great quantities, both supping it alone with a large scoop or spoon made of horn, or mixing it with other food as sauce. It may also be presumed that they feed upon other sea animals, such as seals, sea otters and whales, not only from the skins of the two first being frequent amongst them, but from the great number of implements of all sorts intended to destroy these different animals, which clearly points out their dependence upon them, though perhaps they do not catch them in great plenty at all seasons, which seemed to be the case while we lay there, as no great number of fresh skins or pieces of the flesh were seen. The same might perhaps be said of the land animals, which, though doubtless the natives sometimes kill them, appeared to be scarce at this time, as we did not see a single piece of the flesh belonging to any of them. And though their skins be in tolerable plenty, it is probable that many of these are procured by traffic from other tribes. Upon the whole, it seems plain, from a variety of circumstances, that these people procure almost all their animal food from the sea, if we except a few birds, of which the gulls or seafowl, which they shoot with their arrows, are the most material. As the Canadian pine branches and seagrass, on which the fish roe is strewed, may be considered as their only winter vegetables, so, as the spring advances, they make use of several others, as they come in season. The most common of these, which we observed, were two sorts of liliaceous roots, one simply tunicated, the other granulated upon its surface, called macate and kukwapa, which have a mild sweetish taste and are mucilaginous and eaten raw. The next, which they have in great quantities, is a root called aheta, resembling in taste our licorice, and another fern root, whose leaves were not yet disclosed. They also eat, raw, another small, sweetish, insipid root about the thickness of sarsaparilla. But we were ignorant of the plant to which it belongs, and also of another root, which is very large and palmated, which we saw them dig up near the village, and afterward eat it. It is also probable that, as the season advances, they have many others, which we did not see. For though there be no appearance of cultivation amongst them, there are great quantities of alder, gooseberry, and currant bushes, whose fruits they may eat in their natural state, as we have seen them eat the leaves of the last and of the lilies, just as they were plucked from the plant. It must, however, be observed that one of the conditions which they seem to require in all food is that it should be of the bland or less acrid kind. For they would not eat the leek or garlic, though they brought vast quantities to sell, when they understood we were fond of it. Indeed, they seem to have no relish for any of our food, and when offered spirituous liquors, they rejected them as something unnatural and disgusting to the palate. Though they sometimes eat small marine animals in their fresh state raw, it is their common practice to roast or broil their food, for they are quite ignorant of our method of boiling, unless we allow that of preparing their porpoise broth is such, and indeed their vessels being all of wood are quite insufficient for this purpose. Their manner of eating is exactly consonant to the nastiness of their houses and persons. For the troughs and platters in which they put their food appear never to have been washed from the time they were first made, and the dirty remains of a former meal are only swept away by the succeeding one. They also tear everything solid or tough to pieces with their hands and teeth. For though they make use of their knives to cut off the larger portions, they have not as yet thought of reducing these to smaller pieces and mouthfuls by the same means, though obviously more convenient and cleanly. But they seem to have no idea of cleanliness, for they eat the roots which they dig from the ground without so much as shaking off the soil that adheres to them. We are uncertain if they have any set time for meals, for we have seen them eat at all hours in their canoes. And yet, from seeing several messes of the porpoise broth preparing toward noon when we visited the village, I should suspect that they make a principal meal about that time. Their weapons are bows and arrows, slings, spears, short truncheons of bone, somewhat like the patu-patu of New Zealand, and a small pickaxe, not unlike the common American tomahawk. The spear has generally a long point made of bone. Some of the arrows are pointed with iron, but most commonly their points were of indented bone. The tomahawk is a stone, 6 or 8 inches long, pointed at one end, and the other end fixed into a handle of wood. This handle resembles the head and neck of the human figure, and the stone is fixed in the mouth so as to represent an enormously large tongue. To make the resemblance still stronger, human hair is also fixed to it. This weapon they call tarwish or tsuskia. They have another stone weapon called siaik, 9 inches or a foot long, with a square point. From the number of stone weapons and others we might almost conclude that it is their custom to engage in close fight. And we had 2 convincing proofs that their wars are both frequent and bloody from the vast number of human skulls which they brought to sell. Their manufactures and mechanic arts are far more extensive and ingenious, whether we regard the design or the execution, than could have been expected from the natural disposition of the people, and the little progress that civilization has made amongst them in other respects. The flaxen and woolen garments with which they cover themselves must necessarily engage their first care, and are the most material of those that can be ranked under the head of manufactures. The former of these are made of the bark of a pine tree, beat into a hempen state. It is not spun, but after being properly prepared, is spread upon a stick, which is fastened across to 2 others that stand upright. It is disposed in such a manner that the manufacturer, who sits on her hams at this simple machine, knots it across with small plaited threads at the distance of half an inch from each other. Though by this method it be not so close or firm as cloth that is woven, the bunches between the knots make it sufficiently impervious to the air by filling the interstices, and it has the additional advantage of being faster and more pliable. The woolen garments, though probably manufactured in the same manner, have the strongest resemblance to woven cloth. but the various figures which are very artificially inserted in them destroy the supposition of their being wrought in a loom. It being extremely unlikely that these people should be so dexterous as to be able to finish such a complex work unless immediately by their hands. They are of different degrees of fineness, some resembling our coarsest rugs or blankets, and others almost equal to our finest sorts, or even foster, and certainly warmer. The wool, of which they are made, seems to be taken from different animals, as the fox and brown lynx, the last of which is by far the finest sort, and, in its natural state, differs little from the colour of our coarser wools. But the hair with which the animal is also covered being intermixed, its appearance when wrought is somewhat different. The ornamental parts or figures in these garments, which are disposed with great taste, are commonly of a different colour, being dyed chiefly either of a deep brown or of a yellow, the last of which, when it is new, equals the best in our carpets as to brightness. To their taste or design in working figures upon their garments corresponds their fondness for carving in everything they make of wood. Nothing is without a kind of frieze work or the figure of some animal upon it. But the most general representation is that of the human face, which is often cut out upon birds, and the other monstrous figures mentioned before, and even upon their stone and their bone weapons. The general design of all these things is perfectly sufficient to convey a knowledge of the object they are intended to represent, but the carving is not executed with the nicety that a dexterous artist would bestow even upon an indifferent design. The same, however, cannot be said of many of the human masks and heads, where they show themselves to be ingenious sculptors. They not only preserve with great exactness the general character of their own faces, but finish the more minute parts with a degree of accuracy in proportion and neatness in execution. The strong propensity of this people to works of this sort is remarkable in a vast variety of particulars. Small whole human figures, representations of birds, fish, and land and sea animals, models of their household utensils and of their canoes, were found amongst them in great abundance. The imitative arts being nearly allied, no wonder that, to their skill in working figures in their garments and carving them in wood, they should add that of drawing them in colours. We have sometimes seen the whole process of their whale fishery painted on the caps they wear. This, though rudely executed, serves at least to show that though there be no appearance of the knowledge of letters amongst them, they have some notion of a method of commemorating and representing actions in a lasting way, independently of what may be recorded in their songs and traditions. They have also other figures painted on some of their things, but it is doubtful if they ought to be considered as symbols that have certain established significations or only the mere creation of fancy and caprice. Their canoes are of a simple structure, but to appearance well calculated for every useful purpose. Even the largest, which carry 20 people or more, are formed of one tree. Many of them are 40 feet long, 7 broad, and about 3 deep. From the middle, toward each end, they become gradually narrower, the after part, or stern, ending abruptly or perpendicularly with a small knob on the top. But the forepart is lengthened out, stretching forward and upward, ending in a notched point or prow, considerably higher than the sides of the canoe, which run nearly in a straight line. For the most part, they are without any ornament, but some have a little carving and are decorated by setting seals' teeth on the surface, like studs, as is the practice on their masks and weapons. A few have, likewise, a kind of additional head or prow, like a large cutwater, which is painted with the figure of some animal. They have no seats nor any other supporters on the inside than several round sticks, little thicker than a cane, placed across at mid-depth. They are very light, and their breadth and flatness enable them to swim firmly without an outrigger, which none of them have. A remarkable distinction between the navigation of all the American nations and that of the southern parts of the East Indies and the islands in the Pacific Ocean. Their paddles are small and light. the shape in some measure resembling that of a large leaf, pointed at the bottom, broadest in the middle, and gradually losing itself in the shaft, the whole being about 5 feet long. They have acquired great dexterity in managing these paddles by constant use, for sails are no part of their art of navigation. Their implements for fishing and hunting, which are both ingeniously contrived and well made, are nets, hooks and lines, harpoons, gigs, and an instrument like an oar. This last is about 20 feet long, 4 or 5 inches broad, and about half an inch thick. Each edge, for about 2/3 of its length, the other third being its handle, is set with sharp bone teeth, about 2 inches long. Herrings and sardines, and such other small fish as come in shoals, are attacked with this instrument, which is struck into the shoal, and the fish are caught either upon or between the teeth. Their hooks are made of bone and wood, and rather inartificially, but the harpoon with which they strike the whales and lesser sea animals shows a great reach of contrivance. It is composed of a piece of bone cut into 2 barbs, in which is fixed the oval blade of a large mussel shell, in which is the point of the instrument. To this is fastened about 2 or 3 fathoms of rope, and to throw this harpoon they use a shaft of about 12 or 15 feet long, to which the line or rope is made fast, and to one end of which the harpoon is fixed so as to separate from the shaft and leave it floating upon the water as a buoy when the animal darts away with the harpoon. We can say nothing as to the manner of their catching or killing land animals, unless we may suppose that they shoot the smaller sorts with their arrows and engage bears or wolves and foxes with their spears. They have indeed several nets, which are probably applied to that purpose, as they frequently throw them over their heads to show their use when they brought them to us for sale. They also sometimes decoy animals by covering themselves with a skin and running about upon all fours, which they do very nimbly, as appeared from the specimens of their skill which they exhibited to us, making a kind of noise or neighing at the same time. And, on these occasions, the masks or carved heads, as well as the real dried heads of the different animals, are put on. As to the materials of which they make their various articles, it is to be observed that everything of the rope kind is formed either from thongs of skins and sinews of animals, or from the same flaxen substance of which their mantles are manufactured. The sinews often appeared to be of such a length that it might be presumed they could be of no other animal than the whale. And the same may be said of the bones of which they make their weapons already mentioned, such as their bark-beating instruments, the points of their spears, and the barbs of their harpoons. Their great dexterity in works of wood may, in some measure, be ascribed to the assistance they receive from iron tools, for as far as we know, they use no other. At least, we saw only one chisel of bone. And though originally their tools must have been of different materials, it is not improbable that many of their improvements have been made since they acquired a knowledge of that metal, which now is universally used in their various wooden works. The chisel and the knife are the only forms, as far as we saw, that iron assumes amongst them. The chisel is a long flat piece, fitted into a handle of wood. A stone serves for a mallet, and a piece of fish skin for a polisher. I've seen some of these chisels that were 8 or 10 inches long and 3 or 4 inches broad, but in general they were smaller. The knives are of various sizes, some very large, and their blades are crooked, somewhat like our pruning knife, but the edge is on the back or convex part. Most of them that we saw were about the breadth and thickness of an iron hoop, and their singular form marks that they are not of European make. Probably they are imitations of their own original instruments used for the same purposes. They sharpen these iron tools upon a coarse slate whetstone, and likewise keep the whole instrument constantly bright. Iron, which they call seeker mail, which name they also give to tin and all white metals, being familiar to these people, it was very natural for us to speculate about the mode of its being conveyed to them. Upon our arrival in the Sound, they immediately discovered a knowledge of traffic and an inclination for it, and we were convinced afterward that they had not received this knowledge from a cursory interview with any strangers, but from their method. It seemed to be an established practice of which they were fond and in which they were also well skilled. With whom they carry on this traffic may perhaps admit of some doubt. For though we found amongst them things doubtless of European manufacture, or at least derived from some civilized nation, such as iron and brass, it, by no means, appears that they received them immediately from these nations. For we never observed the least sign of their having seen ships like ours before, nor of their having traded with such people. Many circumstances serve to prove this almost beyond a doubt. They were earnest in their inquiries by signs on our arrival, if we meant to settle amongst them, and if we came as friends, signifying at the same time that they gave the wood and water freely from friendship. This not only proves that they considered the place as entirely their property without fearing any superiority, but the inquiry would have been an unnatural one on a supposition that any ships had been here before, had trafficked and supplied themselves with wood and water, and had then departed. For in that case, they might reasonably expect we would do the same. They indeed expressed no marks of surprise at seeing our ships, but this, as I observed before, may be imputed to their natural indolence of temper and want of curiosity. Nor were they even startled at the report of a mousquet, till one day, upon their endeavouring to make us sensible that their arrows and spears could not penetrate the hide dresses, one of our gentlemen shot a musquet ball through one of them, folded 6 times. At this, they were so much staggered that they plainly discovered their ignorance of the effect of firearms. This was very often confirmed afterward, when we used them at their village and other places to shoot birds, the manner of which plainly confounded them, and our explanations of the use of shot and ball were received with the most significant marks of their having no previous ideas on this matter. Some account of a Spanish voyage to this coast in 1774 or 1775 had reached England before I sailed, but the foregoing circumstances sufficiently prove that these ships had not been at Nootka. Besides this, it was evident that iron was too common here, was in too many hands, and the uses of it were too well known for them to have had the first knowledge of it so very lately, or indeed at any earlier period by an accidental supply from a ship. Doubtless, from the general use they make of this metal, it may be supposed to come from some constant source by way of traffic, and that not of a very late date, for they are as dexterous in using their tools as the longest practice can make them. The most probable way, therefore, by which we can suppose that they get their iron is by trading for it with other Indian tribes, who either have immediate communication with European settlements upon that continent, or receive it, perhaps, through several intermediate nations. The same might be said of the brass and copper found amongst them. Whether these things be introduced by way of Hudson's Bay and Canada from the Indians who deal with our traders, and so successively across from one tribe to the other, or whether they be brought from the northwestern parts of Mexico in the same manner, perhaps cannot be easily determined. But it should seem that not only the rude materials, but some articles in their manufactured state find their way hither. The brass ornaments for noses in particular are so neatly made that I am doubtful whether the Indians are capable of fabricating them. The materials certainly are European, as no American tribes have been found who knew the method of making brass. Though copper has been commonly met with, and, from its softness, might be fashioned into any shape, and also polished. If our traders to Hudson's Bay and Canada do not use such articles in their traffic with the natives, they must have been introduced at Nootka from the quarter of Mexico, from whence, no doubt, the 2 silver tablespoons met with here were originally derived. It is most probable, however, that the Spaniards are not such eager traders, nor have formed such extensive connections with the tribes north of Mexico, as to supply them with quantities of iron from which they can spare so much to the people here. Of the political and religious institutions established amongst them, it cannot be supposed that we should learn much. This we could observe, that there are such men as chiefs, who are distinguished by the name or title of Akweek, and to whom the others are in some measure subordinate. But I should guess, the authority of each of these great men extends no farther than the family to which he belongs, and who own him as their head. These Akweeks were not always elderly men, from which I concluded that this title came to them by inheritance. I saw nothing that could give the least insight into their notions of religion, besides the figures before mentioned, called by them Clummer. Most probably these were idols, but as they frequently mentioned the word Akweek when they spoke of them, we may perhaps be authorized to suppose that they are the images of some of their ancestors whom they venerate as divinities. But all this is mere conjecture, for we saw no act of religious homage paid to them. Nor could we gain any information, as we had learned little more of their language than to ask the names of things, without being able to hold any conversation with the natives that might instruct us as to their institutions or traditions. In drawing up the preceding account of the people of this sound, I have occasionally blended Mr. Anderson's observations with my own. But I owe everything to him that relates to their language, and the following remarks are in his own words. Their language is by no means harsh or disagreeable, farther than proceeds from their using the K and H with more force, or pronouncing them with less softness than we do, and upon the whole, it abounds rather with what we may call labial and dental than with guttural founds. The simple sounds which we have not heard them use, and which consequently may be reckoned rare or wanting in their language, are those represented by the letters B, D, F, G, R, and V. But on the other hand, they have one, which is very frequent and not used by us. It is formed in a particular manner by clashing the tongue partly against the roof of the mouth, with considerable force, and may be compared to a very coarse or harsh method of lisping. It is difficult to represent this sound by any composition of our letters, unless somehow, from Lostable. This is one of their most usual terminations, though we sometimes found it in the beginning of words. The next most general termination is composed of TL semicolon, and many words end with Z and double S. A specimen or two of each of these is here put down. Opulstal, the sun; Onulstal, the moon; Kabschitel, dead; Tischchitel, to throw a stone; Kumitz, a human skull; Quamis, fish roe. They seem to take so great a latitude in their mode of speaking that I have sometimes observed 4 or 5 different terminations of the same word. This is a circumstance very puzzling at first to a stranger, and marks a great imperfection in their language. As to the composition of it, we can say very little, having been scarcely able to distinguish the several parts of speech. It can only be inferred from their method of speaking, which is very slow and distinct, that it has few prepositions or conjunctions, and, as far as we could discover, is destitute of even a single interjection to express admiration or surprise. From its having few conjunctions, it may be conceived that these being thought unnecessary as being understood, each single word with them will also express a great deal, or comprehend several simple ideas, which seems to be the case. But, for the same reason, the language Guage will be defective in other respects, not having words to distinguish or express differences which really exist, and hence not sufficiently copious. This was observed to be the case in many instances, particularly with respect to the names of animals. The relation or affinity it may bear to other languages, either on this or on the Asiatic continent, I have not been able sufficiently to trace, for want of proper specimens to compare it with, except those of the Eskimo and Indians about Hudson's Bay, to neither of which it bears the least resemblance. On the other hand, from the few Mexican words I have been able to procure, there is the most obvious agreement in the very frequent terminations of the words in L, tel, or Z throughout the language. The large vocabulary of the Nootka language, collected by Mr. Anderson, shall be reserved for another place, plus, as its insertion here would too much interrupt our narration. At present, I only select their numerals for the satisfaction of such of our readers as love to compare those of different nations in different parts of the world. Tsawak 1, Akla 2, Katsitsa 3, Mo or Mu 4, Socha 5, Nofpo 6, Atslapu 7, Atlaquothal 8, Sawaquothal 9, Hayu 10. Were I to affix a name to the people of Nootka as a distinct nation, I would call them Wakashians, from the word Wakash, which was very frequently in their mouths. It seemed to express applause, approbation, and friendship, for when they appeared to be satisfied or well pleased with anything they saw, or any incident that happened, they would, with one voice, call out, "Wakash! Wakash!" I shall take my leave of them, with remarking that, differing so essentially as they certainly do in their persons, their customs, and language from the inhabitants of the islands in the Pacific Ocean, we cannot suppose their respective progenitors to have been united in the same tribe, or to have had any intimate connection when they emigrated from their original settlements into the places where we now find their descendants. My account of the transactions in Nootka Sound would be imperfect without adding the astronomical and nautical observations made by us while the ships were in that station. Observations omitted. It is high water on the days of the new and full moon at 12 hours 20 minutes. The perpendicular rise and fall 8 feet 9 inches, which is to be understood of the day tides and those which happen 2 or 3 days after the full and new moon. The night tides, at this time, rise near 2 feet higher. This was very conspicuous during the spring tide of the full moon, which happened soon after our arrival. And it was obvious that it would be the same in those of the new moon, though we did not remain here long enough to see the whole of its effect. Some circumstances that occurred daily relating to this deserve particular notice. In the cove where we got wood and water was a great deal of driftwood thrown ashore, a part of which we had to remove to come at the water. It often happened that large pieces or trees which we had removed in the day out of the reach of the then high water were found the next morning floated again in our way, and all our spouts for conveying down the water thrown out of their places, which were immovable during the day tides. We also found that wood, which we had split up for fuel and had deposited beyond the reach of the day tide, floated away during the night. Some of these circumstances happened every night or morning for 3 or 4 days in the height of the spring tides, during which time we were obliged to attend every morning tide to remove the large logs out of the way of watering. I cannot say whether the flood tide falls into the sound from the northwest-southwest or southeast. I think it does not come from the last quarter, but this is only conjecture founded upon the following observations. The southeast gales which we had in the Sound were so far from increasing the rise of the tide that they rather diminished it, which would hardly have happened if the flood and wind had been in the same direction. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2 by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 4. A storm after sailing from Nootka Sound. Resolution springs a leak. Pretended Strait of Admiral de Fonte passed unexamined. Progress along the coast of America. Bearings Bay. Kay's Island. Account of it. The ships come to an anchor. Visited by the natives. Their behaviour. Fondness for beads and iron. Attempt to plunder the Discovery. Resolution's leak stopped. Progress up the Sound. Messrs. Gore and Roberts sent to examine its extent. Reasons against a passage to the north through it. The ships proceed down it, to the open sea. Having put to sea on the evening of the 26th, as before related, with strong signs of an approaching storm, these signs did not deceive us. We were hardly out of the sound before the wind, in an instant, shifted from northeast to southeast by east and increased to a strong gale, with squalls and rain and so dark a sky that we could not see the length of the ship. Being apprehensive, from the experience I had since our arrival on this coast, of the wind veering more to the south, which would put us in danger of a lee shore, we got the tacks on board and stretched off to the southwest, under all the sail the ships could bear. Fortunately, the wind veered no farther southerly than southeast, so that at daylight the next morning we were quite clear of the coast. The Discovery being at some distance astern, I brought to till she came up, and then bore away steering northwest, in which direction I supposed the coast to lie. The wind was at southeast, blew very hard and in squalls, with thick hazy weather. At 1:30 in the afternoon it blew a perfect hurricane, so that I judged it highly dangerous to run any longer before it, and therefore brought the ships to, with their heads to the southward, under the foresails and mizzen staysails. At this time the Resolution sprung a leak, which, at first, alarmed us not a little. It was found to be under the starboard buttock, where from the breadroom we could both hear and see the water rush in, and, as we then thought, 2 feet under water. But in this we were happily mistaken, for it was afterward found to be even with the waterline, if not above it, when the ship was upright. It was no sooner discovered than the fish room was found to be full of water, and the casks in it afloat. But this was, in a great measure, owing to the water not finding its way to the pumps through the coals that lay in the bottom of the room. For after the water was bailed out, which employed us till midnight, and had found its way directly from the leak to the pumps, it appeared that one pump kept it under, which gave us no small satisfaction. In the evening the wind veered to the south, and its fury in some degree ceased. On this we set the mainsail, and 2 topsails close reefed and stretched to the westward. But at 11 o'clock the gale again increased and obliged us to take in the topsails till 5 o'clock the next morning, when the storm began to abate, so that we could bear to set them again. The weather now began to clear up, and being able to see several leagues round us, I steered more to the northward. At noon, the latitude, by observation, was 50 degrees 1 minute, longitude 229 degrees 26 minutes. I now steered northwest by north, with a fresh gale at south-southeast and fair weather. But at 9 in the evening it began again to blow hard, and in squalls with rain. With such weather, and the wind between south-southeast and southwest, I continued the same course till the 30th at 4 in the morning, when I steered north by west in order to make the land. I regretted very much indeed that I could not do it sooner, for this obvious reason, that we were now passing the place where geographers plus have placed the pretended strait of Admiral de Fonte. For my own part, I give no credit to such vague and improbable stories that carry their own confutation along with them. Nevertheless, I was very desirous of keeping the American coast aboard in order to clear up this point beyond dispute. But it would have been highly imprudent in me to have engaged with the land in weather so exceedingly tempestuous, or to have lost the advantage of a fair wind by waiting for better weather. This same day at noon, we were in the latitude of 53 degrees 22 minutes and in the longitude of 225 degrees 14 minutes. The next morning, being the 1st of May, seeing nothing of the land, I steered northeasterly, with a fresh breeze at south-southeast and south, with squalls and showers of rain and hail. Our latitude at noon was 54 degrees 43 minutes, and our longitude 224 degrees 44 minutes. At 7 in the evening, being in the latitude of 55 degrees 20 minutes, we got sight of the land, extending from north-northeast to east, or east by south, about 12 or 14 leagues distant. An hour after, I steered north by west, and at 4 the next morning, the coast was seen from north by west to southeast, the nearest part about 6 leagues distant. At this time, the northern point of an inlet, or what appeared to be one, bore east by south. It lies in the latitude of 56 degrees, and from it to the northward the coast seemed to be much broken, forming bays and harbours every 2 or 3 leagues, or else appearances much deceived us. At 6 o'clock, drawing nearer the land, I steered northwest by north, this being the direction of the coast, having a fresh gale at southeast with some showers of hail, snow and sleet. Between 11 and 12 o'clock, we passed a group of small islands lying under the main land, in the latitude of 56 degrees 48 minutes, and off, or rather to the northward of, the south point of a large bay. An arm of this bay, in the northern part of it, seemed to extend in toward the north, behind a round elevated mountain that lies between it and the sea. This mountain I called Mount Edgecumbe, and the point of land that shoots out from it, Cape Edgecumbe. The latter lies in the latitude of 57 degrees 3 minutes, and in the longitude of 224 degrees 7 minutes, and at noon it bore north 20 degrees west, 6 leagues distant. The land, except in some places close to the sea, is all of a considerable height and hilly, but Mount Edgecumbe far out tops all the other hills. It was wholly covered with snow, as were also all the other elevated hills. But the lower ones, and the flatter spots bordering upon the sea, were free from it, and covered with wood. As we advanced to the north, we found the coast from Cape Edgecumbe to trend to north and northeasterly for 6 or 7 leagues, and there form a large bay. In the entrance of that bay are some islands, for which reason I named it the Bay of Islands. It lies in the latitude of 57 degrees 20 minutes, and seemed to branch into several arms, one of which turned to the south, and may probably communicate with the bay on the east side of Cape Edgecumbe and make the land of that cape an island. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the cape bore southeast half south, the Bay of Islands north 53 degrees east, and another inlet, before which are also some islands, bore north 52 degrees east, 5 leagues distant. I continued to steer north-northwest, half-west, and northwest by west, as the coast trended, with a fine gale at northeast, and clear weather. At half an hour past 4 in the morning, on the 3rd, Mount Edgecumbe bore south 54 degrees east, a large inlet, north 50 degrees east, distant 6 leagues, and the most advanced point of the land to the northwest, lying under a very high-peaked mountain which obtained the name of Mount Fair Weather, bore north 32 degrees west. The inlet was named Cross Sound, as being first seen on that day, so marked in our calendar. It appeared to branch in several arms, the largest of which turned to the northward. The southeast point of this sound is a high promontory, which obtained the name of Cross Cape. It lies in the latitude of 57 degrees 57 minutes, and its longitude is 223 degrees 21 minutes. At noon, it bore southeast, and the point, under the peaked mountain which was called Cape Fair Weather, north by west a quarter west, distant 13 leagues. Our latitude at this time was 58 degrees 17 minutes, and our longitude 222 degrees 14 minutes, and we were distant from the shore 3 or 4 leagues. In this situation, we found the variation of the compass to be from 24 degrees 11 minutes to 26 degrees 11 minutes east. Here the northeast wind left us and was succeeded by light breezes from the northwest, which lasted for several days. I stood to the southwest and west-southwest till 8 o'clock the next morning, when we tacked and stood toward the shore. At noon, the latitude was 58 degrees 22 minutes, and the longitude 220 degrees 45 minutes. Mount Fair Weather, the peaked mountain over the cape of the same name, bore north 63 degrees east, the shore under it 12 leagues distant. This mountain, which lies in the latitude of 58 degrees 52 minutes, and in the longitude of 222 degrees and 5 leagues inland, is the highest of a chain, or rather a ridge of mountains that rise at the northwest entrance of Cross Sound and extend to the northwest in a parallel direction with the coast. These mountains were wholly covered with snow from the highest summit down to the sea coast, some few places excepted where we could perceive trees rising, as it were, out of the sea, and which, therefore, we supposed, grew on low land or on islands bordering upon the shore of the continent. At 5 in the afternoon, our latitude being then 58 degrees 53 minutes and our longitude 220 degrees 52 minutes, the summit of an elevated mountain appeared above the horizon, bearing north 26 degrees west, and, as was afterward found, 40 leagues distant. We supposed it to be Bering's Mount Saint Elias, and it stands by that name in our chart. This day we saw several whales, seals and porpoises, many gulls and several flocks of birds, which had a black ring about the head, the tip of the tail and upper part of the wings with a black band, and the rest bluish above and white below. We also saw a brownish duck with a black or deep blue head and neck sitting upon the water. Having but light winds with some calms, we advanced slowly, so that on the 6th at noon we were only in the latitude of 59 degrees 8 minutes and in the longitude of 220 degrees 19 minutes. Mount Fairweather bore south 63 degrees east and Mount Elias north 30 degrees west, the nearest land about 8 leagues distant. In the direction of north 47 degrees east from this station there was the appearance of a bay and an island off the south point of it that was covered with wood. It is here where I suppose Commodore Bering to have anchored. The latitude, which is 59 degrees 18 minutes, corresponds pretty well with the map of his voyage. And the longitude is 221 degrees east. Behind the bay, which I shall distinguish by the name of Bering's Bay in honour of its discoverer, or rather to the south of it, the chain of mountains before mentioned, is interrupted by a plain of a few leagues extent, beyond which the sight was unlimited, so that there is either a level country or water behind it. In the afternoon, having a few hours calm, I took this opportunity to sound, and found 70 fathoms water over a muddy bottom. The calm was succeeded by a light breeze from the north, with which we stood to the westward, and at noon the next day we were in the latitude of 59 degrees 27 minutes and the longitude of 219 degrees 7 minutes. In this situation, Mount Fairweather bore south 70 degrees east, Mount St. Elias north half west, the westernmost land in sight north 52 degrees west, and our distance from the shore 4 or 5 leagues, the depth of water being 82 fathoms over a muddy bottom. From this station we could see a bay, circular to appearance, under the high land, with low woodland on each side of it. We now found the coast to trend very much to the west, inclining hardly anything to the north, and as we had the wind mostly from the westward, and but little of it, our progress was slow. On the 9th at noon, the latitude was 59 degrees 30 minutes and the longitude 217 degrees. In this situation, the nearest land was 9 leagues distant, and Mount St. Elias bore north, 30 degrees east, 19 leagues distant. This mountain lies 12 leagues inland, in the latitude of 60 degrees 27 minutes, and in the longitude of 219 degrees. It belongs to a ridge of exceedingly high mountains that may be reckoned a continuation of the former, as they are only divided from them by the plain above mentioned. They extend as far to the west as the longitude of 217 degrees, where, although they do not end, they lose much of their height and become more broken and divided. At noon on the 10th, our latitude was 59 degrees 51 minutes, and our longitude 215 degrees 56 minutes, being no more than 3 leagues from the coast of the continent, which extended from east half north to northwest half west, as far as the eye could reach. To the westward of this last direction was an island that extended from north 52 degrees west to south 85 degrees west, distant 6 leagues. A point shoots out from the main toward the northeast end of the island, bearing at this time north 30 degrees west, 5 or 6 leagues distant. This point I named Cape Suckling. The point of the cape is low, but within it is a tolerably high hill, which is disjoined from the mountains by low land, so that, at a distance, the cape looks like an island. On the north side of Cape Suckling is a bay that appeared to be of some extent and to be covered from most winds. To this bay I had some thoughts of going to stop our leak, as all our endeavours to do it at sea had proved ineffectual. With this view, I steered for the cape. But as we had only variable light breezes, we approached it slowly. However, before night, we were near enough to see some low land spitting out from the cape to the northwest, so as to cover the east part of the bay from the south wind. We also saw some small islands in the bay and elevated rocks between the cape and the northeast end of the island. But still, there appeared to be a passage on both sides of these rocks, and I continued steering for them all night, having from 43 to 27 fathoms water over a muddy bottom. At 4 o'clock next morning, the wind, which had been mostly at northeast, shifted to north. This being against us, I gave up the design of going within the island, or into the bay, as neither could be done without loss of time. I therefore bore up for the west end of the island. The wind blew faint, and at 10 o'clock it fell calm. Being not far from the island, I went in a boat and landed upon it, with the view of seeing what lay on the other side, but finding it farther to the hills than I expected, and the way being steep and woody, I was obliged to drop the design. At the foot of a tree, on a little eminence not far from the shore, I left a bottle with a paper in it, on which were inscribed the names of the ships and the date of our discovery, and along with it I enclosed 2 silver twopenny pieces of His Majesty's coin, of the date 1772. These, with many others, were furnished me by the Reverend Dr. K. And, as a mark of my esteem and regard for that gentleman, I named the island after him K's Island. It is 11 or 12 leagues in length in the direction of northeast and southwest, but its breadth is not above a league or a league and a half in any part of it. The southwest point, which lies in the latitude of 59 degrees 49 minutes, and the longitude of 216 degrees 58 minutes, is very remarkable, being a naked rock, elevated considerably above the land within it. There is also an elevated rock lying off it, which, from some points of view, appears like a ruined castle. Toward the sea, the island terminates in a kind of bare sloping cliffs, with a beach, only a few paces across to their foot, of large pebble stones, intermixed in some places with a brownish clayey sand, which the sea seems to deposit after rolling in, having been washed down from the higher parts by the rivulets or torrents. The cliffs are composed of a bluish stone or rock, in a soft or mouldering state, except in a few places. There are parts of the shore interrupted by small valleys and gullies. In each of these, a rivulet or torrent rushes down with considerable impetuosity, though it may be supposed that they are only furnished from the snow and last no longer than till it is all melted. These valleys are filled with pine trees, which grow down close to the entrance, but only to about halfway up the higher or middle part of the island. The woody part also begins, everywhere, immediately above the cliffs, and is continued to the same height with the former, so that the island is covered, as it were, with a broad girdle of wood, spread upon its side, included between the top of the cliffy shore and the higher parts in the centre. The trees, however, are far from being of an uncommon growth, few appearing to be larger than one might grasp round with his arms, and about 40 or 50 feet high, so that the only purpose they could answer for shipping would be to make top-gallant masts and other small things. How far we may judge of the size of the trees which grow on the neighbouring continent, it may be difficult to determine. But it was observed that none larger than those we saw growing lay upon the beach amongst the driftwood. The pine trees seemed all of one sort, and there was neither the Canadian pine nor cypress to be seen. but there were a few which appeared to be the alder that were but small and had not yet shot forth their leaves. Upon the edges of the cliffs and on some sloping ground, the surface was covered with a kind of turf about 1/2 foot thick, which seemed composed of the common moss, and the top, or upper part of the island, had almost the same appearance as to colour, but whatever covered it seemed to be thicker. I found amongst the trees some currant and hawberry bushes, a small yellow-flowered violet, and the leaves of some other plants not yet in flower, particularly one which Mr. Anderson supposed to be the Heracleum of Linnaeus, the sweet herb, which Stella, who attended Beering, imagined the Americans here dress for food in the same manner as the natives of Kamchatka. We saw, flying about the wood, a crow, 2 or 3 of the white-headed eagles mentioned at Nootka, and another sort full as large, which appeared also of the same colour, or blacker, and had only a white breast. In the passage from the ship to the shore, we saw a great many fowls sitting upon the water, or flying about in flocks or pairs, the chief of which were a few quebranta huises, divers, ducks or large peterels, gulls, shags, and burres. The divers were of 2 sorts, one very large, of a black colour, with a white breast and belly, the other smaller, and with a longer and more pointed bill, which seemed to be the common guillemot. The ducks were also of 2 sorts, one brownish, with a black or deep blue head and neck, and is perhaps the stone duck described by Stella. The others fly in larger flocks, but are smaller than these, and are of a dirty black colour. The gulls were of the common sort, and those which fly in flocks. The shags were large and black, with a white spot behind the wings as they flew, but probably only the larger water cormorant. There was also a single bird seen flying about, to appearance of the gull kind, of a snowy white colour, with black along part of the upper side of its wings. I owe all these remarks to Mr. Anderson. At the place where we landed, a fox came from the verge of the wood and eyed us with very little emotion, walking leisurely without any signs of fear. He was of a reddish-yellow colour, like some of the skins we bought at Nootka, but not of a large size. We also saw 2 or 3 little seals offshore, but no other animals or birds, nor the least signs of inhabitants having ever been upon the island. I returned on board at 2:30 in the afternoon, and with a light breeze easterly, steered for the southwest of the island, which we got round by 8 o'clock, and then stood for the westernmost land now in sight, which, at this time, bore northwest half north. On the northwest side of the northeast end of Kay's Island lies another island, stretching southeast and northwest about 3 leagues, to within the same distance of the northwest boundary of the bay above mentioned, which is distinguished by the name of Comptroller's Bay. Next morning, at 4 o'clock, Kay's Island was still in sight, bearing east a quarter south. At this time, we were about 4 or 5 leagues from the main, and the most western part in sight bore northwest half north. We had now a fresh gale at east-southeast, and as we advanced to the northwest, we raised land more and more westerly, and at last to the southward of west, so that at noon, when the latitude was 61 degrees 11 minutes and the longitude 213 degrees 28 minutes, the most advanced land bore from us southwest by west half west. At the same time, the east point of a large inlet bore west-northwest, 3 leagues distant. From Comptroller's Bay to this point, which I name Cape Hinchingbroke, the direction of the coast is nearly east and west. Beyond this, it seemed to incline to the southward, a direction so contrary to the modern charts founded upon the late Russian discoveries that we had reason to expect that by the inlet before us we should find a passage to the north, and that the land to the west and southwest was nothing but a group of islands. Add to this that the wind was now at southeast, and we were threatened with a fog and a storm, and I wanted to get into some place to stop the leak before we encountered another gale. These reasons induced me to steer for the inlet, which we had no sooner reached than the weather became so foggy that we could not see a mile before us, and it became necessary to secure the ships in some place, to wait for a clearer sky. With this view, I hauled close under Cape Hinchingbroke and anchored before a small cove, a little within the cape, in 8 fathoms water, a clayey bottom, and about a quarter of a mile from the shore. The boats were then hoisted out, some to sound, and others to fish. The seine was drawn in the cove, but without success, for it was torn. At some short intervals, the fog cleared away and gave us a sight of the lands around us. The cape bore south by west half-west, 1 league distant. The west point of the inlet southwest by west, distant 5 leagues, and the land on that side extended as far as west by north. Between this point and northwest by west, we could see no land, and what was in the last direction seemed to be at a great distance. The westernmost point we had in sight on the north shore bore north-northwest half-west, 2 leagues distant. Between this point and the shore under which we were at anchor is a bay about 3 leagues deep, on the southeast side of which there are 2 or 3 coves, such as that before which we had anchored, and in the middle some rocky islands. To these islands Mr. Gore was sent in a boat in hopes of shooting some eatable birds. But he had hardly got to them before about 20 natives made their appearance in 2 large canoes, on which he thought proper to return to the ships, and they followed him. They would not venture alongside, but kept at some distance, hollowing aloud and alternately clasping and extending their arms, and in a short time began a kind of song exactly after the manner of those at Nootka. Their heads were also powdered with feathers. One man held out a white garment, which we interpreted as a sign of friendship, and another stood up in the canoe quite naked for almost a quarter of an hour, with his arms stretched out like a cross and motionless. The canoes were not constructed of wood, as at King George's or Nootka Sound. The frame only, being slender laths, was of that substance, the outside consisting of the skins of seals or of such like animals. Though we returned all their signs of friendship, and by every expressive gesture tried to encourage them to come alongside, we could not prevail. Some of our people repeated several of the common words of the Nootka language, such as Sikamail and Mahuk, but they did not seem to understand them. After receiving some presents, which were thrown to them, they retired toward that part of the shore from whence they came, giving us to understand by signs that they would visit us again the next morning. 2 of them, however, each in a small canoe, waited upon us in the night, probably with a design to pilfer something, thinking we should be all asleep. For they retired as soon as they found themselves discovered. During the night, the wind was at south-southeast, blowing hard and in squalls, with rain and very thick weather. At 10 o'clock next morning, the wind became more moderate, and the weather being somewhat clearer. We got under sail in order to look out for some snug place where we might search for and stop the leak, our present station being too much exposed for this purpose. At first, I proposed to have gone up the bay before which we had anchored, but the clearness of the weather tempted me to steer to the northward, farther up the great inlet, as being all in our way. As soon as we had passed the northwest point of the bay above mentioned, we found the coast on that side to turn short to the eastward. I did not follow it, but continued our course to the north for a point of land which we saw in that direction. The natives who visited us the preceding evening came off again in the morning in 5 or 6 canoes, but not till we were under sail, and although they followed us for some time, they could not get up with us. Before 2 in the afternoon, the bad weather returned again, with so thick a haze that we could see no other land besides the point just mentioned, which we reached at 4:30, and found it to be a small island, lying about 2 miles from the adjacent coast, being a point of land, on the east side of which we discovered a fine bay, or rather harbour. To this we plied up, under reefed topsails and courses. The wind blew strong at southeast, and in excessively hard squalls with rain. At intervals, we could see land in every direction, but in general the weather was so foggy that we could see none but the shores of the bay into which we were plying. In passing the island, the depth of water was 26 fathoms, with a muddy bottom. Soon after, the depth increased to 60 and 70 fathoms, a rocky bottom. But in the entrance of the bay, the depth was from 30 to 6 fathoms, the last very near the shore. At length, at 8 o'clock, the violence of the squalls obliged us to anchor in 13 fathoms before we had got so far into the bay as I intended, but we thought ourselves fortunate that we had already sufficiently secured ourselves at this hour. For the night was exceedingly stormy. The weather, bad as it was, did not hinder 3 of the natives from paying us a visit. They came off in 2 canoes, 2 men in one and 1 in the other, being the number each could carry. For they were built and constructed in the same manner with those of the Eskimo, only in the one were 2 holes for 2 men to sit in, and in the other but 1. Each of these men had a stick, about 3 feet long, with the large feathers or wing of birds tied to it. These they frequently held up to us, with a view, as we guessed, to express their pacific disposition. The treatment these men met with induced many more to visit us between 1 and 2 the next morning in both great and small canoes. Some ventured on board the ship, but not till some of our people had stepped into their boats. Amongst those who came on board was a good-looking middle-aged man, whom we afterward found to be the chief. He was clothed in a dress made of the sea otter's skin, and had on his head such a cap as is worn by the people of King George's Sound, ornamented with sky-blue glass beads, about the size of a large pea. He seemed to set a much higher value upon these than upon our white glass beads. Any sort of beads, however, appeared to be in high estimation with these people, and they readily gave whatever they had in exchange for them, even their fine sea otter skins. But here I must observe that they set no more value upon these than upon other skins, which was also the case at King George's Sound, till our people set a higher price upon them. And even after that, the natives of both places would sooner part with a dress made of these than with one made of the skins of wildcats or of martins. These people were also desirous of iron, but they wanted pieces 8 or 10 inches long at least, and of the breadth of 3 or 4 fingers, for they absolutely rejected small pieces. Consequently, they got but little from us, iron having by this time become rather a scarce article. The points of some of their spears or lances were of that metal, others were of copper, and a few of bone, of which the points of their darts, arrows, etc. were composed. I could not prevail upon the chief to trust himself below the upper deck, nor did he and his companions remain long on board. But while we had their company, it was necessary to watch them narrowly, as they soon betrayed a thievish disposition. At length, after being about 3 or 4 hours alongside the Resolution, they all left her and went to the Discovery, none having been there before, except one man, who at this time came from her and immediately returned thither in company with the rest. When I observed this, I thought this man had met with something there, which he knew would please his countrymen better than what they met with at our ship. But in this I was mistaken, as will soon appear. As soon as they were gone, I sent a boat to sound the head of the bay, for as the wind was moderate, I had thoughts of laying the ship ashore if a convenient place could be found where I might begin our operations to stop the leak. It was not long before all the Americans left the Discovery, and instead of returning to us, made their way toward our boat employed as above. The officer in her seeing this, returned to the ship and was followed by all the canoes. The boat's crew had no sooner come on board, leaving in her 2 of their number by way of a guard, than some of the Americans stepped into her. Some presented their spears before the 2 men. Others cast loose the rope which fastened her to the ship, and the rest attempted to tow her away. But the instant they saw us preparing to oppose them, they let her go, stepped out of her into their canoes, and made signs to us to lay down our arms, having the appearance of being as perfectly unconcerned as if they had done nothing amiss. This, though rather a more daring attempt, was hardly equal to what they had meditated on board the Discovery. The man who came and carried all his countrymen from the Resolution to the other ship had first been on board of her, where, after looking down all the hatchways and seeing nobody but the officer of the watch and one or two more, he no doubt thought they might plunder her with ease, especially as she lay at some distance from us. It was unquestionably with this view that they all repaired to her. Several of them, without any ceremony, went on board, drew their knives, made signs to the officer and people on deck to keep off, and began to look about them for plunder. The first thing they met with was the rudder of one of the boats, which they threw overboard to those of their party who had remained in the canoes. Before they had time to find another object that pleased their fancy, the crew were alarmed and began to come upon deck armed with cutlasses. On seeing this, the whole company of plunderers sneaked off into their canoes with as much deliberation and indifference as they had given up the boat. And they were observed describing to those who had not been on board how much longer the knives of the ship's crew were than their own. It was at this time that my boat was on the sounding duty, which they must have seen, for they proceeded directly for her after their disappointment at the discovery. I have not the least doubt that their visiting us so very early in the morning was with a view to plunder, on a supposition that they should find everybody asleep. May we not, from these circumstances, reasonably infer that these people are unacquainted with firearms? For certainly, if they had known anything of their effect, they never would have dared to attempt taking a boat from under a ship's guns in the face of above 100 men. For most of my people were looking at them, at the very instant they made the attempt. However, after all these tricks, we had the good fortune to leave them as ignorant in this respect as we found them, for they neither heard nor saw a musquet fired, unless at birds. Just as we were going to weigh the anchor to proceed farther up the bay, it began to blow and to rain as hard as before, so that we were obliged to bear away the cable again and lay fast. Toward the evening, finding that the gale did not moderate and that it might be some time before an opportunity offered to get higher up, I came to a resolution to heel the ship where we were, and with this view, moored her with a kedge anchor and hawser. In heaving the anchor out of the boat, one of the seamen, either through ignorance or carelessness, or both, was carried overboard by the buoy rope and followed the anchor to the bottom. It is remarkable that, in this very critical situation, he had presence of mind to disengage himself and come up to the surface of the water, where he was taken up, with one of his legs fractured in a dangerous manner. Early the next morning, we gave the ship a good heel to port, in order to come at and stop the leak. On ripping off the sheathing, it was found to be in the seams, which were very open, both in and under the whale, and in several places not a bit of oakum in them. While the carpenters were making good these defects, we filled all our empty water casks at a stream hard by the ship. The wind was now moderate, but the weather was thick and hazy, with rain. The natives who left us the preceding day, when the bad weather came on, paid us another visit this morning. Those who came first were in small canoes. Others, afterward, arrived in large boats, in one of which were 20 women and 1 man besides children. In the evening of the 16th, the weather cleared up, and we then found ourselves surrounded on every side by land. Our station was on the east side of the Sound, in a place which in the chart is distinguished by the name of Snug Corner Bay, and a very snug place it is. I went, accompanied by some of the officers, to view the head of it, and we found that it was sheltered from all winds, with a depth of water from 7 to 3 fathoms over a muddy bottom. The land near the shore is low, part clear and part wooded. The clear ground was covered 2 or 3 feet thick with snow, but very little lay in the woods. The very summits of the neighbouring hills were covered with wood, but those farther inland seemed to be naked rocks, buried in snow. The leak being stopped and the sheathing made good over it, at 4 o'clock in the morning of the 17th, we weighed and steered to the northwestward, with a light breeze at east-northeast, thinking, if there should be any passage to the north through this inlet, that it must be in that direction. Soon after we were under sail, the natives, in both great and small canoes, paid us another visit, which gave us an additional opportunity of forming a more perfect idea of their persons, dress, and other particulars, which shall be afterward described. Our visitors seemed to have no other business but to gratify their curiosity, for they entered into no sort of traffic with us. After we had got over to the northwest point of the arm in which we had anchored, we found that the flood tide came into the inlet through the same channel by which we had entered. Although this circumstance did not make wholly against a passage, it was, however, nothing in its favour. After passing the point above mentioned, we met with a good deal of foul ground and many sunken rocks, even out in the middle of the channel, which is here 5 or 6 leagues wide. At this time the wind failed us and was succeeded by calms and light airs from every direction, so that we had some trouble to extricate ourselves from the threatening danger. At length, about 1 o'clock, with the assistance of our boats, we got to an anchor under the eastern shore, in 13 fathoms water, and about 4 leagues to the north of our last station. In the morning, the weather had been very hazy, but it afterward cleared up so as to give us a distinct view of all the land round us, particularly to the northward, where it seemed to close. This left us but little hopes of finding a passage that way, or indeed in any other direction, without putting out again to sea. To enable me to form a better judgment, I dispatched Mr. Gore with 2 armed boats to examine the northern arm, and the master with 2 other boats to examine another arm that seemed to take an easterly direction. Late in the evening, they both returned. The master reported that the arm he had been sent to communicated with that from which we had last come, and that one side of it was only formed by a group of islands. Mr. Gore informed me that he had seen the entrance of an arm, which, he was of opinion, extended a long way to the northeast, and that probably by it a passage might be found. On the other hand, Mr. Roberts, one of the mates, whom I had sent with Mr. Gore to sketch out the parts they had examined, was of opinion that they saw the head of this arm. The disagreement of these 2 opinions, and the circumstance already mentioned of the flood tide entering the Sound from the south, rendered the existence of a passage this way very doubtful. And, as the wind in the morning had become favourable for getting out to sea, I resolved to spend no more time in searching for a passage in a place that promised so little success. Besides this, I considered that if the land on the west should prove to be islands, agreeably to the late Russian discoveries, we could not fail of getting far enough to the north, and that in good time, provided we did not lose the season in searching places where a passage was not only doubtful, but improbable. We were now upward of 520 leagues to the westward of any part of Baffin's or of Hudson's Bay, and whatever passage there may be, it must be, or at least part of it, must lie to the north of latitude 72 degrees. Who could expect to find a passage or strait of such extent? Having thus taken my resolution, next morning at 3 o'clock we weighed, and with a gentle breeze at north proceeded to the southward down the inlet, and met with the same broken ground as on the preceding day. However, we soon extricated ourselves from it, and afterward never struck ground with a line of 40 fathoms. Another passage into this inlet was now discovered, to the southwest of that by which we came in, which enabled us to shorten our way out to sea. It is separated from the other by an island, extending 18 leagues in the direction of northeast and southwest, to which I gave the name of Montague Island. In this southwest channel are several islands. Those that lie in the entrance next the open sea are high and rocky, but those within are low ones, and being entirely free from snow and covered with wood and verdure, on this account they were called Green Islands. At 2 in the afternoon, the wind veered to the southwest and southwest by south, which reduced us to the necessity of plying. I first stretched over to within 2 miles of the eastern shore and tacked in 53 fathoms water. In standing back to Montague Island, we discovered a ledge of rocks, some above and others underwater, lying 3 miles within or to the north of the northern point of Green Islands. Afterward, some others were seen in the middle of the channel farther out than the islands. These rocks made unsafe plying in the night, though not very dark, and for that reason we spent it standing off and on under Montague Island, for the depth of water was too great to come to an anchor. At daybreak the next morning, the wind came more favourable, and we steered for the channel between Montague Island and the Green Islands, which is between 2 and 3 leagues broad and from 34 to 17 fathoms deep. We had but little wind all the day, and at 8 o'clock in the evening it was a dead calm, when we anchored in 21 fathoms water over a muddy bottom, about 2 miles from the shore of Montague's Island. The calm continued till 10 o'clock the next morning, when it was succeeded by a small breeze from the north, with which we weighed, and by 6 o'clock in the evening we were again in the open sea, and found the coast trending west by south as far as the eye could reach. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2 by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 5. The inlet called Prince William's Sound, its extent, persons of the inhabitants described, their dress, incision of the underlip, various other ornaments, their boats, weapons, fishing and hunting instruments, utensils, tools, uses iron is applied to, food, language and a specimen of it, animals, birds, fish, iron and beads, whence received. To the inlet, which we had now left, I gave the name of Prince William's Sound. To judge of this sound from what we saw of it, it occupies at least 1.5 degrees of latitude and 2 of longitude, exclusive of the arms or branches, the extent of which is not known. The direction which they seem to take, as also the situation and magnitude of the several islands in and about it, will be best seen in the sketch, which is delineated with as much accuracy as the short time and other circumstances would allow. The natives, who came to make us several visits while we were in the Sound, were generally not above the common height, though many of them were under it. They were square or strong-chested, and the most disproportioned part of their bodies seemed to be their heads, which were very large, with thick, short necks, and large, broad or spreading faces, which upon the whole were flat. Their eyes, though not small, scarcely bore a proportion to the size of their faces, and their noses had full round points, hooked or turned up at the tip. Their teeth were broad, white, equal in size, and evenly set. Their hair was black, thick, straight and strong, and their beards in general thin or wanting. But the hairs about the lips of those who have them were stiff or bristly, and frequently of a brown colour. And several of the elderly men had even large and thick, but straight beards. Though in general they agree in the make of their persons and largeness of their heads, there is a considerable variety in their features. But very few can be said to be of the handsome sort, though their countenance commonly indicates a considerable share of vivacity, good nature, and frankness. And yet, some of them had an air of fullenness and reserve. Some of the women have agreeable faces, and many are easily distinguishable from the men by their features, which are more delicate. But this should be understood chiefly of the youngest sort, or middle-aged. The complexion of some of the women, and of the children, is white, but without any mixture of red. And some of the men who were seen naked had rather a brownish or swarthy cast, which could scarcely be the effect of any stain, for they do not paint their bodies. Their common dress, for men, women and children are clothed alike, is a kind of close frock, or rather robe, reaching generally to the ankles, though sometimes only to the knees. At the upper part is a hole just sufficient to admit the head, with sleeves that reach to the wrist. These frocks are made of the skins of different animals, the most common of which are those of the sea otter, grey fox, raccoon and pine marten, with many of seal skins, and in general they are worn with the hairy side outward. Some also have these frocks made of the skins of fowls, with only the down remaining on them, which they glue on other substances. And we saw one or two woolen garments like those of Nootka. At the seams, where the different skins are sewed together, they are commonly ornamented with tassels or fringes of narrow thongs, cut out of the same skins. A few have a kind of cape or collar, and some a hood, but the other is the most common form and seems to be their whole dress in good weather. When it rains, they put over this another frock, ingeniously made from the intestines of whales or some other large animal, prepared so skillfully as almost to resemble our gold beater's leaf. It is made to draw tight round the neck. Its sleeves reach as low as the wrist, round which they are tied with a string, and its skirts, when they are in their canoes, are drawn over the rim of the hole in which they sit, so that no water can enter. At the same time, it keeps the men entirely dry upward, for no water can penetrate through it any more than through a bladder. It must be kept continually moist or wet, otherwise it is apt to crack or break. This, as well as the common frock made of the skins, bears a great resemblance to the dress of the Greenlanders, as described by Krantz. In general, they do not cover their legs or feet, but a few have a kind of skin stockings which reach halfway up the thigh, and scarcely any of them are without mittens for the hands, made of the skins of bears' paws. Those who wear anything on their heads resembled in this respect our friends at Nootka, having high truncated conic caps, made of straw and sometimes of wood, resembling a seal's head well painted. The men commonly wear the hair cropped round the neck and forehead, but the women allow it to grow long, and most of them tie a small lock of it on the crown, or a few club it behind after our manner. Both sexes have the ears perforated with several holes about the outer and lower part of the edge, in which they hang little bunches of beads made of the same tubulose shelly substance used for this purpose by those of Nootka. The septum of the nose is also perforated, through which they frequently thrust the quill feathers of small birds or little bending ornaments, made of the above shelly substance, strung on a stiff string or cord, 3 or 4 inches long, which give them a truly grotesque appearance. But the most uncommon and unsightly ornamental fashion, adopted by some of both sexes, is their having the underlip slit, or cut quite through, in the direction of the mouth, a little below the swelling part. This incision, which is made even in the sucking children, is often above 2 inches long, and either by its natural retraction, when the wound is fresh, or by the repetition of some artificial management, assumes the true shape of lips and becomes so large as to admit the tongue through. This happened to be the case when the first person having this incision was seen by one of the seamen, who called out that the man had 2 mouths, and indeed it does not look unlike it. In this artificial mouth they stick a flat, narrow ornament, made chiefly out of a solid shell or bone, cut into little narrow pieces, like small teeth, almost down to the base or thickest part, which has a small projecting bit at each end that supports it when put into the divided lip, the cut part then appearing outward. Others have the lower lip only perforated into separate holes, and then the ornament consists of as many distinct shelly studs whose points are pushed through these holes and their heads appear within the lip, as another row of teeth immediately under their own. These are their native ornaments, but we found many beads of European manufacture among them, chiefly of a pale blue colour, which they hang in their ears, about their caps, or join to their lip ornaments, which have a small hole drilled in each point to which they are fastened, and others to them, till they hang sometimes as low as the point of the chin. But, in this last case, they cannot remove them so easily, for as to their own lip ornaments they can take them out with their tongue or suck within at pleasure. They also wear bracelets of the shelly beads, or others of a cylindrical shape made of a substance like amber, with such also as are used in their ears and noses. And so fond are they in general of ornament that they stick anything in their perforated lip, one man appearing with 2 of our iron nails projecting from it like prongs, and another endeavouring to put a large brass button into it. The men frequently paint their faces of a bright red and of a black colour, and sometimes of a blue or leaden colour, but not in any regular figure, and the women, in some measure, endeavoured to imitate them by puncturing or staining the chin with black that comes to a point in each cheek, a practice very similar to which is in fashion amongst the females of Greenland, as we learn from Krantz. Their bodies are not painted, which may be owing to the scarcity of proper materials, for all the colours which they brought to sell in bladders were in very small quantities. Upon the whole, I have nowhere seen savages who take more pains than these people do to ornament or rather to disfigure their persons. Their boats or canoes are of 2 sorts, the one being large and open, and the other small and covered. I mentioned already that in one of the large boats were 20 women and 1 man, besides children. I attentively examined and compared the construction of this with Krantz's description of what he calls the great or women's boat in Greenland, and found that they were built in the same manner, parts like parts, with no other difference than in the form of the head and stern, particularly of the first, which bears some resemblance to the head of a whale. The framing is of slender pieces of wood over which the skins of seals or of other larger sea animals are stretched to compose the outside. It appeared also that the small canoes of these people are made nearly of the same form and of the same materials with those used by the Greenlanders and Eskimo. At least the difference is not material. Some of these, as I have before observed, carry 2 men. They are broader in proportion to their length than those of the Eskimo, and the head or forepart curves somewhat like the head of a violin. The weapons and instruments for fishing and hunting are the very same that are made use of by the Eskimo and Greenlanders, and it is unnecessary to be particular in my account of them, as they are all very accurately described by Krantz. I did not see a single one with these people that he has not mentioned, nor has he mentioned one that they have not. For defensive armour they have a kind of jacket or coat of mail, made of thin laths bound together with sinews, which makes it quite flexible, though so close as not to admit an arrow or dart. It only covers the trunk of the body, and may not be improperly compared to a woman's stays. As none of these people lived in the bay where we anchored, or where any of us landed, we saw none of their habitations, and I had not time to look after them. Of their domestic utensils, they brought in their boats some round and oval shallow dishes of wood, and others of a cylindrical shape much deeper. The sides were made of one piece, bent round, like our chip boxes, though thick, neatly fastened with thongs, and the bottoms fixed in with small wooden pegs. Others were smaller, and of a more elegant shape, somewhat resembling a large oval butterboat, without a handle, but more shallow, made from a piece of wood or horny substance. These last were sometimes neatly carved. They had many little square bags, made of the same gut with their outer frocks, neatly ornamented with very minute red feathers interwoven with it, in which were contained some very fine sinews and bundles of small cord made from them, most ingeniously plaited. They also brought many checkered baskets, so closely wrought as to hold water, some wooden models of their canoes, a good many little images, 4 or 5 inches long, either of wood or stuffed, which were covered with a bit of fur and ornamented with pieces of small quill feathers in imitation of their shelly beads, with hair fixed on their heads. Whether these might be mere toys for children or held in veneration as representing their deceased friends and applied to some superstitious purpose, we could not determine. But they have many instruments made of 2 or 3 hoops or concentric pieces of wood with a crossbar fixed in the middle to hold them by. To these are fixed a great number of dried barnacle shells, with threads which serve as a rattle and make a loud noise when they shake them. This contrivance seems to be a substitute for the rattling bird at Nootka, and perhaps both of them are employed on the same occasions. With what tools they make their wooden utensils, frames of boats and other things, is uncertain, as the only one seen amongst them was a kind of stone adze, made almost after the manner of those of Otaheite and the other islands of the South Sea. They have a great many iron knives, some of which are straight, others a little curved, and some very small ones, fixed in pretty long handles, with the blades bent upward like some of our shoemakers' instruments. But they have still knives of another sort, which are sometimes near 2 feet long, shaped almost like a dagger, with a ridge in the middle. These they wear in sheaths of skins, hung by a thong round the neck under their robe. And they are, probably, only used as weapons, the other knives being apparently applied to other purposes. Everything they have, however, is as well and ingeniously made, as if they were furnished with the most complete tool chest. And their sewing, pleating of sinews, and small work on their little bags may be put in competition with the most delicate manufactures found in any part of the known world. In short, considering the otherwise uncivilized or rude state in which these people are, their northern situation, amidst a country perpetually covered with snow and the wretched materials they have to work with, it appears that their invention and dexterity in all manual works is at least equal to that of any other nation. The food which we saw them eat was dried fish and the flesh of some animal, either broiled or roasted. Some of the latter that was bought seemed to be bear's flesh, but with a fishy taste. They also eat the larger sort of fern root mentioned at Nootka, either baked or dressed in some other way, and some of our people saw them eat freely of a substance which they supposed to be the inner part of the pine bark. Their drink is most probably water, for in their boats they brought snow in the wooden vessels, which they swallowed by mouthfuls. Perhaps it could be carried with less trouble in these open vessels than water itself. Their method of eating seems decent and cleanly, for they always took care to separate any dirt that might adhere to their victuals. And though they sometimes did eat the raw fat of some sea animal, they cut it carefully into mouthfuls with their small knives. The same might be said of their persons, which, to appearance, were always clean and decent, without grease or dirt, and the wooden vessels, in which their victuals are probably put, were kept in excellent order, as well as their boats, which were neat and free from lumber. Their language seems difficult to be understood at first, not from any indistinctness or confusion in their words and sounds, but from the various significations they have. For Hay appeared to use the very same word frequently on very different occasions, though doubtless this might, if our intercourse had been of longer duration, have been found to be a mistake on our side. The only words I could obtain, and for them I am indebted to Mr. Anderson Fighty, were those that follow, the first of which was also used at Nootka in the same sense, though we could not trace an affinity between the two dialects in any other instance. Akashu, what's the name of that? Namuk, an ornament for the ear. Lukluk, a brown shaggy skin, perhaps a bear's. Ah, yes, Natunishuk, the skin of a sea otter. Kita, give me something. Naema, give me something in exchange or barter. Oonaka, of or belonging to me. Will you barter for this that belongs to me? Manaka, alu, a spear. Weena or Vina, stranger, calling to one. Kilashuk, guts of which they make jackets. Tawuk, keep it. A miltu, a piece of white bear's skin, or perhaps the hair that covered it. Weihai, shall I keep it? Do you give it me? Yout, I'll go. Or shall I go? Chilka 1, Taiha 2, Toka 3, Tinka, Chukelo 4, Kohine 5, Takulai 6, Kechilho 7, Klu or Kliu 8. As to the animals of this part of the continent, the same must be understood as of those at Nootka. That is, that the knowledge we have of them is entirely taken from the skins which the natives brought to sell. These were chiefly of seals, a few foxes, the whitish cat or lynx, common and pine martens, small ermines, bears, raccoons, and sea otters. Of these, the most common were the marten raccoon and sea otter skins, which composed the ordinary dress of the natives, but the skins of the first, which in general were of a much lighter brown than those at Nootka, were far superior to them in fineness, whereas the last, which, as well as the martens, were far more plentiful than at Nootka, seemed greatly inferior in the fineness and thickness of their fur, though they greatly exceeded them in size, and were almost all of the glossy black sort, which is doubtless the colour most esteemed in those skins. Bear and seal skins were also pretty common, and the last were in general white, very beautifully spotted with black, or sometimes simply white, and many of the bears here were of a brown or sooty colour. Besides these animals, which were all seen at Nootka, there are some others in this place which we did not find there, such as the white bear, of whose skins the natives brought several pieces and some entire skins of cubs, from which their size could not be determined. We also found the wolverine, or quickhatch, which had very bright colours, a larger sort of ermine than the common one, which is the same as at Nootka, varied with a brown colour, and with scarcely any black on its tail. The natives also brought the skin of the head of some very large animal, but it could not be positively determined what it was, though from the colour and shagginess of the hair and its unlikeness to any land animal, we judged it might probably be that of the large male ursine seal or sea bear. But one of the most beautiful skins, and which seems peculiar to this place as we never saw it before, is that of a small animal about 10 inches long, of a brown or rusty colour on the back, with a great number of obscure whitish specks, and the sides of a bluish ash colour, also with a few of these specks. The tail is not above a third of the length of its body, and is covered with hair of a whitish colour at the edges. It is no doubt the same with those called spotted field mice by Mr. Stalin, in his short account of the new northern archipelago. But whether they be really of the mouse kind or a squirrel, we could not tell for want of perfect skins, though Mr. Anderson was inclined to think that it is the same animal described under the name of the Kafan marmot by Mr. Pennant. The number of skins we found here points out the great plenty of these several animals just mentioned, but it is remarkable that we neither saw the skins of the moose nor of the common deer. Of the birds mentioned at Nootka, we found here only the white-headed eagle, the shag, the alcyon or great kingfisher, which had very fine bright colours, and the hummingbird, which came frequently and flew about the ship while at anchor, though it can scarcely live here in the winter, which must be very severe. The waterfowl were geese, a small sort of duck, almost like that mentioned at Kerguelen's land. Another sort which none of us knew, and some of the black seepies with red bills, which we found at Van Diemen's Land and New Zealand. Some of the people who went on shore killed a grouse, a snipe, and some plover. But though, upon the whole, the waterfowl were pretty numerous, especially the ducks and geese, which frequent the shores, they were so shy that it was scarcely possible to get within shot, so that we obtained a very small supply of them as refreshment. The duck mentioned above is as large as the common wild duck, of a deep black colour with a short pointed tail and red feet. The bill is white, tinged with red toward the point, and has a large black spot, almost square near its base on each side, where it is also enlarged or distended. And on the forehead is a large triangular white spot, with one still larger on the back part of the neck. The female has much duller colours, and none of the ornaments of the bill, except the 2 black spots which are obscure. There is likewise a species of diver here, which seems peculiar to the place. It is about the size of a partridge, has a short, black, compressed bill, with the head and upper part of the neck of a brown-black, the rest of a deep brown, obscurely waved with black, except the underpart, which is entirely of a blackish cast, very minutely varied, with white. The other, perhaps the female, is blacker above and whiter below. A small land bird of the finch kind, about the size of a yellow hammer, was also found, but was suspected to be one of those which change their colour with the season and with their migrations. At this time, it was of a dusky brown colour, with a reddish tail, and the supposed male had a large yellow spot on the crown of the head, with some varied black on the upper part of the neck, but the last was on the breast of the female. The only fish we got were some torsk and halibut, which were chiefly brought by the natives to sell, and we caught a few sculpins about the ship, with some purplish starfish that had 17 or 18 rays. The rocks were observed to be almost destitute of shellfish, and the only other animal of this tribe seen was a red crab, covered with spines of a very large size. The metals we saw were copper and iron, both which, particularly the latter, were in such plenty as to constitute the points of most of the arrows and lances. The oars with which they painted themselves were a red, brittle, unctuous ochre or iron ore, not much unlike cinnabar in colour, a bright blue pigment, which we did not procure, and black lead. Each of these seems to be very scarce, as they brought very small quantities of the first and last, and seemed to keep them with great care. Few vegetables of any kind were seen, and the trees which chiefly grew here were the Canadian and spruce pine, and some of them tolerably large. The beads and iron found amongst these people left no room to doubt that they must have received them from some civilized nation. We were pretty certain, from circumstances already mentioned, that we were the first Europeans with whom they had ever communicated directly, and it remains only to be decided from what quarter they had got our manufactures, by intermediate conveyance. And there cannot be the least doubt of their having received these articles through the intervention of the more inland tribes from Hudson's Bay or the settlements on the Canadian lakes, unless it can be supposed, which however is less likely, that the Russian traders from Kamchatka have already extended their traffic thus far, or at least that the natives of their most easterly Fox Islands communicate along the coast with those of Prince William's Sound. As to the copper, these people seem to procure it themselves, or at most it passes through few hands to them, for they used to express its being in a sufficient quantity amongst them, when they offered any to barter, by pointing to their weapons, as if to say that having so much of this metal of their own, they wanted no more. It is, however, remarkable if the inhabitants of this sound be supplied with European articles by way of the intermediate traffic to the east coast, that they should, in return, never have given to the more inland Indians any of their sea otter skins, which would certainly have been seen, some time or other, about Hudson's Bay. But, as far as I know, that is not the case, and the only method of accounting for this must be by taking into consideration the very great distance, which, though it might not prevent European goods coming so far as being so uncommon, might prevent the skins, which are a common article, from passing through more than 2 or 3 different tribes who might use them for their own clothing, and send others, which they esteemed less valuable, as being of their own animals, eastward, till they reach the traders from Europe. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 6, Progress along the Coast. Cape Elizabeth, Cape St. Hermogenes, Accounts of Beering's Voyage very defective. Point Banks, Cape Douglas, Cape Bede, Mount St. Augustin, hopes of finding a passage up an inlet. The ships proceed up it, indubitable marks of its being a river, named Cook's River. The ships return down it. Various visits from the natives. Lieutenant King lands and takes possession of the country. His report. the Resolution runs aground on a shoal. Reflections on the discovery of Cook's River. The considerable tides in it accounted for. After leaving Prince William Sound, I steered to the southwest with a gentle breeze at north-northeast, which at 4 o'clock the next morning was succeeded by a calm, and soon after, the calm was succeeded by a breeze from southwest. This freshening and veering to northwest, we still continued to stretch to the southwest, and passed a lofty promontory situated in the latitude of 59 degrees 10 minutes and the longitude of 207 degrees 45 minutes. As the discovery of it was connected with the Princess Elizabeth's birthday, I named it Cape Elizabeth. Beyond it, we could see no land, so that, at first, we were in hopes that it was the western extremity of the continent. But not long after, we saw our mistake, for fresh land appeared in sight, bearing west-southwest. The wind by this time had increased to a very strong gale and forced us to a good distance from the coast. In the afternoon of the 22nd, the gale abated, and we stood to the northward for Cape Elizabeth, which at noon the next day bore west, 10 leagues distant. At the same time, a new land was seen, bearing south 77 degrees west, which was supposed to connect Cape Elizabeth with the land we had seen to the westward. The wind continued at west, and I stood to the southward till noon the next day, when we were within 3 leagues of the coast which we had discovered on the 22nd. It here formed a point that bore west-northwest. At the same time, more land was seen extending to the southward as far as south-southwest, the whole being 12 or 15 leagues distant. On it was seen a ridge of mountains covered with snow extending to the northwest, behind the first land, which we judged to be an island, from the very inconsiderable quantity of snow that lay upon it. This point of land is situated in the latitude of 58 degrees 15 minutes and in the longitude of 207 degrees 42 minutes. And by what I can gather from the account of Bering's voyage and the chart that accompanies it in the English edition, I conclude that it must be what he called Cape St. Hermogenes. But the account of that voyage is so very much abridged and the chart so extremely inaccurate that it is hardly possible either by the one or by the other, or by comparing both together, to find out any one place which that navigator either saw or touched at. Were I to form a judgment of Bering's proceedings on this coast, I should suppose that he fell in with the continent near Mount Fairweather. But I am by no means certain that the bay to which I have given his name is the place where he anchored. Nor do I know that what I called Mount St. Elias is the same conspicuous mountain to which he gave that name. And as to his Cape St. Elias, I am entirely at a loss to pronounce where it lies. On the northeast side of Cape St. Hermogenes, the coast turned toward the northwest and appeared to be wholly unconnected with the land seen by us the preceding day. In the chart above mentioned, there is here a space where Bering is supposed to have seen no land. This also favoured the later account published by Mr. Stalin, who makes Cape St. Hermogenes and all the land that Bering discovered to the southwest of it to be a cluster of islands, placing St. Hermogenes amongst those which are destitute of wood. What we now saw seemed to confirm this, and every circumstance inspired us with hopes of finding here a passage northward without being obliged to proceed any farther to the southwest. We were detained off the Cape by variable light airs and calms till 2 o'clock the next morning, when a breeze springing up at northeast, we steered north-northwest along the coast, and soon found the land of Cape St. Hermogenes to be an island about 6 leagues in circuit, separated from the adjacent coast by a channel 1 league broad. A league and a half to the north of this island lie some rocks above water, on the northeast side of which we had from 30 to 20 fathoms water. At noon, the island of St. Hermogenes bore south half-east, 8 leagues distant, and the land to the northwest of it extended from south half-west to near west. In last direction, it ended in a low point, now 5 leagues distant, which was called Point Banks. The latitude of the ship at this time was 58 degrees 41 minutes, and its longitude 207 degrees 44 minutes. In this situation, the land, which was supposed to connect Cape Elizabeth with this southwest land, was in fight, bearing northwest half north. I steered directly for it, and, on a nearer approach, found it to be a group of high islands and rocks, entirely unconnected with any other land. They obtained the name of Barren Isles from their very naked appearance. Their situation is in the latitude of 59 degrees and in a line with Cape Elizabeth and Point Banks, 3 leagues distant from the former and 5 from the latter. I intended going through one of the channels that divide these islands, but meeting with a strong current setting against us, I bore up and went to the leeward of them all. Toward the evening, the weather, which had been hazy all day, cleared up, and we got sight of a very lofty promontory, whose elevated summit, forming 2 exceedingly high mountains, was seen above the clouds. This promontory I named Cape Douglas, in honour of my very good friend Dr. Douglas, Canon of Windsor. It is situated in the latitude of 58 degrees 56 minutes, and in the longitude of 206 degrees 10 minutes. 10 leagues to the westward of Barren Isles, and 12 from Point Banks in the direction of northwest by west half-west. Between this point and Cape Douglas, the coast seemed to form a large and deep bay, which, from some smoke that had been seen on Point Banks, obtained the name of Smoky Bay. At daybreak the next morning, being the 26th, having got to the northward of the Barren Isles, we discovered more land, extending from Cape Douglas to the north. It formed a chain of mountains of vast height, one of which, far more conspicuous than the rest, was named Mount Saint Augustin. The discovery of this land did not discourage us, as it was supposed to be wholly unconnected with the land of Cape Elizabeth. For, in a north-northeast direction, the fight was unlimited by everything but the horizon. We also thought that there was a passage to the northwest, between Cape Douglas and Mount St. Augustine. In short, it was imagined that the land on our larboard, to the north of Cape Douglas, was composed of a group of islands, disjoined by so many channels, any one of which we might make use of according as the wind should serve. With these flattering ideas, having a fresh gale at north-northeast, we stood to the northwest till 8 o'clock, when we clearly saw that what we had taken for islands were summits of mountains, everywhere connected by lower land, which the haziness of the horizon had prevented us from seeing at a greater distance. This land was everywhere covered with snow, from the tops of the hills down to the very sea beach, and had every other appearance of being part of a great continent. I was now fully persuaded that I should find no passage by this inlet, and my persevering in the search of it here was more to satisfy other people than to confirm my own opinion. At this time, Mount St. Augustine bore north, 40 degrees west, 3 or 4 leagues distant. This mountain is of a conical figure and of very considerable height, but it remains undetermined whether it be an island or part of the continent. Finding that nothing could be done to the west, we tacked and stood over to Cape Elizabeth, under which we fetched at 5:30 in the afternoon. On the north side of Cape Elizabeth, between it and a lofty promontory named Cape Bede E, is a bay, in the bottom of which there appeared to be 2 snug harbours. We stood well into this bay, where we might have anchored in 23 fathoms water. But as I had no such view, we tacked and stood to the westward, with the wind at north, a very strong gale, attended by rain and thick hazy weather. The next morning the gale abated, but the same weather continued till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when it cleared up. Cape Douglas bore southwest by west, Mount St. Augustine west half south, and Cape Bede south, 15 degrees east, 5 leagues distant. In this situation, the depth of water was 40 fathoms, over a rocky bottom. From Cape Bede, the coast trended northeast by east, with a chain of mountains inland, extending in the same direction. The land on the coast was woody, and there seemed to be no deficiency of harbours. But what was not much in our favour, we discovered low land in the middle of the inlet, extending from north-northeast to northeast by east-half-east. However, as this was supposed to be an island, it did not discourage us. About this time, we got a light breeze southerly, and I steered to the westward of this low land, nothing appearing to obstruct us in that direction. Our foundings during the night were from 30 to 25 fathoms. On the 28th in the morning, having but very little wind and observing the ship to drive to the southward in order to stop her, I dropped a kedge anchor with an 8-inch hawser bent to it. But in bringing the ship up, the hawser parted near the inner end, and we lost both it and the anchor. For although we brought the ship up with one of the bowers and spent most of the day in sweeping for them, it was to no effect. By an observation, we found our station to be in the latitude of 59 degrees 51 minutes. The low land above mentioned extended from northeast to south, 75 degrees east, the nearest part 2 leagues distant. The land on the western shore was about 7 leagues distant and extended from south 35 degrees west to north 7 degrees east, so that the extent of the inlet was now reduced to 3 points and a half of the compass, that is, from north half east to northeast. Between these 2 points no land was to be seen. Here was a strong tide setting to the southward out of the inlet. It was the ebb and ran between 3 and 4 knots in an hour, and it was low water at 10 o'clock. A good deal of seaweed and some driftwood were carried out with the tide. The water too had become thick like that in rivers, but we were encouraged to proceed by finding it as fault at low water as the ocean. The strength of the flood tide was 3 knots, and the stream ran up till 4 in the afternoon. As it continued calm all day, I did not move till 8 o'clock in the evening, when, with a light breeze at east, we weighed and stood to the north up the inlet. We had not been long under fail before the wind veered to the north, increasing to a fresh gale and blowing in squalls with rain. This did not, however, hinder us from plying up as long as the flood continued, which was till near 5 o'clock the next morning. We had foundings from 35 to 24 fathoms. In this last depth we anchored about 2 leagues from the eastern shore, in the latitude of 60 degrees 8 minutes, some low land that we judged to be an island lying under the western shore, extended from north half-west to northwest by north, distant 3 or 4 leagues. The weather had now become fair and tolerably clear, so that we could see any land that might lie within our horizon, and in a north-northeast direction no land, nor anything to obstruct our progress, was visible. But on each side was a ridge of mountains, rising one behind another without the least separation. I judged it to be low water by the shore about 10 o'clock, but the ebb ran down till near noon. The strength of it was 4 knots and a half, and it fell upon a perpendicular 10 feet 3 inches, that is, while we lay an anchor, so that there is reason to believe this was not the greatest fall. On the eastern shore we now saw 2 columns of smoke, a sure sign that there were inhabitants. At 1 in the afternoon we weighed and plied up under double-reefed topsails and courses, having a very strong gale at north-northeast, nearly right down the inlet. We stretched over to the western shore and fetched within 2 leagues of the south end of the lowland, or island before mentioned, under which I intended to have taken shelter till the gale should cease. But falling suddenly into 12 fathoms water, from upward of 40, and seeing the appearance of a shoal ahead, spitting out from the low land, I tacked and stretched back to the eastward, and anchored under that shore in 19 fathoms water, over a bottom of small pebble stones. Between 1 and 2 in the morning of the 30th, we weighed again with the first of the flood, the gale having by this time quite abated, but still continuing contrary, so that we plied up till near 7 o'clock, when the tide being done, we anchored in 19 fathoms, under the same shore as before. The northwest part of it, forming a bluff point, bore north, 20 degrees east, 2 leagues distant. A point on the other shore opposite to it, and nearly of the same height, bore north 36 degrees west. Out latitude, by observation, 60 degrees 37 minutes. About noon, 2 canoes with a man in each came off to the ship from near the place where we had seen the smoke the preceding day. They laboured very hard in paddling across the strong tide, and hesitated a little before they would come quite close, but upon signs being made to them, they approached. One of them talked a great deal to no purpose, for we did not understand a word he said. He kept pointing to the shore, which we interpreted to be an invitation to go thither. They accepted a few trifles from me, which I conveyed to them from the quarter gallery. These men, in every respect, resembled the people we had met with in Prince William Sound as to their persons and dress. Their canoes were also of the same construction. One of our visitors had his face painted jet black and seemed to have no beard, but the other, who was more elderly, had no paint and a considerable beard, with a visage much like the common sort of the Prince William's people. There was also smoke seen upon the flat western shore this day, from whence we may infer that these lower spots and islands are the only inhabited places. When the flood made, we weighed, and then the canoes left us. I stood over to the western shore with a fresh gale at north-northeast and fetched under the point above mentioned. This, with the other on the opposite shore, contracted the channel to the breadth of 4 leagues. Through this channel ran a prodigious tide. It looked frightful to us, who could not tell whether the agitation of the water was occasioned by the stream or by the breaking of the waves against rocks or sands. As we met with no shoal, it was concluded to be the former, but, in the end, we found ourselves mistaken. I now kept the western shore aboard, it appearing to be the safest. Near the shore we had a depth of 13 fathoms, and 2 or 3 miles off, 40 and upward. At 8 in the evening, we anchored under a point of land which bore northeast, 3 leagues distant, in 15 fathoms water. Here we lay during the ebb, which run near 5 knots in the hour. Until we got thus far, the water had retained the same degree of saltness at low as at high water, and, at both periods, was as salt as that in the ocean. But now, the marks of a river displayed themselves. The water taken up this ebb when at the lowest was found to be very considerably fresher than any we had hitherto tasted, insomuch that I was convinced that we were in a large river and not in a strait, communicating with the northern seas. But as we had proceeded thus far, I was desirous of having stronger proofs, and therefore weighed with the next, stood in the morning of the 31st, and plied higher up, or rather drove up with the tide, for we had but little wind. About 8 o'clock we were visited by several of the natives in one large and several small canoes. The latter carried only 1 person each, and some had a paddle with a blade at each end after the manner of the Eskimo. In the large canoes were men, women and children. Before they reached the ship, they displayed a leathern frock upon a long pole, as a sign, as we understood it, of their peaceable intentions. This frock they conveyed into the ship, in return for some trifles which I gave them. I could observe no difference between the persons, dress, ornaments and boats of these people and those of Prince William's Sound, except that the small canoes were rather of a less size and carried only 1 man. We procured from them some of their fur dresses, made of the skins of sea otters, martins, hares and other animals, a few of their darts, and a small supply of salmon and halibut. In exchange for these, they took old clothes, beads and pieces of iron. We found that they were in possession of large iron knives and of sky-blue glass beads, such as we had found amongst the natives of Prince William's Sound. These latter they seemed to value much, and consequently those which we now gave them. But their inclination led them, especially, to ask for large pieces of iron, which metal, if I was not much mistaken, they called by the name of goon. Though, like their neighbours in Prince William's Sound, they seemed to have many significations to one word. They evidently spoke the same language, as the words kita, Naema, Oonalaska, and a few others of the most common we heard in that sound were also frequently used by this new tribe. After spending about 2 hours between the one ship and the other, they all retired to the western shore. At 9 o'clock, we came to an anchor in 16 fathoms water, about 2 leagues from the west shore, and found the ebb already begun. At its greatest strength, it ran only 3 knots in the hour and fell upon a perpendicular after we had anchored 21 feet. The weather was misty, with drizzling rain and clear by turns. At the clear intervals, we saw an opening between the mountains on the eastern shore, bearing east from the station of the ships, with low land, which we supposed to be islands lying between us and the main land. Low land was also seen to the northward, that seemed to extend from the foot of the mountains on the one side to those on the other, and at low water we perceived large shoals stretching out from this low land, some of which were at no great distance from us. From these appearances, we were in some doubt whether the inlet did not take an easterly direction through the above opening, or whether that opening was only a branch of it, and the main channel continued its northern direction through the low land now in fight. The continuation and direction of the chain of mountains on each side of it strongly indicated the probability of the latter supposition. To determine this point and to examine the shoals, I dispatched 2 boats under the command of the master, and, as soon as the flood tide made, followed with the ships. But, as it was a dead calm and the tide strong, I anchored, after driving about 10 miles in an east direction. At the lowest of the preceding ebb, the water at the surface, and for near a foot below it, was found to be perfectly fresh, retaining, however, a considerable degree of faultness at a greater depth. Besides this, we had now many other, and but too evident proofs of being in a great river, such as low shores, very thick and muddy water, large trees and all manner of dirt and rubbish floating up and down with the tide. In the afternoon, the natives in several canoes paid us another visit and trafficked with our people for some time without ever giving us reason to accuse them of any act of dishonesty. At 2 o'clock next morning, being the 1st of June, the master returned and reported that he found the inlet, or rather river, contracted to the breadth of 1 league by low land on each side, through which it took a northerly direction. He proceeded 3 leagues through this narrow part, which he found navigable for the largest ships, being from 20 to 17 fathoms deep. The least water, at a proper distance from the shore and shoals, was 10 fathoms, and this was before he entered the narrow part. While the ebb or stream run down, the water was perfectly fresh, but after the flood made, it became brackish, and, toward high water, very much so, even as high up as he went. He landed upon an island which lies between this branch and the eastern one, and upon it saw some currant bushes with the fruit already set, and some other fruit trees and bushes, unknown to him. The soil appeared to be clay, mixed with sand. About 3 leagues beyond the extent of his search, or to the northward of it, he observed there was another separation in the eastern chain of mountains, through which he supposed the river took a northeast direction. But it seemed rather more probable that this was only another branch, and that the main channel kept its northern direction between the 2 ridges or chains of mountains before mentioned. He found that these 2 ridges, as they extended to the north, inclined more and more to each other, but never appeared to close. Nor was any elevated land seen between them, only low land, part woody and part clear. All hopes of finding a passage were now given up. But as the ebb was almost spent, and we could not return against the flood, I thought I might as well take the advantage of the latter to get a nearer view of the eastern branch, and by that means finally to determine whether the low land on the east side of the river was an island, as we had supposed, or not. With this purpose in view, we weighed with the first of the flood, and having a faint breeze at northeast, stood over for the eastern shore with boats ahead, founding. Our depth was from 12 to 5 fathoms, the bottom a hard gravel, though the water was exceedingly muddy. At 8 o'clock, A fresh breeze sprung up at east, blowing in an opposite direction to our course, so that I despaired of reaching the entrance of the river, to which we were plying up before high water. But thinking that what the ships could not do might be done by boats, I dispatched two, under the command of Lieutenant King, to examine the tides and to make such other observations as might give us some insight into the nature of the river. At 10 o'clock, finding the ebb begun, I anchored in 9 fathoms water over a gravelly bottom. Observing the tide to be too strong for the boats to make head against it, I made a signal for them to return on board. Before they had got halfway to the entrance of the river, they were sent to examine, which bore from us south 80 degrees east, 3 leagues distant. The principal information gained by this tide's work was the determining that all the lowland, which we had supposed to be an island or islands, was one continued tract from the banks of the great river to the foot of the mountains to which it joined, and that it terminated at the south entrance of this eastern branch, which I shall distinguish by the name of River Turnagain. On the north side of this river, the low land again begins and stretches out from the foot of the mountains down to the banks of the great river, so that before the river Turnagain it forms a large bay, on the south side of which we were now at anchor, and where we had from 12 to 5 fathoms, from half flood to high water. After we had entered the bay, the flood set strong into the river Turnagain, and ebb came out with still greater force, the water falling while we lay at anchor 20 feet upon a perpendicular. These circumstances convinced me that no passage was to be expected by this side river any more than by the main branch. However, as the water during the ebb, though very considerably fresher, had still a strong degree of saltness, it is but reasonable to suppose that both these branches are navigable by ships much farther than we examined them, and that by means of this river and its several branches, a very extensive inland communication lies open. We had traced it as high as the latitude of 61 degrees 30 minutes and the longitude of 210 degrees, which is 70 leagues or more from its entrance, without seeing the least appearance of its source. If the discovery of this great river, which promises to vie with the most considerable ones already known to be capable of extensive inland navigation, should prove of use either to the present or to any future age, the time we spent in it ought to be the less regretted. But to us, who had a much greater object in view, the delay thus occasioned was an essential loss. The season was advancing apace. We knew not how far we might have to proceed to the south, and we were now convinced that the continent of North America extended farther to the west than, from the modern, most reputable charts, we had reason to expect. This made the existence of a passage into Baffin's or Hudson's Bays less probable, or at least showed it to be of greater extent. It was a satisfaction to me, however, to reflect that if I had not examined this very considerable inlet, it would have been assumed by speculative fabricators of geography as a fact that it communicated with the sea to the north, or with Baffin's or Hudson's Bay to the east, and been marked perhaps on future maps of the world with greater precision and more certain signs of reality than the invisible, because imaginary, Straits of De Fuca and De Fonte. In the afternoon I sent Mr. King again with 2 armed boats with orders to land on the northern point of the low land on the southeast side of the river, there to display the flag, to take possession of the country and river in His Majesty's name, and to bury in the ground a bottle containing some pieces of English coin of the year 1772 and a paper on which was inscribed the names of our ships and the date of our discovery. In the meantime, the ships were got under sail in order to proceed down the river. The wind still blew fresh, easterly, but a calm ensued not long after we were under way, and the flood tide meeting us off the point where Mr. King landed, and which thence got the name of Point Possession, we were obliged to drop anchor in 6 fathoms water, with the point bearing south 2 miles distant. When Mr. King returned, he informed me that as he approached the shore, about 20 of the natives made their appearance, with their arms extended, probably to express thus their peaceable disposition and to show that they were without weapons. On Mr. King's and the gentleman with him, landing with muskets in their hands, they seemed alarmed and made signs expressive of their request to lay them down. This was accordingly done. And then they suffered the gentleman to walk up to them and appeared to be cheerful and sociable. They had with them a few pieces of fresh salmon and several dogs. Mr. Law, surgeon of the Discovery, who was one of the party, having bought one of the latter, took it down toward the boat and shot it dead in their fight. This seemed to surprise them exceedingly, and, as if they did not think themselves safe in such company, they walked away. But it was soon after discovered that their spears and other weapons were hid in the bushes close behind them. Mr. King also informed me that the ground was swampy and the soil poor, light and black. It produced a few trees and shrubs such as pines, alders, birch and willows, rose and currant bushes, and a little grass, but they saw not a single plant in flower. We weighed anchor as soon as it was high water, and with a faint breeze southerly, stood over to the west shore, where the return of the flood obliged us to anchor early next morning. Soon after, several large and some small canoes with natives came off, who bartered their skins, after which they sold their garments till many of them were quite naked. Amongst others, they brought a number of white hare or rabbit skins and very beautiful reddish ones of foxes. But there were only 2 or 3 skins of otters. They also sold us some pieces of salmon and halibut. They preferred iron to everything else offered to them in exchange. The lip ornaments did not seem so frequent amongst them as at Prince William's Sound, but they had more of those which passed through the nose, and in general these were also much longer. They had, however, a greater quantity of a kind of white and red embroidered work on some parts of their garments and on other things, such as their quivers and knife cases. At 10:30 we weighed with the first of the ebb, and having a gentle breeze at south, plied down the river. In the doing of which, by the inattention and neglect of the man at the lead, the Resolution struck and stuck fast on a bank that lies nearly in the middle of the river, and about 2 miles above the 2 projecting bluff points before mentioned. This bank was, no doubt, the occasion of that very strong rippling or agitation of the stream which we had observed when turning up the river. There was not less than 12 feet depth of water about the ship at the lowest of the ebb, but other parts of the bank were dry. As soon as the ship came aground, I made a signal for the Discovery to anchor. She, as I afterward understood, had been near ashore on the west side of the bank. As the flood tide came in, the ship floated off, soon after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, without receiving the least damage or giving us any trouble. And after standing over to the west shore, into deep water, we anchored to wait for the ebb, as the wind was still contrary. We weighed again with the ebb at 10 o'clock at night, and between 4 and 5 next morning, when the tide was finished, once more cast anchor about 2 miles below the bluff point, on the west shore, in 19 fathoms water. A good many of the natives came off when we were in this station, and attended upon us all the morning. Their company was very acceptable, for they brought with them a large quantity of very fine salmon which they exchanged for such trifles as we had to give them. Most of it was split ready for drying, and several hundredweight of it was procured for the 2 ships. In the afternoon, the mountains, for the first time since our entering the river, were clear of clouds, and we discovered a volcano in one of those on the west side. It is in the latitude of 60 degrees 23 minutes, and is the first high mountain to the north of Mount St. Augustine. The volcano is on that side of it that is next the river, and not far from the summit. It did not now make any striking appearance, emitting only a white smoke but no fire. The wind remaining southerly, we continued to tide it down the river, and on the 5th in the morning, coming to the place where we had lost our kedge anchor, made an attempt to recover it, but without success. Before we left this place, 6 canoes came off from the east shore, some conducted by one and others by two men. They remained at a little distance from the ships, viewing them, with a kind of silent surprise at least half an hour, without exchanging a single word with us or with one another. At length they took courage and came alongside, began to barter with our people, and did not leave us till they had parted with everything they brought with them, consisting of a few skins and some salmon. And here it may not be improper to remark that all the people we had met with in this river seemed, by every striking instance of resemblance, to be of the same nation with those who inhabit Prince William's Sound, but differing essentially from those of Nootka or King George's Sound, both in their persons and language. The language of these is rather more guttural, but, like the others, they speak strongly and distinct in words which seem sentences. I have before observed that they are in possession of iron. That is, they have the points of their spears and knives of this metal, and some of the former are also made of copper. Their spears are like our spontoons, and their knives which they keep in sheaths are of a considerable length. These, with a few glass beads, are the only things we saw amongst them that were not of their own manufacture. I have already offered my conjectures from whence they derive their foreign articles, and shall only add here that if it were obable that they found their way to them from such of their neighbours with whom the Russians may have established a trade, I will be bold to say the Russians themselves have never been amongst them, for if that had been the café, we should hardly have found them clothed in such valuable skins as those of the sea otter. There is not the least doubt that a very beneficial fur trade might be carried on with the inhabitants of this vast coast. But unless a northern passage should be found practicable, it seems rather too remote for Great Britain to receive any emolument from it. It must, however, be observed that the most valuable, or rather the only valuable skins I saw on this west side of America were those of the sea otter. All their other skins seemed to be of an inferior quality, particularly those of their foxes and martens. It must also be observed that most of the skins which we purchased were made up into garments. However, some of these were in good condition, but others were old and ragged enough, and all of them very lousy. But as these poor people make no other use of skins but for clothing themselves, it cannot be supposed that they are at the trouble of dressing more of them than are necessary for this purpose. And perhaps this is the chief use for which they kill the animals, for the sea and the rivers seem to supply them with their principal articles of food. It would probably be much otherwise were they once habituated to a constant trade with foreigners. This intercourse would increase their wants by introducing them to an acquaintance with new luxuries, and in order to be enabled to purchase these, they would be more assiduous in procuring skins, which they would soon discover to be the commodity most sought for, and a plentiful supply of which, I make no doubt, would be had in the country. It will appear, from what has been said occasionally of the tide, that it is considerable in this river, and contributes very much to facilitate the navigation of it. It is high water in the stream on the days of the new and full moon between 2 and 3 o'clock, and the tide rises upon a perpendicular between 3 and 4 fathoms. The reason of the tides being greater here than at other parts of this coast is easily accounted for. The mouth of the river being situated in a corner of the coast, the flood that comes from the ocean is forced into it by both shores, and by that means swells the tide to a great height. A view of the chart will illustrate this. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2 by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 7. Discoveries after leaving Cook's River, Island of St. Hermogenes, Cape Whitsunday, Cape Greville, Cape Barnabas, Two-Headed Point, Trinity Island, Beering's Foggy Island, a beautiful bird described, Kodiak and the Shumagin Islands, a Russian letter brought on board by a native, conjectures about it, Rock Point, Halibut Island, a volcano mountain, providential escape, arrival of the ships at Oonalaska, intercourse with the natives there. Another Russian letter, Samganuda harbour described. As soon as the ebb tide made in our favour, we weighed and with a light breeze between west-southwest and south-southwest, plied down the river till the flood obliged us to anchor again. At length, about 1 o'clock next morning, a fresh breeze sprung up at west, with which we got under sail, and at 8 passed the Barren Islands and stretched away for Cape St. Hermogenes. At noon, this cape bore south-southeast, 8 leagues distant, and the passage between the island of that name and the main land bore south. For this passage I steered, intending to go through it. But soon after the wind failed us, and we had baffling light airs from the eastward, so that I gave up my design of carrying the ships between the island and the main. At this time, we saw several columns of smoke on the coast of the continent to the northward of the passage, and most probably they were meant as signals to attract us thither. Here the land forms a bay, or perhaps a harbour, off the northwest point of which lies a low rocky island. There are also some other islands of the same appearance scattered along the coast between this place and Point Banks. At 8 in the evening, the island of St. Hermogenes extended from south-half-east to south-southeast, a quarter east, and the rocks that lie on the north side of it bore southeast, 3 miles distant. In this situation, we had 40 fathoms water over a bottom of sand and shells. Soon after, on putting over hooks and lines, we caught several halibut. At midnight, being past the rocks, we bore up to the southward, and at noon St. Hermogenes bore north, 4 leagues distant. At this time, the southernmost point of the main land, within or to the westward of St. Hermogenes, lay north half-west, distant 5 leagues. This promontory, which is situated in the latitude of 58 degrees 15 minutes and in the longitude of 207 degrees 24 minutes, was named after the day Cape Whitsunday. A large bay, which lies to the west of it, obtained the name of Whitsuntide Bay. The land on the east side of this bay, of which Cape Whitsunday is the southern point, and Point Banks, the northern one, is in all respects like the island of St. Hermogenes, seemingly destitute of wood and partly free from snow. It was supposed to be covered with a mossy substance that gave it a brownish cast. There were some reasons to think it was an island. If this be so, the last mentioned bay is only the strait or passage that separates it from the main land. Between 1 and 2 in the afternoon, the wind, which had been at northeast, shifted at once to the southward. It was unsettled till 6, when it fixed at south, which was the very direction of our course, so that we were obliged to ply up the coast. The weather was gloomy, and the air dry, but cold. We stood to the eastward till midnight, then tacked and stood in for the land. And between 7 and 8 in the morning of the 8th, we were within 4 miles of it, and not more than half a league from some sunken rocks, which bore west-southwest. In this situation, we tacked in 35 fathoms water, the island of St. Hermogenes bearing north, 20 degrees east, and the southernmost land in fight south. In standing in for this coast, we crossed the mouth of Whitsuntide Bay, and saw land all round the bottom of it, so that either the land is connected, or else the points lock in, one behind another. I am more inclined to think that the former is the case, and that the land east of the bay is a part of the continent. Some small islands lie on the west of the bay. The sea coast to the southward of it is rather low, with projecting rocky points between which are small bays or inlets. There was no wood, and but little snow upon the coast, but the mountains which lie at some distance inland were wholly covered with the latter. We stood off till noon, then tacked, and stood in for the land. The latitude at this time was 57 degrees 52.5 minutes. Cape St. Hermogenes bore north, 30 degrees west, 8 leagues distant, and the southernmost part of the coast in fight, the same that was seen before, bore southwest, 10 leagues distant. The land here forms a point, which was named Cape Greville. The 3 following days we had almost constant misty weather with drizzling rain, so that we seldom had a fight of the coast. The wind was southeast by south, and south-southeast, a gentle breeze, and the air raw and cold. With this wind and weather, we continued to ply up the coast, making boards of 6 or 8 leagues each. The depth of water was from 30 to 55 fathoms, over a coarse black sandy bottom. The fog clearing up, with the change of the wind to southwest, in the evening of the 12th, we had a fight of the land bearing west, 12 leagues distant. We stood in for it early next morning. At noon we were not above 3 miles from it, an elevated point which obtained the name of Cape Barnabas, lying in the latitude of 57 degrees 13 minutes bore north-northeast, half-east, 10 miles distant, and the coast extended from north 42 degrees east to west-southwest. The northeast extreme was lost in a haze, but the point to the southwest, whose elevated summit terminated in 2 round hills, on that account was called Two-Headed Point. This part of the coast, in which are several small bays, is composed of high hills and deep valleys, and in some places we could see the tops of other hills beyond those that form the coast, which was but little encumbered with snow, but had a very barren appearance. Not a tree or bush was to be seen upon it, and in general it had a brownish hue, probably the effect of a mossy covering. I continued to ply to the southwest by west as the coast trended, and at 6 in the evening, being midway between Cape Barnabas and Two-Headed Point and 2 leagues from the shore, the depth of water was 62 fathoms. From this station, a low point of land made its appearance beyond Two-Headed Point, bearing south 69 degrees west, and without it, other land that had the appearance of an island bore south 59 degrees west. At noon, on the 13th, being in latitude 56 degrees 49 minutes, Cape St. Barnabas bore north, 52 degrees east, Two-Headed Point north, 14 degrees west, 7 or 8 miles distant, and the coast of the continent extended as far as south, 72.5 degrees west, and the land seen the preceding evening, and supposed to be an island, now appeared like 2 islands. From whatever quarter Two-Headed Point was viewed, it had the appearance of being an island, or else it is a peninsula, on each side of which the shore forms a bay. The wind still continued westerly, a gentle breeze, the weather rather dull and cloudy, and the air sharp and dry. We were well up with the southernmost land next morning, and found it to be an island, which was named Trinity Island. Its greatest extent is 6 leagues in the direction of east and west. Each end is elevated naked land, and in the middle it is low, so that, at a distance from some points of view, it assumes the appearance of 2 islands. It lies in the latitude of 56 degrees 36 minutes and in the longitude of 205 degrees, and between 2 and 3 leagues from the continent, which space is interspersed with small islands and rocks. But there seemed to be good passage enough, and also safe anchorage. At first, we were inclined to think that this was Bering's Foggy Island, but its situation so near the main does not suit his chart. At 8 in the evening, we stood in for the land, till we were within a league of the above-mentioned small islands. The westernmost part of the continent now in fight, being a low point facing Trinity Island, and which we called Cape Trinity, now bore west-northwest. In this situation, having tacked in 54 fathoms water over a bottom of black sand, we stood over for the island, intending to work up between it and the main. The land to the westward of Two-Headed Point is not so mountainous as it is to the northeast of it, nor does so much snow lie upon it. There are, however, a good many hills considerably elevated, but they are disjoined by large tracts of flat land that appeared to be perfectly destitute of wood and very barren. As we were standing over toward the island, we met 2 men in a small canoe, paddling from it to the main. Far from approaching us, they seemed rather to avoid it. The wind now began to incline to the south, and we had reason to expect that it would soon be at southeast. Experience having taught us that a southeasterly wind was here generally, if not always, accompanied by a thick fog, I was afraid to venture through between the island and the continent, lest the passage should not be accomplished before night or before the thick weather came on, when we should be obliged to anchor and, by that means, lose the advantage of a fair wind. These reasons induced me to stretch out to sea, and we passed 2 or 3 rocky islots that lie near the east end of Trinity Island. At 4 in the afternoon, having weathered the island, we tacked and steered west southerly, with a fresh gale at south-southeast, which before midnight veered to the southeast, and was, as usual, attended with misty, drizzling, rainy weather. By the course we steered all night, I was in hopes of falling in with the continent in the morning, and doubtless we should have seen it had the weather been in the least clear, but the fog prevented. Seeing no land at noon and the gale increasing with a thick fog and rain, I steered west-northwest, under such sail as we could easily haul the wind with. Being fully sensible of the danger of running before a strong gale in a thick fog in the vicinity of an unknown coast. It was, however, necessary to run some risk when the wind favoured us, for clear weather, we had found, was generally accompanied with winds from the west. Between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, land was seen through the fog, bearing northwest, not more than 3 or 4 miles distant. Upon this, we immediately hauled up south, close to the wind. Soon after, the 2 courses were split, so that we had others to bring to the yards, and several others of our sails received considerable damage. At 9, the gale abated, the weather cleared up, and we got sight of the coast again, extending from west by south to northwest, about 4 or 5 leagues distant. On sounding, we found 100 fathoms water over a muddy bottom. Soon after, the fog returned, and we saw no more of the land all night. At 4 next morning, the fog being now dispersed, we found ourselves in a manner surrounded by land. The continent, or what was supposed to be the continent, extending from west-southwest to northeast by north, and some elevated land bearing southeast half-south, by estimation 8 or 9 leagues distant. The northeast extreme of the main was the same point of land that we had fallen in with during the fog, and we named it Foggy Cape. It lies in latitude 56 degrees 31 minutes. At this time, having had but little wind all night, a breeze sprung up at northwest. With this, we stood to the southward to make the land, seen in that direction, plainer. At 9 o'clock, we found it to be an island of about 9 leagues in compass, lying in the latitude of 56 degrees 10 minutes and in the longitude of 202 degrees 45 minutes. And it is distinguished in our chart by the name of Foggy Island, having reason to believe, from its situation, that it is the same which had that name given to it by Beering. At the same time, 3 or 4 islands, lying before a bay formed by the coast of the main land, bore north by west. A point, with 3 or 4 pinnacle rocks upon it, which was called Pinnacle Point, bore northwest by west, and a cluster of small islots or rocks lying about 9 leagues from the coast, south-southeast. At noon, when our latitude was 56 degrees 9 minutes and our longitude 201 degrees 45 minutes, these rocks bore south, 58 degrees east, 10 miles distant. Pinnacle Point, north-northwest, distant 7 leagues. The nearest part of the main land, northwest by west, 6 leagues distant, and the most advanced land to the southwest, which had the appearance of being an island, bore west, a little southerly. In the afternoon, we had little or no wind, so that our progress was inconsiderable. At 8 in the evening, the coast extended from southwest to north-northeast, the nearest part about 8 leagues distant. On the 17th, the wind was between west and northwest, a gentle breeze and sometimes almost calm. The weather was clear and the air sharp and dry. At noon, the continent extended from southwest to north by east, the nearest part 7 leagues distant. A large group of islands lying about the same distance from the continent extended from south 26 degrees west to south 52 degrees west. It was calm great part of the 18th, and the weather was clear and pleasant. We availed ourselves of this by making observations for the longitude and variation. The latter was found to be 21 degrees 27 minutes east. There can be no doubt that there is a continuation of the continent between Trinity Island and Foggy Cape, which the thick weather prevented us from seeing. For some distance to the southwest of that cape, this country is more broken or rugged than any part we had yet seen, both with respect to the hills themselves and to the coast, which seemed full of creeks or small inlets, none of which appeared to be of any great depth. Perhaps upon a closer examination, some of the projecting points between these inlets will be found to be islands. Every part had a very barren aspect, and was covered with snow from the summits of the highest hills down to a very small distance from the seacoast. Having occasion to send a boat on board the Discovery, one of the people in her shot a very beautiful bird of the auk kind. It is somewhat less than a duck and of a black colour, except the forepart of the head, which is white, and from above and behind each eye arises an elegant yellowish-white crest, revolved backward as a ram's horn. The bill and feet are red. It is perhaps the Alca monocroa of Stella, mentioned in the history of Kamtschatka. I think the first of these birds was seen by us a little to the southward of Cape St. Hermogenes. From that time, we generally saw some of them every day, and sometimes in large flocks. Besides these, we daily saw most of the other seabirds that are commonly found in other northern oceans, such as gulls, shags, puffins, shearwaters, and sometimes ducks, geese, and swans, and seldom a day passed without seeing seals, whales, and other large fish. In the afternoon, we got a light breeze of wind southerly, which enabled us to steer west for the channel that appeared between the islands and the continent. And at daybreak next morning, we were at no great distance from it and found several other islands within those already seen by us of various extent both in height and circuit. But between these last islands and those before seen, there seemed to be a clear channel for which I steered, being afraid to keep the coast of the continent aboard, lest we should mistake some point of it for an island, and by that means be drawn into some inlet, and lose the advantage of the fair wind, which at this time blew. I therefore kept along the southernmost chain of islands, and at noon we were in the latitude of 55 degrees 18 minutes, and in the narrowest part of the channel, formed by them and those which lie along the continent, where it is about 1.5 leagues or 2 leagues over. The largest island in this group was now on our left, and is distinguished by the name of Kodiak, Auv, according to the information we afterward received. I left the rest of them without names. I believe them to be the same that Beering calls Shumagin's Islands plus, or those islands which he called by that name to be a part of them, for this group is pretty extensive. We saw islands as far to the southward as an island could be seen. They commence in the longitude of 200 degrees 15 minutes east and extend 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees to the westward. I cannot be particular, as we could not distinguish all the islands from the coast of the continent. Most of these islands are of a good height, very barren and rugged, abounding with rocks and steep cliffs, and exhibiting other romantic appearances. There are several snug bays and coves about them. Streams of fresh water run from their elevated parts. Some driftwood was floating around, but not a tree or bush was to be seen growing on the land. A good deal of snow still lay on many of them, and the parts of the continent which showed themselves between the innermost islands were quite covered with it. At 4 p.m, we had passed all the islands that lay to the southward of us, the southernmost at this time bearing south 3 degrees east, and the westernmost point of land now in sight, south 82 degrees west. For this point we steered, and passed between it and 2 or 3 elevated rocks that lie about 1 league to the east of it. Some time after we had got through this channel, in which we found 40 fathoms water, the Discovery, now 2 miles after, fired 3 guns and brought to and made the signal to speak with us. This alarmed me not a little, and as no apparent danger had been remarked in the passage through the channel, it was apprehended that some accident, such as springing a leak, must have happened. A boat was immediately sent to her, and in a short time returned with Captain Clark. I now learned from him that some natives in 3 or 4 canoes, who had been following the ship for some time, at length got under his stern. One of them then made many signs, taking off his cap and bowing after the manner of Europeans. A rope being handed down from the ship, to this he fastened a small thin wooden case or box, and having delivered this safe and spoken something and made some more signs, the canoes dropped after and left the Discovery. No one on board her had any suspicion that the box contained anything till after the departure of the canoes, when it was accidentally opened and a piece of paper was found, folded up carefully, upon which something was written in the Russian language, as was supposed. The date 1778 was prefixed to it, and, in the body of the written note, there was a reference to the year 1776. Not learned enough to decipher the alphabet of the writer, his numerals marked sufficiently that others had preceded us in visiting this dreary part of the globe, who were united to us by other ties besides those of our common nature, and the hopes of soon meeting with some of the Russian traders could not but give a sensible satisfaction to those who had, for such a length of time, been conversant with the savages of the Pacific Ocean and of the continent of North America. Captain Clark was at first of opinion that some Russians had been shipwrecked here, and that these unfortunate persons, seeing our ships pass, had taken this method to inform us of their situation. Impressed with humane sentiments on such an occasion, he was desirous of our stopping till they might have time to join us. But no such idea occurred to me. It seemed obvious that if this had been the case, it would have been the first step taken by such shipwrecked persons in order to secure to themselves and to their companions the relief they could not but be solicitous about, to send some of their body off to the ships in the Canoes. For this reason, I rather thought that the paper contained a note of information, left by some Russian trader who had lately been amongst these islands, to be delivered to the next of their countrymen who should arrive, and that the natives, seeing our ships pass and supposing us to be Russians, had resolved to bring off the note, thinking it might induce us to stop. Fully convinced of this, I did not stay to inquire any farther into the matter, but made sail and stood away to the westward along the coast, perhaps I should say along the islands, for we could not pronounce with certainty whether the nearest land within us was continent or islands. If not the latter, the coast here forms some tolerably large and deep bays. We continued to run all night with a gentle breeze at northeast, and at 2 o'clock next morning, some breakers were seen within us, at the distance of 2 miles. 2 hours after, others were seen ahead, and on our larboard bow, and between us and the land, they were innumerable. We did but just clear them by holding a south course. These breakers were occasioned by rocks, some of which were above water. They extend 7 leagues from the land, and are very dangerous, especially in thick weather, to which this coast seems much subject. At noon, we had just got on their outside, and, by observation, we were in the latitude of 54 degrees 44 minutes, and in the longitude of 198 degrees. The nearest land, being an elevated bluff point, which was called Rock Point, bore north 7 or 8 leagues distant. The westernmost part of the main, or what was supposed to be the main, bore north 80 degrees west, and a round hill without, which was found to be an island, and was called Halibut Head, bore south 65 degrees west, 13 leagues distant. On the 21st at noon, having made but little progress, on account of faint winds and calms, Halibut Head, which lies in the latitude of 54 degrees 27 minutes and in the longitude of 197 degrees, bore north 24 degrees west, and the island on which it is and called Halibut Island, extended from north by east to northwest by west, 2 leagues distant. This island is 7 or 8 leagues in circuit, and except the head, the land of it is low and very barren. There are several small islands near it, all of the same appearance, but there seemed to be a passage between them and the main, 2 or 3 leagues broad. The rocks and breakers before mentioned forced us so far from the continent that we had but a distant view of the coast between Rock Point and Halibut Island. Over this and the adjoining islands we could see the main land covered with snow, but particularly some hills whose elevated tops were seen towering above the clouds to a most stupendous height. The most southwesterly of these hills was discovered to have a volcano, which continually threw up vast columns of black smoke. It stands not far from the coast, and in the latitude of 54 degrees 48 minutes, and the longitude of 195 degrees 45 minutes. It is also remarkable from its figure, which is a complete cone, and the volcano is at the very summit. We seldom saw this, or indeed any other of these mountains, wholly clear of clouds. At times both base and summit would be clear, when a narrow cloud, sometimes 2 or 3, one above another, would embrace the middle like a girdle, which, with the column of smoke rising perpendicular to a great height out of its top and spreading before the wind into a tail of vast length, made a very picturesque appearance. It may be worth remarking that the wind, at the height to which the smoke of this volcano reached, moved sometimes in a direction contrary to what it did at sea, even when it blew a fresh gale. In the afternoon, having 3 hours calm, our people caught upward of 100 halibuts, some of which weighed 100 pounds, and none less than 20 pounds. This was a very seasonable refreshment to us. In the height of our fishing, which was in 35 fathoms water and 3 or 4 miles from the shore, a small canoe, conducted by one man, came to us from the large island. On approaching the ship, he took off his cap and bowed, as the other had done, who visited the Discovery the preceding day. It was evident that the Russians must have a communication and traffic with these people, not only from their acquired politeness, but from the note before mentioned. But we had now a fresh proof of it, for our present visitor wore a pair of green cloth breeches and a jacket of black cloth or stuff under the gut shirt or frock of his own country. He had nothing to barter except a grey fox skin and some fishing implements or harpoons, the heads of the shafts of which, for the length of a foot or more, were neatly made of bone as thick as a walking cane and carved. He had with him a bladder, full of something, which we supposed to be oil, for he opened it, took a mouthful, and then fastened it again. His canoe was of the same make with those we had seen before, but rather smaller. He used the double-bladed paddle, as did also those who had visited the Discovery. In his size and features, he exactly resembled those we saw in Prince William's Sound and in the Great River, but he was quite free from paint of any kind, and had the perforation of his lip made in an oblique direction, without any ornament in it. He did not seem to understand any of the words commonly used by our visitors in the Sound when repeated to him. But perhaps our faulty pronunciation, rather than his ignorance of the dialect, may be inferred from this. The weather was cloudy and hazy, with now and then sunshine, till the afternoon of the 22nd, when the wind came round to the southeast and, as usual, brought thick, rainy weather. Before the fog came on, no part of the main land was in sight except the volcano and another mountain close by it. I continued to steer west till 7 in the evening, when, being apprehensive of falling in with the land in thick weather, we hauled the wind to the southward till 2 o'clock next morning, and then bore away again west. We made but little progress, having the wind variable, and but little of it, till at last it fixed in the western board, and at 5 in the afternoon, having a gleam of sunshine, we saw land bearing north 59 degrees west, appearing in hillocks like islands. At 6 in the morning of the 24th, we got a sight of the continent. and at 9 it was seen extending from northeast by east to southwest by west, half west, the nearest part about 4 leagues distant. The land to the southwest proved to be islands, the same that had been seen the preceding evening. But the other was a continuation of the continent, without any islands to obstruct our view of it. In the evening, being about 4 leagues from the shore, in 42 fathoms water, having little or no wind, we had recourse to our hooks and lines, but only 2 or 3 small cod were caught. The next morning we got a breeze easterly, and what was uncommon, with this wind, clear weather, so that we not only saw the volcano but other mountains, both to the east and west of it, and all the coast of the mainland under them, much plainer than at any time before. It extended from northeast by north to northwest half west, where it seemed to terminate. Between this point and the islands without it, there appeared a large opening, for which I steered till we raised land beyond it. This land, although we did not perceive that it joined the continent, made a passage through the opening very doubtful. It also made it doubtful whether the land which we saw to the southwest was insular or continental, and, if the latter, it was obvious that the opening would be a deep bay or inlet, from which, if once we entered it with an easterly wind, it would not be so easy to get out. Not caring, therefore, to trust too much to appearances, I steered to the southward. Having thus got without all the land in sight, I then steered west, in which direction the islands lay, for such we found this land to be. By 8 o'clock we had passed 3 of them, all of a good height. More of them were now seen to the westward, the southwesternmost part of them bearing west-northwest. The weather in the afternoon became gloomy, and at length turned to a mist, and the wind blew fresh at east. I therefore at 10 at night hauled the wind to the southward till daybreak, when we resumed our course to the west. Daylight availed us little, for the weather was so thick that we could not see 100 yards before us. But as the wind was now moderate, I ventured to run. At 4:30, we were alarmed at hearing the sound of breakers on our larboard bow. On heaving the lead, we found 28 fathoms water, and the next cast, 25. I immediately brought the ship to, with her head to the northward, and anchored in this last depth over a bottom of coarse sand, calling the Discovery, she being close by us, to anchor also. A few hours after, the fog having cleared away a little, it appeared that we had escaped very imminent danger. We found ourselves 3/4 of a mile from the northeast side of an island, which extended from south by west half west to north by east half east, each extreme about a league distant. 2 elevated rocks, the one bearing south by east and the other east by south, were about half a league each from us, and about the same distance from each other. There were several breakers about them, and yet Providence had, in the dark, conducted the ships through between these rocks, which I should not have ventured in a clear day, and to such an anchoring place that I could not have chosen a better. Finding ourselves so near land, I sent a boat to examine what it produced. In the afternoon she returned, and the officer who commanded her reported that it produced some tolerably good grass and several other small plants, one of which was like purslane and eat very well, either in soups or as a salad. There was no appearance of shrubs or trees, but on the beach were a few pieces of driftwood. It was judged to be low water between 10 and 11 o'clock, and we found where we lay at anchor that the flood tide came from the east or southeast. In the night, the wind blew fresh at south, but was more moderate toward the morning, and the fog partly dispersed. Having weighed at 7 o'clock, we steered to the northward, between the island under which we had anchored and another small one near it. The channel is not above a mile broad, and before we were through it, the wind failed, and we were obliged to anchor in 34 fathoms water. We had now land in every direction. That to the south extended to the southwest, in a ridge of mountains, but our sight could not determine whether it composed one or more islands. We afterward found it to be only one island, and known by the name of Oonalaska. Between it and the land to the north, which had the appearance of being a group of islands, there seemed to be a channel in the direction of northwest by north. On a point, which bore west from the ship 3/4 of a mile distant, were several natives and their habitations. To this place we saw them tow in 2 whales, which we supposed they had just killed. A few of them now and then came off to the ships and bartered a few trifling things with our people, but never remained above 1/4 of an hour at a time. On the contrary, they rather seemed shy, and yet we could judge that they were no strangers to vessels in some degree like ours. They behaved with a degree of politeness uncommon to savage tribes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, having a light breeze at northeast and the tide of flood in our favour, we weighed and steered for the channel above mentioned in hopes, after we were through, of finding the land trend away to the northward, or at least a passage out to sea to the west. For we supposed ourselves, as it really happened, to be amongst islands, and not in an inlet of the continent. We had not been long under sail before the wind veered to the north, which obliged us to ply. The soundings were from 40 to 27 fathoms, over a bottom of sand and mud. In the evening, the ebb making against us, we anchored about 3 leagues from our last station, with the passage bearing northwest. At daybreak the next morning, we weighed with a light breeze at south, which carried us up to the passage, when it was succeeded by variable light airs from all directions. But as there run a rapid tide in our favour, the Resolution got through before the ebb made. The Discovery was not so fortunate. She was carried back, got into the race, and had some trouble to get clear of it. As soon as we were through, the land, on one side, was found to trend west and southwest, and that on the other side to trend north. This gave us great reason to hope that the continent had here taken a new direction, which was much in our favour. Being in want of water, and perceiving that we run some risk of driving about in a rapid tide, without wind to govern the ship, I stood for a harbour lying on the south side of the passage. But we were very soon driven past it, and to prevent being forced back through the passage, came to an anchor in 28 fathoms water, pretty near the southern shore, out of the reach of the strong tide. And yet, even here, we found it to run full 5 knots and a half in the hour. While we lay here, several of the natives came off to us, each in a canoe, and bartered a few fishing implements for tobacco. One of them, a young man, overset his canoe while alongside of one of our boats. Our people caught hold of him, but the canoe went adrift, and being picked up by another, was carried ashore. The youth by this accident was obliged to come into the ship, and he went down into my cabin upon the first invitation without expressing the least reluctance or uneasiness. His dress was an upper garment, like a shirt, made of the large gut of some sea animal, probably the whale, and an undergarment of the same shape, made of the skins of birds, dressed with the feathers on and neatly sewed together, the feathered side being worn next his skin. It was mended or patched with pieces of silk stuff, and his cap was ornamented with 2 or 3 sorts of glass beads. His own clothes being wet, I gave him others, in which he dressed himself with as much ease as I could have done. From his behaviour, and that of some others, we were convinced that these people were no strangers to Europeans and to some of their customs. But there was something in our ships that greatly excited their curiosity, for such as could not come off in canoes, assembled on the neighbouring hills to look at them. At low water, having weighed and towed the ship into the harbour, we anchored there in 9 fathoms water, over a bottom of sand and mud. The Discovery got in soon after. A launch was now sent for water, and a boat to draw the seine, but we caught only 4 trout and a few other small fish. Soon after we anchored, a native of the island brought on board such another note as had been given to Captain Clark. He presented it to me, but it was written in the Russian language, which, as already observed, none of us could read. As it could be of no use to me and might be of consequence to others, I returned it to the bearer and dismissed him with a few presents, for which he expressed his thanks by making several low bows as he retired. In walking next day along the shore, I met with a group of natives of both sexes, seated on the grass at a repast, consisting of raw fish, which they seemed to eat with as much relish as we should a turbot, served up with the richest sauce. By the evening we had completed our water and made such observations as the time and weather would permit. I have taken notice of the rapidity of the tide without the harbour, but it was inconsiderable within. It was low water at noon, and high water at 6:30 in the evening, and the water rose upon a perpendicular 3 feet 4 inches, but there were marks of it sometimes rising a foot higher. Thick fogs and a contrary wind detained us till the 2nd of July, which afforded an opportunity of acquiring some knowledge of the country and of its inhabitants. The result of our observations will be mentioned in another place. At present I shall only describe the harbour. It is called by the natives Samganuda, and is situated on the north side of Oonalaska, in the latitude of 53 degrees 55 minutes, in the longitude of 193 degrees 30 minutes, and in the strait or passage that separates this island from those that lie to the north of it, and whose position before the harbour shelters it from the winds that blow from that quarter. It runs in, south by west, about 4 miles, and is about a mile broad at the entrance, narrowing toward the head, where its breadth is not above 1/4 of a mile, and where ships can lie landlocked in 7, 6, and 4 fathoms water. Great plenty of good water may be easily got, but not a single stick of wood of any size. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2 by Captain James Cook, Book 2, Chapter 8. Progress northward after leaving Oonalaska. The islands Oonella and Akutan, Unimak. Shallowness of the water along the coast. Briftol Bay. Round Island. Calm Point. Cape Newenham. Lieutenant Williamson lands and his report. Bristol Bay and its extent. The ships obliged to return on account of shoals. Natives come off to the ships. Death of Mr. Anderson, his character, and island named after him. Point Rodney. Sledge Island, and remarks on landing there. King's Island. Cape Prince of Wales, the western extreme of America. Course westward. Anchor in a bay on the coast of Asia. Having put to sea with a light breeze at south-southeast, we steered to the north, meeting with nothing to obstruct us in this course. For, as I observed before, the island of Oonalaska on the one side trended southwest, and on the other, no land was to be seen in a direction more northerly than northeast, the whole of which land was a continuation of the same group of islands which we had fallen in with on the 25th of June. That which lies before Samganuda and forms the northeast side of the passage through which we came is called Oonella, and is about 7 leagues in circumference. Another island, to the northeast of it, is called Akutan, which is considerably larger than Oonella, and hath in it some very high mountains, which were covered with snow. It appeared that we might have gone very safely between these 2 islands and the continent, the southwest point of which opened off the northeast point of Akutan, in the direction of north 60 degrees east, and which proved to be the same point of land we had seen when we quitted the coast of the continent on the 25th of June to go without the islands. It is called by the people of these parts Unimak, and lies in the latitude of 54 degrees 30 minutes, and in the longitude of 192 degrees 30 minutes. Over the cape, which of itself is high land, is a round, elevated mountain, at this time entirely covered with snow. At fix in the evening, this mountain bore east 2 degrees north, and at 8 we had no land in sight. Concluding, therefore, that the coast of the continent had now taken a northeasterly direction, I ventured to steer the same course till 1 o'clock next morning, when the watch on deck thought they 4 land ahead. Upon this we wore and stood to the southwest for 2 hours, and then returned our course to the east-northeast. At 6 o'clock, land was seen ahead, bearing southeast about 5 leagues distant. As we advanced, we raised more and more land, all connected, and seemingly in the direction of our course. At noon, it extended from south-southwest to east, the nearest part 5 or 6 leagues distant. Our latitude at this time was 55 degrees 21 minutes, and our longitude 195 degrees 18 minutes. This coast is on the northwest side of the volcano mountain, so that we must have seen it if the weather had been tolerably clear. At fix in the evening, after having run 8 leagues upon an east by north course from noon, we found 48 fathoms over a bottom of black sand. Being at this time 4 leagues from the land, the eastern part in sight bore east-southeast and appeared as a high round hummock, seemingly detached from the main. Having continued to steer east-northeast all night, at 8 in the morning of the 4th, the coast was seen from south-southwest and east by south, and at times we could see high land covered with snow behind it. Soon after, it fell calm, and being in 30 fathoms water, we put over hooks and lines and caught a good number of fine codfish. At noon, having now a breeze from the east, and the weather being clear, we found ourselves 6 leagues from the land, which extended from south by west to east by south. The hummock, seen the preceding evening, bore southwest by south, 10 leagues distant. Our latitude was now 55 degrees 50 minutes, and our longitude 197 degrees 3 minutes. A great hollow swell from west-southwest assured us that there was no mainland near in that direction. I stood to the north till fix in the afternoon, when the wind, having veered to southeast, enabled us to steer east-northeast. The coast lay in this direction, and at noon the next day was about 4 leagues distant. On the 6th and 7th, the wind being northerly, we made but little progress. At 8 in the evening of the latter, we were in 19 fathoms water, and about 3 or 4 leagues from the coast, which, on the 8th, extended from south-southwest to east by north, and was all low land, with a ridge of mountains behind it, covered with snow. It is probable that this low coast extends some distance to the southwest, and that such places as we sometimes took for inlets or bays are only valleys between the mountains. On the morning of the 9th, with a breeze at northwest, we steered east by north to get nearer the coast. At noon, we were in the latitude of 57 degrees 49 minutes, and in the longitude of 201 degrees 33 minutes, and about 2 leagues from the land, which extended from south by east to east-northeast, being all a low coast, with points shooting out in some places, which, from the deck, appeared like islands. But from the masthead, low land was seen to connect them. In this situation, the depth of water was 15 fathoms, the bottom a fine black sand. As we had advanced to the northeast, we had found the depth of water gradually decreasing and the coast trending more and more northerly. But the ridge of mountains behind it continued to lie in the same direction as those more westerly, so that the extent of the low land between the foot of the mountains and the sea-coast insensibly increased. Both high and low grounds were perfectly destitute of wood, but seemed to be covered with a green turf except the mountains, which were covered with snow. Continuing to steer along the coast with a gentle breeze westerly, the water gradually shoaled from 15 to 10 fathoms, though we were at the distance of 8 or 10 miles from the shore. At 8 in the evening, an elevated mountain, which had been in fight for some time, bore southeast by east, 21 leagues distant. Some other mountains, belonging to the same chain and much farther distant, bore east 3 degrees north. The coast extended as far as northeast half-north, where it seemed to terminate in a point beyond which we hoped and expected that it would take a more easterly direction. But soon after, we discovered low land, extending from behind this point as far as northwest by west, where it was lost in the horizon, and behind it was high land that appeared in detached hills. Thus the fine prospect we had of getting to the north vanished in a moment. I stood on till 9 o'clock, for so long it was light, and then the point above mentioned bore northeast half east, about 3 miles distant. Behind this point is a river, the entrance of which seemed to be a mile broad, but I can say nothing as to its depth. The water appeared discoloured, as upon shoals, but a calm would have given it the same aspect. It seemed to have a winding direction through the great flat that lies between the chain of mountains to the southeast and the hills to the northwest. It must abound with falmon, as we saw many leaping in the sea before the entrance, and some were found in the moors of cod which we had caught. The entrance of this river, distinguished by the name of Bristol River, lies in the latitude of 58 degrees 27 minutes and in the longitude of 201 degrees 55 minutes. Having spent the night in making short boards, at daybreak on the morning of the 10th we made fail to the west-southwest with a gentle breeze at northeast. At 11 o'clock we thought the coast to the northwest terminated in a point bearing northwest by west, and as we had now deepened the water from 9 to 14 fathoms, I steered for the point, ordering the Discovery to keep ahead. But before she had run a mile, she made a signal for shoal water. At that instant, we had the depth of 7 fathoms, and before we could get the ship's head the other way, had less than 5, but the Discovery had less than 4. We stood back to the northeast, 3 or 4 miles, but finding there was a strong tide or current setting to the west-southwest, that is toward the shoal, we anchored in 10 fathoms over a bottom of fine sand. 2 hours after we had anchored, the water had fallen 2 feet and upward, which proved that it was the tide of ebb that came from the river above mentioned. We also examined some of the water which we had taken up and found that it was not half so salt as common seawater. This furnished another proof that we were before a large river. At 4 in the afternoon, the wind shifting to southwest, we weighed and stood to the southward, with boats ahead founding, and passed over the south end of the shoal in 6 fathoms water. We then got into 13 and 15, in which last depth we anchored, at 8:30. Some part of the chain of mountains on the southeast shore in fight, bearing southeast half-south, and the westernmost land on the other shore northwest. We had, in the course of the day, seen high land, bearing north 60 degrees west, by estimation 12 leagues distant. Having weighed next morning at 2 o'clock, with a light breeze at southwest by west, we plied to windward till 9. When judging the flood tide to be now made against us, we came to an anchor in 24 fathoms. We lay here till 1, when the fog, which had prevailed this morning dispersing and the tide making in our favour, we weighed and plied to the southwest. In the evening, the wind was very variable, and we had some thunder. We had heard none before since our arrival upon the coast, and this was at a great distance. The wind having settled again in the southwest quarter in the morning of the 12th, we stood to the northwest, and at 10 saw the continent. At noon it extended from northeast by north to north-northwest a quarter west, and an elevated hill bore north-northwest 10 leagues distant. This proved to be an island, which from its figure obtained the name of Round Island. It lies in the latitude of 58 degrees 37 minutes, and in the longitude of 200 degrees 6 minutes and 7 miles from the continent. In the evening at 9, having stood to the northward to within 3 leagues of the shore, we tacked in 14 fathoms water. The extremes of the coast bearing east-southeast half-east and west. The wind veering to the northwest enabled us to make a good stretch along shore till 2 o'clock in the morning, when we got all at once into 6 fathoms water, being at this time 2 leagues from the shore. After edging off a little, our depth gradually increased, and at noon we had 20 fathoms, when the latitude was 58 degrees 13 minutes and the longitude 199 degrees. Round Island bore north, 5 degrees east, and the west extreme of the coast north, 16 degrees west, 7 leagues distant. It is an elevated point, which obtained the name of Calm Point, from our having calm weather when off it. To the northwest of Round Island are 2 or 3 hillocks that appeared like islands, and it is possible they may be such, for we had but a distant view of the coast in this place. During the 14th and 15th, our progress was slow, having little wind, and sometimes so thick a fog that we could not see the length of the ship. The soundings were from 14 to 26 fathoms, and we had tolerable success in fishing, catching cod, and now and then a few flatfish. At 5 in the morning of the 16th, the fog having cleared up, we found ourselves nearer the land than we expected. Calm Point bore north 72 degrees east, and a point 8 leagues from it, in the direction of west, bore north 3 degrees east, 3 miles distant. Between these 2 points, the coast forms a bay, in some parts of which the land was hardly visible from the masthead. There is also a bay on the northwest side of this last point, between it and an elevated promontory, which at this time bore north 36 degrees west, 16 miles distant. At 9, I sent Lieutenant Williamson to this promontory, with orders to land, and see what direction the coast took beyond it, and what the country produced, for from the ships it had but a barren appearance. We found here the flood tide setting strongly to the northwest along the coast. At noon it was high water, and we anchored in 24 fathoms, 4 leagues distant from the shore. At 5 in the afternoon, the tide making in our favour, we weighed and drove with it, for there was no wind. Soon after, Mr. Williamson returned and reported that he had landed on the point, and having climbed the highest hill, found that the farthest part of the coast in sight bore nearly north. He took possession of the country in His Majesty's name, and left on the hill a bottle in which was inscribed on a piece of paper the names of the ships and the date of the discovery. The promontory, to which he gave the name of Cape Newenham, is a rocky point of tolerable height, situated in the latitude of 58 degrees 42 minutes, and in the longitude of 197 degrees 36 minutes. Over, or within it, are 2 elevated hills, rising one behind the other. The innermost, or easternmost, is the highest. The country, as far as Mr. Williamson could see, produces neither tree nor shrub. The hills are naked, but on the lower grounds grew grass and other plants, very few of which were in flower. He saw no other animal but a doe and her fawn, and a dead seahorse or cow upon the beach. Of these animals we had lately seen a great many. As the coast takes a northerly direction from Cape Newenham, that cape fixes the northern limit of the Great Bay and Gulf lying before the River Bristol, which, in honour of the Admiral Earl of Bristol, was named Bristol Bay. Cape Unimak is the south limit of this bay, and is distant 82 leagues from Cape Newenham in the direction of south-southwest. About 8 in the evening, a light breeze springing up, which fixed at south-southeast, we steered northwest and north-northwest round Cape Newenham, which at noon next day bore south by east, distant 4 leagues. At this time the most advanced land to the northward bore north, 30 degrees east. Our depth of water was 17 fathoms, and the nearest shore 3.5 leagues distant. We had but little wind all the afternoon, so that at 10 at night we had only made 3 leagues upon a north course. We steered north by west till 8 the next morning, when, our depth of water decreasing suddenly to 5 and 7 fathoms, we brought to, till a boat from each ship was sent ahead to sound, and then steered northeast after them, and at noon we had deepened the water to 17 fathoms. At this time Cape Newenham bore south, 9 degrees east, distant 11 or 12 leagues. The northeast extreme of the land in sight north, 66 degrees east, and the nearest shore about 4 or 5 leagues distant. Our latitude, by observation, was 59 degrees 16 minutes. Between this latitude and Cape Newenham, the coast is composed of hills and low land, and appeared to form several bays. A little before 1 o'clock, the boats ahead made the signal for meeting with shoal water. It seems they had only 2 fathoms, and at the same time the ships were in 6 fathoms. By hauling a little more to the northward, we continued in much the same depth till between 5 and 6 o'clock. When the boats meeting with less and less water, I made the signal to the Discovery, she being then ahead, to anchor, which we did soon after. In bringing our ship up, the cable parted at the clinch, which obliged us to come to with the other anchor. We rode in 6 fathoms water, a sandy bottom, and about 4 or 5 leagues from the mainland. Cape Newenham bearing south, 17 leagues distant. The farthest hills we could see to the north bore northeast by east, but there was low land stretching out from the highland as far as north by east. Without this was a shoal of sand and stones that was dry at half ebb. I had sent the 2 masters, each in a boat, to sound between this shoal and the coast. On their return they reported that there was a channel in which they found 6 and 7 fathoms water, but that it was narrow and intricate. At low water, we made an attempt to get a hawser round the lost anchor, but did not succeed then. However, being determined not to leave it behind me, as long as there was a probability of recovering it, I persevered in my endeavours, and at last succeeded in the evening of the 20th. While we were thus employed, I ordered Captain Clark to send his master in a boat to look for a passage in the southwest quarter. He did so, but no channel was to be found in that direction, nor did there appear to be any way to get clear of these shoals, but to return by the track which had brought us in. For although by following the channel we were in, we might probably have got farther down the coast, and though possibly this channel might have led us at last to the north, clear of the shoals, still the attempt would have been attended with vast risk, and if we should not have succeeded, there would have been a considerable loss of time that could ill be spared. These reasons induced me to return by the way in which we came, and so get without the shoals. A number of lunar observations made by Mr. King and myself on this and the 4 preceding days, and all reduced to the ship's present station, gave the longitude 197 degrees 45 minutes 48 seconds. By the timekeeper it was 197 degrees 26 minutes 48 seconds. Our latitude was 59 grados 37 minutos 30 segundos. Variation by the mean of 3 compasses, AM 23 degrees 34 minutes 3 seconds, PM 22 degrees 19 minutes 40 seconds, mean 22 degrees 56 minutes 51 inches east. The northernmost part of the coast that we could see from this station I judged to lie in the latitude of 60 degrees. It seemed to form a low point, which obtained the name of Shoal Ness. The tide of flood sets to the north and the ebb to the south. It rises and falls upon a perpendicular 5 or 6 feet, and I reckon it to be high water on the full and change days at 8 o'clock. Having weighed at 3 in the morning on the 21st, with a light breeze at north-northwest, we steered back to the southward, having 3 boats ahead to direct us. But notwithstanding this precaution, we found more difficulty in returning than we had in advancing, and at last were obliged to anchor to avoid running upon a shoal which had only a depth of 5 feet. While we lay here, 27 men of the country, each in a canoe, came off to the ships, which they approached with great caution, hollowing and opening their arms as they advanced. This, we understood, was to express their pacific intentions. At length, some approached near enough to receive a few trifles that were thrown to them. This encouraged the rest to venture alongside, and a traffic presently commenced between them and our people, who got dresses of skins, bows, arrows, darts, wooden vessels, etc., our visitors taking in exchange for these whatever was offered them. They seemed to be the same sort of people that we had of late met with all along this coast, wore the same kind of ornaments in their lips and noses, but were far more dirty and not so well clothed. They appeared to be wholly unacquainted with people like us. They knew not the use of tobacco, nor was any foreign article seen in their possession, unless a knife may be looked upon as such. This, indeed, was only a piece of common iron fitted in a wooden handle, so as to answer the purpose of a knife. They, however, knew the value and use of this instrument so well that it seemed to be the only article they wished for. Most of them had their hair shaved or cut short off, leaving only a few locks behind or on one side. For a covering for the head, they wore a hood of skins and a bonnet which appeared to be of wood. One part of their dress, which we got from them, was a kind of girdle, very neatly made of skin, with trappings depending from it, and passing between the legs, so as to conceal the adjoining pants. By the use of such a girdle, it should seem that they sometimes go naked, even in this high latitude, for they hardly wear it under their other clothing. The canoes were made of skins, like all the others we had lately seen, only with this difference that these were broader, and the hole in which the man sits was wider than in any I had before met with. Our boats returning from sounding seemed to alarm them, so that they all left us sooner than probably they would otherwise have done. It was the 22nd in the evening before we got clear of these shoals, and then I durst not venture to steer to the westward in the night, but spent it off Cape Newenham, and at daybreak next morning steered to the northwest, ordering the Discovery to lead. Before we had run 2 leagues, our depth of water decreased to 6 fathoms. Fearing if we continued this course that we should find less and less water, I hauled to the southward, the wind being at east, a fresh breeze. This course brought us gradually into 18 fathoms, and, having that depth, I ventured to steer a little westerly, and afterward west, when we at last found 26 fathoms water. On the 24th at noon, we were by observation in the latitude of 58 degrees 7 minutes and in the longitude of 194 degrees 22 minutes. 3 leagues to the westward of this station we had 28 fathoms water, and then steered west-northwest, the water gradually deepening to 34 fathoms. I would have steered more northerly, but the wind having veered in that direction, I could not. The 25th in the evening, having a very thick fog and but little wind, we dropped anchor in 30 fathoms water. Our latitude was now 58 degrees 29 minutes, and our longitude 191 degrees 37 minutes. At 6 the next morning, the weather clearing up a little, we weighed, and with a small breeze at east, steered north, our soundings being from 28 to 25 fathoms. After running 9 leagues upon this course, the wind returned back to the north, which obliged us to steer more westerly. The weather continued, for the most part, foggy, till toward noon on the 28th, when we had a few hours clear sunshine, during which we made several lunar observations. The mean result of them, reduced to noon, when the latitude was 59 degrees 55 minutes, gave 190 degrees 6 minutes longitude, and the timekeeper gave 189 degrees 59 degrees. The variation of the compass was 18 degrees 40 minutes east. Continuing our westerly course, the water having now deepened to 36 fathoms, at 4 o'clock next morning we discovered land, bearing northwest by west, 6 leagues distant. We stood toward it till 10:30, when we tacked in 24 fathoms water, being at this time a league from the land, which bore north-northwest. It was the southeast extremity, and formed a perpendicular cliff of considerable height, on which account it was called Point Upright, and lies in the latitude of 60 degrees 17 minutes, and in the longitude of 187 degrees 30 minutes. More land was seen to the westward of the point, and at a clear interval we saw another elevated portion of land in the direction of west by south, and this seemed to be entirely separated from the other. Here we met with an incredible number of birds, all as the auk kind before described. We had baffling light winds all the afternoon, so that we made but little progress, and the weather was not clear enough to enable us to determine the extent of the land before us. We supposed it to be one of the many islands laid down by Mr. Stellin in his map of the new northern archipelago, and we expected every moment to see more of them. At 4 in the afternoon of the 30th, Point Upright bore northwest by north, 6 leagues distant. About this time, a light breeze springing up at north-northwest, we stood to the northeast till 4 o'clock next morning, when the wind veering to the eastward, we tacked and stood to the northwest. Soon after the wind came to southeast, and we steered northeast by north, which course we continued, with soundings from 35 to 20 fathoms, till next day at noon. At this time, we were in the latitude of 60 degrees 58 minutes, and in the longitude of 191 degrees. The wind now veering to northeast, I first made a stretch of 10 leagues to the northwest, and then, seeing no land in that direction, I stood back to the eastward about 15 leagues, and met with nothing but pieces of driftwood. The soundings were from 22 to 19 fathoms. Variable, light winds with showers of rain prevailed all the second. But fixing in the southeast quarter in the morning of the 3rd, we resumed our course to the northward. At noon we were, by observation, in the latitude of 62 degrees 34 minutes. Our longitude was 192 degrees, and our depth of water 16 fathoms. Mr. Anderson, my surgeon, who had been lingering under a consumption for more than 12 months, expired between 3 and 4 this afternoon. He was a sensible young man, an agreeable companion, well skilled in his own profession, and had acquired considerable knowledge in other branches of science. The reader of this journal will have observed how useful an assistant I had found him in the course of the voyage, and had it pleased God to have spared his life, the public, I make no doubt, might have received from him such communications on various parts of the natural history of the several places we visited as would have abundantly shown that he was not unworthy of this commendation. Soon after he had breathed his last, land was seen to the westward, 12 leagues distant. It was supposed to be an island, and, to perpetuate the memory of the deceased, for whom I had a very great regard, I named it Anderson's Island. The next day, I removed Mr. Law, the surgeon of the Discovery, into the Resolution, and appointed Mr. Samuel, the surgeon's first mate of the Resolution, to be surgeon of the Discovery. On the 4th, at 3 in the afternoon, land was seen, extending from north-northeast to northwest. We stood on toward it till 4 o'clock, when, being 4 or 5 miles from it, we tacked. And soon after, the wind falling, we anchored in 13 fathoms water, over a sandy bottom, being about 2 leagues from the land, and, by our reckoning, in the latitude of 64 degrees 27 minutes, and in the longitude of 194 degrees 18 minutes. At intervals, we could see the coast extending from east to northwest, and a pretty high island, bearing west by north, 3 leagues distant. The land before us, which we supposed to be the continent of America, appeared low next the sea. But inland, it swelled into hills, which rise, one behind another, to a considerable height. It had a greenish hue, but seemed destitute of wood and free from snow. While we lay at anchor, we found that the flood tide came from the east and set to the west till between 10 and 11 o'clock. From that time till 2 the next morning, the stream set to the eastward, and the water fell 3 feet. The flood ran both stronger and longer than the ebb, from which I concluded that besides the tide, there was a westerly current. At 10 in the morning of the 5th, with the wind at southwest, we ran down and anchored between the island and the continent in 7 fathoms water. Soon after, I landed upon the island, accompanied by Mr. King and some others of the officers. I hoped to have had from it a view of the coast and sea to the westward, but the fog was so thick in that direction that the prospect was not more extensive than from the ship. The coast of the continent seemed to take a turn to the northward, at a low point named Point Rodney, which bore from the island northwest, half west, 3 or 4 leagues distant, but the high land, which took a more northerly direction, was seen a great way farther. This island, which was named Sledge Island, and lies in the latitude of 64 degrees 30 minutes and in the longitude of 193 degrees 57 minutes, is about 4 leagues in circuit. The surface of the ground is composed chiefly of large, loose stones that are, in many places, covered with moss and other vegetables, of which there were above 20 or 30 different sorts, and most of them in flower. But I saw neither shrub nor tree either upon the island or on the continent. On a small low spot near the beach where we landed was a good deal of wild purslin, peas, longwort, etc., some of which we took on board for the pot. We saw one fox, a few plovers, and some other small birds, and we met with some decayed huts that were partly built below ground. People had lately been on the island, and it is pretty clear that they frequently visit it for some purpose or other, as there was a beaten path from the one end to the other. We found, a little way from the shore where we landed, a fledge, which occasioned this name being given to the island. It seemed to be such a one as the Russians in Kamchatka make use of to convey goods from place to place over the ice or snow. It was 10 feet long, 20 inches broad, and had a kind of railwork on each side, and was shod with bone. The construction of it was admirable, and all the parts neatly put together, some with wooden pins, but mostly with thongs or lashings of whalebone, which made me think it was entirely the workmanship of the natives. At 3 o'clock the next morning, we weighed and proceeded to the northwestward with a light southerly breeze. We had an opportunity to observe the sun's meridian altitude for the latitude, and to get altitude, both in the forenoon and afternoon, to obtain the longitude by the timekeeper. As we had but little wind, and variable withal, we advanced but slowly, and at 8 in the evening, finding the ships settle fast toward the land into shoal water, I anchored in 7 fathoms, about 2 leagues from the coast. Sledge Island bore south, 51 degrees east, 10 leagues distant, and was seen over the south point of the main land. Soon after we had anchored, the weather, which had been misty, clearing up. We saw high land extending from north 40 degrees east to north 30 degrees west, apparently disjoined from the coast, under which we were at anchor, which seemed to trend away northeast. At the same time, an island was seen bearing north 81 degrees west, 8 or 9 leagues distant. It appeared to have no great extent, and was named King's Island. We rowed here till 8 o'clock next morning, when we weighed, and stood to the northwest. The weather clearing up toward the evening, we got sight of the northwest land, extending from north by west to northwest by north, distant about 3 leagues. We spent the night making short boards, the weather being misty and rainy, with little wind, and between 4 and 5 of the morning of the 8th, we had again a sight of the northwest land, and soon after, on account of a calm and a current driving us toward the shore, we found it necessary to anchor in 12 fathoms water, about 2 miles from the coast. Over the western extreme is an elevated peaked hill, situated in latitude 65 degrees 36 minutes, and in longitude 192 degrees 18 minutes. A breeze at northeast springing up at 8 o'clock, we weighed and stood to the southeast in hopes of finding a passage between the coast on which we had anchored on the 6th in the evening and this northwest land. But we soon got into 7 fathoms water and discovered low land connecting the 2 coasts and the high land behind it. Being now satisfied that the whole was a continued coast, I tacked and stood away for its northwest part and came to an anchor under it in 17 fathoms water. The weather at this time was very thick with rain, but at 4 next morning it cleared up so that we could see the land about us. A high, steep rock or island bore west by south. Another island to the north of it, and much larger, bore west by north. The peaked hill above mentioned southeast by east, and the point under it south 32 degrees east. Under this hill lies some low land, stretching out toward the northwest, the extreme point of which bore northeast by east, about 3 miles distant. Over and beyond it, some high land was seen, supposed to be a continuation of the continent. This point of land, which I named Cape Prince of Wales, is the more remarkable by being the western extremity of all America hitherto known. It is situated in the latitude of 65 degrees 46 minutes and in the longitude of 191 degrees 45 minutes. The observations by which both were determined, though made in sight of it, were liable to some small error on account of the haziness of the weather. We thought we saw some people upon the coast, and probably we were not mistaken, as some elevations like stages and others like huts were seen at the same place. We saw the same things on the continent within Sledge Island and on some other parts of the coast. It was calm till 8 o'clock in the morning, when a faint breeze at north springing up, we weighed. But we had scarcely got our sails set when it began to blow and rain very hard, with misty weather. The wind and current being in contrary directions raised such a sea that it frequently broke into the ship. We had a few minutes' sunshine at noon, and from the observation then obtained, we fixed the above-mentioned latitude. Having plied to windward till 2 in the afternoon, with little effect, I bore up for the island we had seen to the westward, proposing to come to an anchor under it till the gale should cease. But on getting to this land, we found it composed of 2 small islands, each not above 3 or 4 leagues in circuit, and consequently they could afford us little shelter. Instead of anchoring, therefore, we continued to stretch to the westward, and at 8 o'clock, land was seen in that direction, extending from north-northwest to west by south, the nearest part 6 leagues distant. I stood on till 10, and then made a board to the eastward in order to spend the night. At daybreak in the morning of the 10th, we resumed our course to the west for the land we had seen the preceding evening. At 11 minutes after 7, when the longitude by the timekeeper was 189 degrees 24 minutes, it extended from south 72 degrees west to north 41 degrees east. Between the southwest extreme and a point which bore west, 2 leagues distant, the shore forms a large bay in which we anchored at 10 o'clock in the forenoon, about 2 miles from the north shore, in 10 fathoms water over a gravelly bottom. The south point of the bay bore south, 58 degrees west, the north point north, 43 degrees east, the bottom of the bay north, 60 degrees west, 2 or 3 leagues distant, and the 2 islands we had passed the preceding day, north, 72 degrees east, distant 14 leagues. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 9. Behaviour of the natives, the Chukchi, on seeing the ships, interview with some of them, their weapons, persons, ornaments, clothing, winter and summer habitations. The ships cross the strait to the coast of America. Progress northward. Cape Mulgrave. Appearance of fields of ice. Situation of icy cape. The sea blocked up with ice. Seahorses killed and used as provisions. These animals described. Dimensions of one of them, Cape Lisburn. Fruitless attempts to get through the ice at a distance from the coast. Observations on the formation of this ice. Arrival on the coast of Asia. Cape North. The prosecution of the voyage deferred to the ensuing year. As we were standing into this bay, we perceived on the north shore a village, and some people whom the sight of the ships seemed to have thrown into confusion or fear. We could plainly see persons running up the country with burdens upon their backs. At these habitations I proposed to land, and accordingly went with 3 armed boats, accompanied by some of the officers. About 30 or 40 men, each armed with a spontoon, a bow and arrows, stood drawn up on a rising ground close by the village. As we drew near, 3 of them came down toward the shore and were so polite as to take off their caps and to make us low bows. We returned the civility, But this did not inspire them with sufficient confidence to wait for our landing, for the moment we put the boats ashore, they retired. I followed them alone, without anything in my hand, and by signs and gestures prevailed on them to stop and to receive some trifling presents. In return for these, they gave me 2 fox skins and a couple of seahorse teeth. I cannot say whether they or I made the first present, for it appeared to me that they had brought down with them these things for this very purpose, and that they would have given them to me even though I had made no return. They seemed very fearful and cautious, expressing their desire by signs that no more of our people should be permitted to come up. On my laying my hand on the shoulder of one of them, he started back several paces. In proportion as I advanced, they retreated backward, always in the attitude of being ready to make use of their spears, while those on the rising ground stood ready to support them with their arrows. Insensibly myself and 2 or 3 of my companions got in amongst them. A few beads distributed to those about us soon created a kind of confidence, so that they were not alarmed when a few more of our people joined us. And by degrees a sort of traffic between us commenced. In exchange for knives, beads, tobacco and other articles, they gave us some of their clothing and a few arrows. But nothing that we had to offer could induce them to part with a spear or a bow. These they held in constant readiness, never once quitting them, except at one time, when 4 or 5 persons laid theirs down while they gave us a song and a dance. And even then they placed them in such a manner that they could lay hold of them in an instant, and for their security they desired us to sit down. The arrows were pointed either with bone or stone, but very few of them had barbs, and some had a round blunt point. What use these may be applied to I cannot say, unless it be to kill small animals without damaging the skin. The bows were such as we had seen on the American coast, and like those used by the Eskimo. The spears, or spontoons, were of iron or steel, and of European or Asiatic workmanship, in which no little pains had been taken to ornament them with carving and inlayings of brass and of a white metal. Those who stood ready with bows and arrows in their hands had the spear slung over their right shoulder by a leathern strap. A leathern quiver slung over their left shoulder contained arrows, and some of these quivers were extremely beautiful, being made of red leather, on which was very neat embroidery and other ornaments. Several other things, and in particular their clothing, showed that they were possessed of a degree of ingenuity far surpassing what one could expect to find amongst so northern a people. All the Americans we had seen since our arrival on that coast were rather low of stature, with round, chubby faces and high cheekbones. The people we now were amongst, far from resembling them, had long visages and were stout and well made. In short, they appeared to be a quite different nation. We saw neither women nor children of either sex, nor any aged, except one man who was bald-headed, and he was the only one who carried no arms. The others seemed to be picked men and rather under than above the middle age. The old man had a black mark across his face, which I did not see in any others. All of them had their ears bored, and some had glass beads hanging to them. These were the only fixed ornaments we saw about them, for they wear none to the lips. This is another thing in which they differ from the Americans we had lately seen. Their clothing consisted of a cap, a frock, a pair of breeches, a pair of boots, and a pair of gloves, all made of leather, or of the skins of deer, dogs, seals, etc., and extremely well dressed, some with the hair or fur on, but others without it. The caps were made to fit the head very close, and besides these caps, which most of them wore, we got from them some hoods made of skins of dogs that were large enough to cover both head and shoulders. Their hair seemed to be black, but their heads were either shaved or the hair cut close off, and none of them wore any beard. Of the few articles which they got from us, knives and tobacco were what they valued most. We found the village composed both of their summer and their winter habitations. The latter are exactly like a vault, the floor of which is sunk a little below the surface of the earth. One of them, which I examined, was of an oval form, about 20 feet long and 12 or more high. The framing was composed of wood and the ribs of whales disposed in a judicious manner and bound together with smaller materials of the same sort. Over this framing is laid a covering of strong coarse grass, and that again is covered with earth, so that, on the outside, the house looks like a little hillock, supported by a wall of stone, 3 or 4 feet high, which is built round the 2 sides and one end. At the other end, the earth is raised sloping to walk up to the entrance, which is by a hole in the top of the roof over that end. The floor was boarded, and under it a kind of cellar, in which I saw nothing but water. And at the end of each house was a vaulted room, which I took to be a storeroom. These storerooms communicated with the house by a dark passage, and with the open air by a hole in the roof, which was even with the ground one walked upon. But they cannot be said to be wholly underground, for one end reached to the edge of the hill, along which they were made, and which was built up with stone. Over it stood a kind of sentry box, or tower, composed of the large bones of large fish. The summer huts were pretty large and circular, being brought to a point at the top. The framing was of slight poles and bones covered with the skins of sea animals. I examined the inside of one. There was a fireplace just within the door, where lay a few wooden vessels, all very dirty. Their bed places were close to the side and took up about half the circuit. Some privacy seemed to be observed, for there were several partitions made with skins. The bed and bedding were of deer skins, and most of them were dry and clean. About the habitations were erected several stages, 10 or 12 feet high, such as we had observed on some parts of the American coast. They were wholly composed of bones, and seemed intended for drying their fish and skins, which were thus placed beyond the reach of their dogs, of which they had a great many. These dogs are of the fox kind, rather large, and of different colours, with long soft hair like wool. They are, probably, used in drawing their sledges in winter. For sledges they have, as I saw, a good many laid up in one of the winter huts. It is also not improbable that dogs may constitute a part of their food. Several lay dead, that had been killed that morning. The canoes of these people are of the same sort with those of the Northern Americans, some, both of the large and of the small ones, being seen lying in a creek under the village. By the large fish bones and of other sea animals, it appeared that the sea supplied them with the greatest part of their subsistence. The country appeared to be exceedingly barren, yielding neither tree nor shrub that we could see. At some distance westward, we observed a ridge of mountains covered with snow that had lately fallen. At first, we supposed this land to be a part of the island of Alaska, laid down in Mr. Stalin's map, before mentioned. But from the figure of the coast, the situation of the opposite shore of America, and from the longitude, we soon began to think that it was, more probably, the country of the Chukchi, or the eastern extremity of Asia, explored by Bering in 1728. But to have admitted this, without farther examination, I must have pronounced Mr. Stalin's map, and his account of the new northern archipelago, to be either exceedingly erroneous even in latitude, or else to be a mere fiction, a judgment which I had no right to pass upon a publication so respectably vouched without producing the clearest proofs. After a stay of between 2 and 3 hours with these people, we returned to our ships, and soon after, the wind veering to the south, we weighed anchor, stood out of the bay, and steered to the northeast, between the coast and the 2 islands. The next day, at noon, the former extended from south 80 degrees west to north 84 degrees west. The latter bore south 40 degrees west, and the peaked mountain over Cape Prince of Wales bore south 36 degrees east, with land extending from it as far as south 75 degrees east. The latitude of the ship was 66 degrees 5 1/4 minutes, the longitude 191 degrees 19 minutes, our depth of water 28 fathoms, and our position nearly in the middle of the channel between the two coasts, each being 7 leagues distant. From this station we steered east in order to get nearer the American coast. In this course, the water shoaled gradually, and there being little wind, and all our endeavours to increase our depth failing, I was obliged at last to drop anchor in 6 fathoms. The only remedy we had left to prevent the ships driving into less. The nearest part of the western land bore west, 12 leagues distant. The peaked hill over Cape Prince of Wales, south 16 degrees west, and the northernmost part of the American continent in sight, east-southeast, the nearest part about 4 leagues distant. After we had anchored, I sent a boat to sound, and the water was found to shoal gradually toward the land. While we lay at anchor, which was from 6 to 9 in the evening, we found little or no current, nor could we perceive that the water either rose or fell. A breeze of wind springing up at north, we weighed and stood to the westward, which course soon brought us into deep water, and during the 12th we plied to the north, both coasts being in sight, but we kept nearest to that of America. At 4 in the afternoon of the 13th, a breeze springing up at south, I steered northeast by north, till 4 o'clock next morning, when, seeing no land, we directed our course east by north. And between 9 and 10, land, supposed to be a continuation of the continent, appeared. It extended from east by south to east by north, and soon after we saw more land, bearing north by east. Coming pretty suddenly into 13 fathoms water. At 2 in the afternoon, we made a trip off till 4, when we stood in again for the land, which was seen soon after extending from north to southeast, the nearest part 3 or 4 leagues distant. The coast here forms a point named Point Mulgrave, which lies in the latitude of 67 degrees 45 minutes and in the longitude of 194 degrees 51 minutes. The land appeared very low next the sea, but a little back it rises into hills of a moderate height. The whole was free from snow and, to appearance, destitute of wood. I now tacked and bore away northwest by west, but soon after, thick weather with rain coming on and the wind increasing, I hauled more to the west. Next morning, at 2 o'clock, the wind veered to southwest by south and blew a strong gale, which abated at noon, and the sun shining out, we found ourselves, by observation, in the latitude of 68 degrees 18 minutes. I now steered northeast till 6 o'clock the next morning, when I steered 2 points more easterly. In this run, we met with several seahorses and flights of birds, some like sandlarks and others no bigger than hedge sparrows. Some shags were also seen, so that we judged ourselves to be not far from land. But as we had a thick fog, we could not expect to see any. And as the wind blew strong, it was not prudent to continue a course which was most likely to bring us to it. From the noon of this day to 6 o'clock in the morning of the following, I steered east by north, which course brought us into 16 fathoms water. I now steered northeast by east, thinking by this course to deepen our water, but in the space of 6 leagues it shoaled to 11 fathoms, which made me think it proper to haul close to the wind that now blew at west. Toward noon, both sun and moon were seen clearly at intervals, and we got some flying observations for the longitude, which, reduced to noon, when the latitude was 70 degrees 33 minutes, gave 197 degrees 41 minutes. The timekeeper, for the same time, gave 198 degrees, and the variation was 35 degrees 1 minute 22 seconds east. We had afterward reason to believe that the observed longitude was within a very few miles of the truth. Some time before noon, we perceived a brightness in the northern horizon, like that reflected from ice, commonly called the blink. It was little noticed, from a supposition that it was improbable we should meet with ice so soon. And yet, the sharpness of the air and gloominess of the weather, for 2 or 3 days past, seemed to indicate some sudden change. About an hour after, the sight of a large field of ice left us no longer in doubt about the cause of the brightness of the horizon. At 2:30, we tacked, close to the edge of the ice, in 22 fathoms water, being then in the latitude of 70 degrees 41 minutes, not being able to stand on any farther. For the ice was quite impenetrable, and extended from west by south to east by north, as far as the eye could reach. Here were abundance of seahorses, some in the water, but far more upon the ice. I had thoughts of hoisting out the boats to kill some, but the wind freshening, I gave up the design and continued to ply to the southward, or rather to the westward, for the wind came from that quarter. We gained nothing, for on the 18th at noon, our latitude was 70 degrees 44 minutes, and we were near 5 leagues farther to the eastward. We were at this time close to the edge of the ice, which was as compact as a wall, and seemed to be 10 or 12 feet high at least. But farther north, it appeared much higher. Its surface was extremely rugged, and here and there we saw upon it pools of water. We now stood to the southward, and after running 6 leagues, shoaled the water to 7 fathoms, but it soon deepened to 9 fathoms. At this time, the weather, which had been hazy, clearing up a little, we saw land extending from south to southeast by east, about 3 or 4 miles distant. The eastern extreme forms a point, which was much encumbered with ice, for which reason it obtained the name of Icy Cape. Its latitude is 70 degrees 29 minutes, and its longitude 198 degrees 20 minutes. The other extreme of the land was lost in the horizon, so that there can be no doubt of its being a continuation of the American continent. The Discovery being about a mile aften, and to leeward, found less water than we did, and tacking on that account, I was obliged to tack also to prevent separation. Our situation was now more and more critical. We were in shoal water upon a lee shore, and the main body of the ice to windward driving down upon us. It was evident that if we remained much longer between it and the land, it would force us ashore, unless it should happen to take the ground before us. It seemed nearly to join the land to leeward, and the only direction that was open was to the southwest. After making a short board to the northward, I made the signal for the Discovery to tack, and tacked myself at the same time. The wind proved rather favourable, so that we lay up southwest and southwest by west. At 8 in the morning of the 19th, the wind veering back to west, I tacked to the northward, and at noon the latitude was 70 degrees 6 minutes, and the longitude 196 degrees 42 minutes. In this situation, we had a good deal of drift ice about us, and the main ice was about 2 leagues to the north. At 1:30, we got in with the edge of it. It was not so compact as that which we had seen to the northward, but it was too close and in too large pieces to attempt forcing the ships through it. On the ice lay a prodigious number of seahorses, and as we were in want of fresh provisions, the boats from each ship were sent to get some. By 7 o'clock in the evening, we had received on board the Resolution 9 of these animals, which, till now, we had supposed to be sea cows, so that we were not a little disappointed, especially some of the seamen, who, for the novelty of the thing, had been feasting their eyes for some days past. Nor would they have been disappointed now, nor have known the difference, if we had not happened to have 1 or 2 on board who had been in Greenland and declared what animals these were, and that no one ever eat of them. But, notwithstanding this, we lived upon them as long as they lasted, and there were few on board who did not prefer them to our salt meat. The fat at first is as sweet as marrow, but in a few days it grows rancid unless it be salted, in which state it will keep much longer. The lean flesh is coarse, black, and has rather a strong taste, and the heart is nearly as well tasted as that of a bullock. The fat, when melted, yields a good deal of oil, which burns very well in lamps, and their hides, which are very thick, were very useful about our rigging. The teeth, or tusks, of most of them were, at this time, very small. Even some of the largest and oldest of these animals had them not exceeding 6 inches in length. From this we concluded that they had lately shed their old teeth. They lie, in herds of many hundreds, upon the ice, huddling one over the other like swine, and roar or bray very loud, so that in the night or in foggy weather they gave us notice of the vicinity of the ice before we could see it. We never found the whole herd asleep, some being always upon the watch. These, on the approach of the boat, would wake those next to them, and the alarm being thus gradually communicated, the whole herd would be awake presently. But they were seldom in a hurry to get away, till after they had been once fired at. Then they would tumble one over the other into the sea in the utmost confusion, and, if we did not, at the first discharge, kill those we fired at, we generally lost them, though mortally wounded. They did not appear to us to be that dangerous animal some authors have described, not even when attacked. They are rather more so to appearance than in reality. Vast numbers of them would follow and come close up to the boats, but the flash of a musket in the pan, or even the bare pointing of one at them, would send them down in an instant. The female will defend the young one to the very last, and at the expense of her own life, whether in the water or upon the ice. Nor will the young one quit the dam, though she be dead, so that, if you kill one, you are sure of the other. The dam, when in the water, holds the young one between her forefins. Mr. Pennant, in his Synopsis Quadra.P 335T, has given a very good description of this animal under the name of Arctic walrus, but I have nowhere seen a good drawing of one. Why they should be called seahorses is hard to say, unless the word be a corruption of the Russian name morse, for they have not the least resemblance of a horse. This is, without doubt, the same animal that is found in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and there called sea cow. It is certainly more like a cow than a horse, but this likeness consists in nothing but the snout. In short, it is an animal, like a seal, but incomparably larger. The dimensions and weight of one, which was none of the largest, were as follows. Observations omitted. It is worth observing that for some days before this date we had frequently seen flocks of ducks flying to the southward. They were of 2 sorts, the one much larger than the other. The largest were of a brown colour, and of the small sort either the duck or drake was black and white, and the other brown. Some said they saw geese also. Does not this indicate that there must be land to the north, where these birds find shelter in the proper season to breed, and from whence they were now returning to a warmer climate? By the time that we had got our seahorses on board, we were, in a manner, surrounded with the ice, and had no way left to clear it but by standing to the southward, which was done till 3 o'clock next morning, with a gentle breeze westerly, and for the most part, thick, foggy weather. The soundings were from 12 to 15 fathoms. We then tacked, and stood to the north till 10 o'clock, when the wind veering to the northward, we directed our course to the west-southwest and west. At 2 in the afternoon, we fell in with the main ice, along the edge of which we kept, being partly directed by the roaring of the seahorses, for we had a very thick fog. Thus we continued sailing till near midnight, when we got in amongst the loose ice and heard the surge of the sea upon the main ice. The fog being very thick and the wind easterly, I now hauled to the southward, and at 10 o'clock the next morning, the fog clearing away, we saw the continent of America extending from south by east to east by south, and at noon from southwest half-south to east, the nearest part 5 leagues distant. At this time we were in the latitude of 69 degrees 32 minutes and in the longitude of 195 degrees 48 minutes. And as the main ice was at no great distance from us, it is evident that it now covered a part of the sea, which, but a few days before, had been clear, and that it extended farther to the south than where we first fell in with it. It must not be understood that I supposed any part of this ice which we had seen to be fixed. On the contrary, I am well assured that the whole was a movable mass. Having but little wind in the afternoon, I sent the master in a boat to try if there was any current, but he found none. I continued to steer in for the American land until 8 o'clock in order to get a nearer view of it and to look for a harbour. But seeing nothing like one, I stood again to the north, with a light breeze westerly. At this time, the coast extended from southwest to east, the nearest part 4 or 5 leagues distant. The southern extreme seemed to form a point, which was named Cape Lisburn. It lies in the latitude of 69 degrees 5 minutes, and in the longitude of 194 degrees 42 minutes, and appeared to be pretty high land even down to the sea. But there may be low land under it, which we might not see, being not less than 10 leagues from it. Everywhere else, as we advanced northward, we had found a low coast, from which the land rises to a middle height. The coast now before us was without snow, except in 1 or 2 places, and had a greenish hue. But we could not perceive any wood upon it. On the 22nd, the wind was southerly, and the weather mostly foggy, with some intervals of sunshine. At 8 in the evening, it fell calm, which continued till midnight, when we heard the surge of the sea against the ice and had several loose pieces about us. A light breeze now sprung up at northeast, and as the fog was very thick, I steered to the southward to clear the ice. At 8 o'clock next morning, the fog dispersed, and I hauled to the westward. For finding that I could not get to the north near the coast on account of the ice, I resolved to try what could be done at a distance from it. And as the wind seemed to be settled at north, I thought it a good opportunity. As we advanced to the west, the water deepened gradually to 28 fathoms, which was the most we had. With the northerly wind, the air was raw, sharp, and cold, and we had fogs, sunshine, showers of snow and sleet, by turns. At 10 in the morning of the 26th, we fell in with the ice. At noon, it extended from northwest to east by north, and appeared to be thick and compact. At this time, we were, by observation, in the latitude 69 degrees 36 minutes, and in the longitude of 184 degrees, so that it now appeared we had no better prospect of getting to the north here than nearer the shore. I continued to stand to the westward till 5 in the afternoon, when we were in a manner embayed by the ice, which appeared high and very close in the northwest and northeast quarters, with a great deal of loose ice about the edge of the main field. At this time, we had baffling light winds, but it soon fixed at south and increased to a fresh gale with showers of rain. We got the tack aboard and stretched to the eastward, this being the only direction in which the sea was clear of ice. At 4 in the morning of the 27th, we tacked and stood to the west, and at 7 in the evening we were close in with the edge of the ice, which lay east-northeast and west-southwest, as far each way as the eye could reach. Having but little wind, I went with the boats to examine the state of the ice. I found it consisting of loose pieces of various extent, and so close together that I could hardly enter the outer edge with a boat, and it was as impossible for the ships to enter it as if it had been so many rocks. I took particular notice that it was all pure transparent ice, except the upper surface, which was a little porous. It appeared to be entirely composed of frozen snow, and to have been all formed at sea. For, setting aside the improbability, or rather impossibility, of such huge masses floating out of rivers in which there is hardly water for a boat, none of the productions of the land were found incorporated or fixed in it, which must have unavoidably been the case had it been formed in rivers, either great or small. The pieces of ice that formed the outer edge of the field were from 40 or 50 yards in extent to 4 or 5, and I judged that the larger pieces reached 30 feet or more under the surface of the water. It also appeared to me very improbable that this ice could have been the production of the preceding winter alone. I should suppose it rather to have been the production of a great many winters. Nor was it less improbable, according to my judgment, that the little that remained of the summer could destroy the 10th part of what now subsisted of this mass. For the sun had already exerted upon it the full influence of his rays. Indeed, I am of opinion that the sun contributes very little toward reducing these great masses. For although that luminary is a considerable while above the horizon, it seldom shines out for more than a few hours at a time, and often is not seen for several days in succession. It is the wind, or rather the waves raised by the wind, that brings down the bulk of these enormous masses by grinding one piece against another, and by undermining and washing away those parts that lie exposed to the surge of the sea. This was evident from our observing that the upper surface of many pieces had been partly washed away, while the base or under part remained firm for several fathoms round that which appeared above water, exactly like a shoal round an elevated rock. We measured the depth of water upon one and found it to be 15 feet, so that the ships might have sailed over it. If I had not measured this depth, I would not have believed that there was a sufficient weight of ice above the surface to have sunk the other so much below it. Thus it may happen that more ice is destroyed in one stormy season than is formed in several winters, and an endless accumulation is prevented. But that there is always a remaining store, everyone who has been upon the spot will conclude, and none but closet-studying philosophers will dispute. A thick fog, which came on while I was thus employed with the boats, hastened me aboard, rather sooner than I could have wished, with one seahorse to each ship. We had killed more, but could not wait to bring them with us. The number of these animals on all the ice that we had seen is almost incredible. We spent the night standing off and on amongst the drift ice, and at 9 o'clock the next morning, the fog having partly dispersed, boats from each ship were sent for seahorses. For by this time our people began to relish them, and those we had procured before were all consumed. At noon, our latitude was 69 degrees 17 minutes, our longitude 183 degrees. The variation by the morning azimuths, 25 degrees 56 minutes east, and the depth of water 25 fathoms. At 2 o'clock, having got on board as much marine beef as was thought necessary, and the wind freshening at south-southeast, we took on board the boats and stretched to the southwest. But not being able to weather the ice upon this tack, or to go through it, we made a board to the east till 8 o'clock, then resumed our course to the southwest, and before midnight were obliged to tack again on account of the ice. Soon after, the wind shifted to the northwest, blowing a stiff gale, and we stretched to the southwest close-hauled. In the morning of the 29th, we saw the main ice to the northward, and not long after, land bearing southwest by west. Presently, after this, more land showed itself, bearing west. It showed itself in 2 hills like islands, but afterward the whole appeared connected. As we approached the land, the depth of water decreased very fast, so that at noon, when we tacked, we had only 8 fathoms, being 3 miles from the coast, which extended from south 30 degrees east to north 60 degrees west. This last extreme terminated in a bluff point, being one of the hills above mentioned. The weather at this time was very hazy with drizzling rain, but soon after it cleared, especially to the southward, westward, and northward. This enabled us to have a pretty good view of the coast, which, in every respect, is like the opposite one of America, that is, low land next the sea, with elevated land farther back. It was perfectly destitute of wood and even snow, but was, probably, covered with a mossy substance that gave it a brownish cast. In the low ground lying between the high land and the sea was a lake, extending to the southeast, farther than we could see. As we stood off, the westernmost of the 2 hills before mentioned came open off the bluff point in the direction of northwest. It had the appearance of being an island, but it might be joined to the other by low land, though we did not see it. And if so, there is a 2-fold point, with a bay between them. This point, which is steep and rocky, was named Cape North. Its situation is nearly in the latitude of 68 degrees 56 minutes and in the longitude of 180 degrees 51 minutes. The coast beyond it must take a very westerly direction, for we could see no land to the northward of it, though the horizon was there pretty clear. Being desirous of seeing more of the coast to the westward, we tacked again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, thinking we could weather Cape North. But finding we could not, the wind freshening, a thick fog coming on, with much snow, and being fearful of the ice coming down upon us, I gave up the design I had formed of plying to the westward and stood offshore again. The season was now so far advanced, and the time when the frost is expected to set in so near at hand, that I did not think it consistent with prudence to make any farther attempts to find a passage into the Atlantic this year in any direction. So little was the prospect of succeeding. My attention was now directed toward finding out some place where we might supply ourselves with wood and water, and the object uppermost in my thoughts was how I should spend the winter so as to make some improvements in geography and navigation, and at the same time be in a condition to return to the north in farther search of a passage the ensuing summer. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 10, Return from Cape North, along the coast of Asia. Views of the country. Bernese Island. Cape Serdza Cayman, the northern limit of Bering's voyage, past the East Cape of Asia. Description and situation of it. Observations on Mulla, the Chukchi, Bay of St. Lawrence. 2 other bays, and habitations of the natives. Bering's Cape Chukotskoy. Bering's position of this coast accurate. Island of St. Lawrence, pass to the American coast. Cape Darby, Bald Head, Cape Denbigh, on a peninsula. Bessborough Island, wood and water procured. Visits from the natives, their persons and habitations. Produce of the country. Marks that the peninsula had formerly been surrounded by the sea. Lieutenant King's report, Norton Sound. Lunar observations there. Stalin's map proved to be erroneous. Plan of future operations. After having stood off till we got into 18 fathoms water, I bore up to the eastward along the coast, which by this time it was pretty certain could only be the continent of Asia. As the wind blew fresh with a very heavy fall of snow and a thick mist, it was necessary to proceed with great caution. I therefore brought to for a few hours in the night. At daybreak on the 30th we made sail, and steered such a course as I thought would bring us in with the land, being in a great measure guided by the lead. For the weather was as thick as ever, and it snowed incessantly. At 10, we got sight of the coast bearing southwest 4 miles distant, and presently after, having shoaled the water to 7 fathoms, we hauled off. At this time, a very low point, or spit, bore south-southwest 2 or 3 miles distant, to the east of which there appeared to be a narrow channel, leading into some water that we saw over the point. Probably, the lake before mentioned communicates here with the sea. At noon, the mist dispersing for a short interval, we had a tolerably good view of the coast, which extended from southeast to northwest by west. Some parts appeared higher than others, but in general it was very low, with high land farther up the country. The whole was now covered with snow, which had lately fallen quite down to the sea. I continued to range along the coast at 2 leagues distance till 10 at night, when we hauled off. But we resumed our course next morning soon after daybreak, when we got sight of the coast again, extending from west to southeast by south. At 8, the eastern part bore south, and proved to be an island, which at noon bore southwest half south, 4 or 5 miles distant. It is about 4 or 5 miles in circuit, of a middling height, with a steep, rocky coast, situated about 3 leagues from the main, in the latitude of 67 degrees 45 minutes and distinguished in the chart by the name of Bernese Island. The inland country hereabout is full of hills, some of which are of a considerable height. The land was covered with snow, except a few spots upon the seacoast, which still continued low, but less so than farther westward. For the 2 preceding days, the mean height of the mercury in the thermometer had been very little above the freezing point, and often below it, so that the water in the vessels upon the deck was frequently covered with a sheet of ice. I continued to steer south-southeast, nearly in the direction of the coast, till 5 in the afternoon, when land was seen bearing south, 50 degrees east, which we presently found to be a continuation of the coast, and hauled up for it. Being abreast of the eastern land at 10 at night and in doubts of weathering it, we tacked and made a board to the westward till past 1 the next morning, when we stood again to the east and found that it was as much as we could do to keep our distance from the coast, the wind being exceedingly unsettled, varying continually from north to northeast. At half an hour past 8, the eastern extreme above mentioned bore south by east 6 or 7 miles distant. At the same time, a headland appeared in sight, bearing east by south, half south, and soon after we could trace the whole coast lying between them and a small island at some distance from it. The coast seemed to form several rocky points, connected by a low shore, without the least appearance of a harbour. At some distance from the sea, the low land appeared to swell into a number of hills. The highest of these were covered with snow, and in other respects the whole country seemed naked. At 7 in the evening, 2 points of land, at some distance beyond the eastern head, opened off it in the direction of south, 37 degrees east. I was now well assured of what I had believed before, that this was the country of the Chukchi, or the northeast coast of Asia, and that thus far Bering proceeded in 1728. That is, to this head which Müller says is called Serdze Kamen, on account of a rock upon it, shaped like a heart. But I conceive that Mr. Müller's knowledge of the geography of these parts is very imperfect. There are many elevated rocks upon this cape, and possibly some one or other of them may have the shape of a heart. It is a pretty lofty promontory, with a steep rocky cliff facing the sea, and lies in the latitude of 67 degrees 3 minutes and in the longitude of 188 degrees 11 minutes. To the eastward of it, the coast is high and bold, but to the westward it is low and trends north-northwest and northwest by west, which is nearly its direction all the way to Cape North. The soundings are everywhere the same at the same distance from the shore, which is also the case on the opposite shore of America. The greatest depth we found in ranging along it was 23 fathoms. And in the night, or in foggy weather, the soundings are no bad guide in sailing along either of these shores. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the 2nd, the most advanced land to the southeast bore south, 25 degrees east, and from this point of view had the appearance of being an island. But the thick snow showers, which succeeded one another pretty fast and settled upon the land, hid great part of the coast at this time from our fight. Soon after, the sun, whose face we had not seen for near 5 days, broke out at the intervals between the showers, and in some measure freed the coast from the fog, so that we had a sight of it, and found the whole to be connected. The wind still continued at north, the air was cold, and the mercury in the thermometer never rose above 35 degrees, and was sometimes as low as 30 degrees. At noon, the observed latitude was 66 degrees 37 minutes. Cape Serdze Kamen bore north, 52 degrees west, 13 leagues distant. The southernmost point of land in Fight South, 41 degrees east. The nearest part of the coast, 2 leagues distant, and our depth of water, 22 fathoms. We had now fair weather and sunshine, and as we ranged along the coast at the distance of 4 miles, we saw several of the inhabitants and some of their habitations, which looked like little hillocks of earth. In the evening, we passed the eastern cape, or the point above mentioned, from which the coast changes its direction and trends southwest. It is the same point of land which we had passed on the 11th of August. They who believed implicitly in Mr. Stalin's map then thought it the east point of his island Alaska, but we had by this time satisfied ourselves that it is no other than the eastern promontory of Asia, and probably the proper Chukotskoy Nos, though the promontory to which Bering gave that name is farther to the southwest. Though Mr. Müller, in his map of the ruffian discoveries, places the Chukotskoy Nos nearly in 75 degrees of latitude and extends it somewhat to the eastward of this cape, it appears to me that he had no good authority for so doing. Indeed, his own accounts, or rather Deschnes's Teich's, of the distance between the Nos and the river Anadyr cannot be reconciled with this very northerly position. But as I hope to visit these parts again, I shall leave the discussion of this point till then. In the meantime, I must conclude, as Bering did before me, that this is the most eastern point of Asia. It is a peninsula of considerable height, joined to the continent by a very low and, to appearance, narrow neck of land. It shows a steep, rocky cliff next the sea, and off the very point are some rocks like spires. It is situated in the latitude of 66 degrees 6 minutes, and in the longitude of 190 degrees 22 minutes, and is distant from Cape Prince of Wales, on the American coast, 13 leagues in the direction of north 53 degrees west. The land about this promontory is composed of hills and valleys. The former terminate at the sea in steep rocky points, and the latter in low shores. The hills seem to be naked rocks, but the valleys had a greenish hue, but destitute of tree or shrub. After passing the cape, I steered southwest half west for the northern point of St. Lawrence Bay, in which we had anchored on the 10th of last month. We reached it by 8 o'clock next morning and saw some of the inhabitants at the place where I had seen them before, as well as several others on the opposite side of the bay. None of them, however, attempted to come off to us, which seemed a little extraordinary, as the weather was favourable enough, and those whom we had lately visited had no reason that I know of to dislike our company. These people must be the Chukchi, a nation that, at the time Mr. Müller wrote, the Russians had not been able to conquer. And from the whole of their conduct with us, it appears that they have not, as yet, brought them under subjection, though it is obvious that they must have a trade with the Russians either directly or by means of some neighbouring nation, as we cannot otherwise account for their being in possession of the spontoons, in particular, of which we took notice. This Bay of St. Lawrence is at least 5 leagues broad at the entrance and 4 leagues deep, narrowing toward the bottom, where it appeared to be tolerably well sheltered from the sea winds, provided there be sufficient depth of water for ships. I did not wait to examine it, although I was very desirous of finding an harbour in those parts, to which I might resort next spring. But I wanted one where wood might be got, and I knew that none was to be found here. From the south point of this bay, which lies in the latitude of 65 degrees 30 minutes, the coast trends west by south for about 9 leagues, and there forms a deep bay or river, or else the land there is so low that we could not see it. At 1 in the afternoon, in the direction of our course, we saw what was first taken for a rock, but it proved to be a dead whale, which some natives of the Asiatic coast had killed and were towing ashore. They seemed to conceal themselves behind the fish to avoid being seen by us. This was unnecessary, for we pursued our course without taking any notice of them. At daybreak on the 4th, I hauled to the northwest in order to get a nearer view of the inlet seen the preceding day. But the wind, soon after, veering to that direction, I gave up the design, and steering to the southward along the coast, passed 2 bays, each about 2 leagues deep. The northernmost lies before a hill, which is remarkable by being rounder than any other upon the coast, and there is an island lying before the other. It may be doubted whether there be a sufficient depth for ships in either of these bays, as we always met with shoal water when we edged in for the shore. The country here is exceedingly hilly and naked. In several places on the low ground, next the sea, were the dwellings of the natives, and near all of them were erected stages of bones, such as before described. These may be seen at a great distance on account of their whiteness. At noon, the latitude was 64 degrees 38 minutes, and the longitude 188 degrees 15 minutes. The southernmost point of the main in sight bore south, 48 degrees west, and the nearest shore about 3 or 4 leagues distant. By this time, the wind had veered again to the north and blew a gentle breeze. The weather was clear and the air cold. I did not follow the direction of the coast, as I found that it took a westerly direction toward the Gulf of Anadyr, into which I had no inducement to go, but steered to the southward in order to get a sight of the island of St. Lawrence, discovered by Bering, which accordingly showed itself, and at 8 o'clock in the evening it bore south, 20 degrees east, by estimation 11 leagues distant. At the same time, the southernmost point of the mainland bore south, 83 degrees west, distant 12 leagues. I take this to be the point which Bering calls the east point of Chukchi, or Cape Chukotskoy, a name which he gave it, and with propriety, because it was from this part of the coast that the natives came off to him, who called themselves of the nation of the Chukchi. I make its latitude to be 64 degrees 13 minutes, and its longitude 186 degrees 36 minutes. In justice to the memory of Bering, I must say that he has delineated the coast very well and fixed the latitude and longitude of the points better than could be expected from the methods he had to go by. This judgment is not formed from Mr. Muller's account of the voyage or the chart prefixed to his book, but from Dr. Campbell's account of it in his edition of Harris's collection, and a map thereto annexed, which is both more circumstantial and accurate than that of Mr. Muller. The more I was convinced of my being now upon the coast of Asia, the more I was at a loss to reconcile Mr. Stalin's map of the new northern archipelago with my observations, and I had no way to account for the great difference but by supposing that I had mistaken some part of what he calls the island of Alaska for the American continent, and had missed the channel that separates them. Admitting even this, there would still have been a considerable difference. It was with me a matter of some consequence to clear up this point the present season, that I might have but one object in view the next. And, as these northern isles are represented by him as abounding with wood, I was in hopes, if I should find them, of getting a supply of that article, which we now began to be in great want of on board. With these views, I steered over for the American coast, and at 5 in the afternoon, the next day, saw land bearing south, 3/4 east, which we took to be Anderson's Island, or some other land near it, and therefore did not wait to examine it. On the 6th, at 4 in the morning, we got sight of the American coast near Sledge Island. And at 6, the same evening, this island bore north, 6 degrees east, 10 leagues distant, and the easternmost land in sight north, 49 degrees east. If any part of what I had supposed to be American coast could possibly be the island of Alaska, it was that now before us, and in that case I must have missed the channel between it and the main by steering to the west instead of the east after we first fell in with it. I was not, therefore, at a loss where to go in order to clear up these doubts. At 8 in the evening of the 7th, we had got close in with the land, Sledge Island bearing north 85 degrees west, 8 or 9 leagues distant, and the eastern part of the coast, north 70 degrees east, with high land in the direction of east by north, seemingly at a great distance beyond the point. At this time, we saw a light ashore, and 2 canoes, filled with people, coming off toward us. I brought 2 that they might have time to come up. But it was to no purpose, for resisting all the signs of friendship we could exhibit, they kept at the distance of 1/4 of a mile, so that we left them and pursued our course along the coast. At 1 in the morning of the 8th, finding the water shoal pretty fast, we dropped anchor in 10 fathoms, where we lay until daylight, and then resumed our course along the coast, which we found to trend east and east half south. At 7 in the evening, we were abreast of a point, lying in the latitude of 64 degrees 21 minutes and in the longitude of 197 degrees, beyond which the coast takes a more northerly direction. At 8, this point, which obtained the name of Cape Derby, bore south 62 degrees west, the northernmost land in sight, north 32 degrees east, and the nearest shore 3 miles distant. In this situation, we anchored in 13 fathoms water over a muddy bottom. Next morning at daybreak, we weighed and sailed along the coast. 2 islands, as we supposed them to be, were at that time seen, the one bearing south 70 degrees east and the other east. Soon after, we found ourselves upon a coast covered with wood, an agreeable sight to which of late we had not been accustomed. As we advanced to the north, we raised land in the direction of northeast half-north, which proved to be a continuation of the coast we were upon. We also saw high land over the islands, seemingly at a good distance beyond them. This was thought to be the continent, and the other land the island of Alaska. But it was already doubtful whether we should find a passage between them, for the water shoaled insensibly as we advanced farther to the north. In this situation, 2 boats were sent to sound before the ships, and I ordered the Discovery to lead, keeping nearly in the mid-channel between the coast on our larboard and the northernmost island on our starboard. Thus we proceeded till 3 in the afternoon, when, having passed the island, we had not more than 3 fathoms and a half of water, and the Resolution at one time brought the mud up from the bottom. More water was not to be found in any part of the channel, for, with the ships and boats, we had tried it from side to side. I therefore thought it high time to return, especially as the wind was in such a quarter that we must ply back. But what I dreaded most was the wind increasing and raising the sea into waves, so as to put the ships in danger of striking. At this time, a headland on the west shore, which is distinguished by the name of Bald Head, bore north by west, 1 league distant. The coast beyond it extended as far as northeast by north, where it seemed to end in a point, behind which the coast of the high land, seen over the islands, stretched itself, and some thought they could trace where it joined. On the west side of Bald Head, the shore forms a bay, in the bottom of which is a low beach, where we saw a number of huts or habitations of the natives. Having continued to ply back all night, by daybreak the next morning we had got into 6 fathoms water. At 9 o'clock, being about a league from the west shore, I took 2 boats and landed, attended by Mr. King, to seek wood and water. We landed where the coast projects out into a bluff head, composed of perpendicular strata of a rock of a dark blue colour, mixed with quartz and glimmer. There joins to the beach a narrow border of land, now covered with long grass, and where we met with some angelica. Beyond this, the ground rises abruptly. At the top of this elevation, we found a heath, abounding with a variety of berries, and further on, the country was level and thinly covered with small spruce trees, and birch and willows no bigger than broomstuff. We observed tracks of deer and foxes on the beach, on which also lay a great quantity of driftwood, and there was no want of fresh water. I returned on board, with an intention to bring the ships to an anchor here. But the wind then veering to northeast, which blew rather on this shore, I stretched over to the opposite one, in the expectation of finding wood there also, and anchored at 8 o'clock in the evening, under the south end of the northernmost island. So we then supposed it to be, but next morning we found it to be a peninsula, united to the continent by a low neck of land, on each side of which the coast forms a bay. We plied into the southernmost, and about noon anchored in 5 fathoms water over a bottom of mud. The point of the peninsula, which obtained the name of Cape Denby, bearing north 68 degrees west, 3 miles distant. Several people were seen upon the peninsula, and one man came off in a small canoe. I gave him a knife and a few beads, with which he seemed well pleased. Having made signs to him to bring us something to eat, he immediately left us and paddled toward the shore. But meeting another man coming off, who happened to have 2 dried salmon, he got them from him, and on returning to the ship, would give them to nobody but me. Some of our people thought that he asked for me under the name of Capitane, but in this they were probably mistaken. He knew who had given him the knife and beads, but I do not see how he could know that I was the captain. Others of the natives soon after came off and exchanged a few dry fish for such trifles as they could get, or we had to give them. They were most desirous of knives, and they had no dislike to tobacco. After dinner, Lieutenant Gore was sent to the peninsula to see if wood and water were there to be got, or rather water, for the whole beach round the bay seemed to be covered with driftwood. At the same time, a boat was sent from each ship to sound round the bay, and at 3 in the afternoon, the wind freshening at northeast, we weighed in order to work farther in. But it was soon found to be impossible on account of the shoals which extended quite round the bay to the distance of 2 or 3 miles from the shore, as the officers, who had been sent to sound, reported. We, therefore, kept standing off and on with the ships, waiting for Mr. Gore, who returned about 8 o'clock, with the launch laden with wood. He reported that there was but little fresh water, and that wood was difficult to be got at, by reason of the boats grounding at some distance from the beach. This being the case, I stood back to the other shore, and at 8 o'clock the next morning sent all the boats and a party of men with an officer to get wood from the place where I had landed 2 days before. We continued for a while to stand on and off with the ships, but at length came to an anchor in 1/4 less than 5 fathoms, half a league from the coast, the south point of which bore south 26 degrees west, and Bald Head, north 60 degrees east, 9 leagues distant. Cape Denbi bore south 72 degrees east, 26 miles distant, and the island under the east shore to the southward of Cape Denbi, named Besborough Island, south 52 degrees east, 15 leagues distant. As this was a very open road, and consequently not a safe station, I resolved not to wait to complete water, as that would require some time, but only to supply the ships with wood, and then to go in search of a more convenient place for the other article. We took off the driftwood that lay upon the beach, and as the wind blew along shore, the boats could sail both ways, which enabled us to make great dispatch. In the afternoon I went ashore and walked a little into the country, which, where there was no wood, was covered with heath and other plants, some of which produce berries in abundance. All the berries were ripe, the hurtle berries too much so, and hardly a single plant was in flower. The underwood, such as birch, willows and alders, rendered it very troublesome walking amongst the trees, which were all spruce and none of them above 6 or 8 inches in diameter. But we found some lying upon the beach, more than twice this size. All the driftwood in these northern parts was fir. I saw not a stick of any other sort. Next day, a family of the natives came near to the place where we were taking off wood. I know not how many there were at first, but I saw only the husband, the wife, and their child, and a 4th person who bore the human shape, and that was all, for he was the most deformed cripple I had ever seen or heard of. The other man was almost blind, and neither he nor his wife were such good-looking people as we had sometimes seen amongst the natives of this coast. The underlips of both were bored, and they had in their possession some such glass beads as I had met with before amongst their neighbours, but iron was their beloved article. For 4 knives, which we had made out of an old iron hoop, I got from them near 400 pounds weight of fish, which they had caught on this or the preceding day. Some were trout, and the rest were, in size and taste, somewhat between a mullet and a herring. I gave the child, who was a girl, a few beads, on which the mother burst into tears, then the father, then the cripple, and, at last, to complete the concert, the girl herself. But this music continued not long. Before night, we had got the ships amply supplied with wood, and had carried on board about 12 tons of water to each. On the 14th, a party of men were sent on shore to cut brooms, which we were in want of, and the branches of spruce trees for brewing beer. Toward noon, everybody was taken on board, for the wind, freshening, had raised such a surf on the beach that the boats could not continue to land without great difficulty. Some doubts being still entertained, whether the coast we were now upon belonged to an island or the American continent, and the shallowness of the water putting it out of our power to determine this with our ships, I sent Lieutenant King with 2 boats under his command to make such searches as might leave no room for a variety of opinions on the subject. Next day, the ships removed over to the bay, which is on the southeast side of Cape Denbigh, where we anchored in the afternoon. Soon after, a few of the natives came off in their small canoes and bartered some dried salmon for such trifles as our people had to give them. At daybreak on the 16th, 9 men, each in his canoe, paid us a visit. They approached the ship with some caution, and evidently came with no other view than to gratify their curiosity. They drew up abreast of each other under our stern and gave us a song, while one of their number beat upon a kind of drum and another made 1,000 antic motions with his hands and body. There was, however, nothing savage, either in the song or in the gestures that accompanied it. None of us could perceive any difference between these people, either as to their size or features, and those whom we had met with on every other part of the coast, King George's Sound excepted. Their clothing, which consisted principally of deerskins, was made after the same fashion, and they observed the custom of boring their underlips and fixing ornaments to them. The dwellings of these people were seated close to the beach. They consist simply of a sloping roof without any side walls, composed of logs and covered with grass and earth. The floor is also laid with logs, the entrance is at one end, the fireplace just within it, and a small hole is made near the door to let out the smoke. After breakfast, a party of men were sent to the peninsula for brooms and spruce. At the same time, half the remainder of the people in each ship had leave to go and pick berries. These returned on board at noon, when the other half went on the same errand. The berries to be got here were wild currant berries, hurtle berries, partridge berries, and heath berries. I also went ashore myself and walked over part of the peninsula. In several places there was very good grass, and I hardly saw a spot on which some vegetable was not growing. The low land which connects this peninsula with the continent is full of narrow creeks, and abounds with ponds of water, some of which were already frozen over. There were a great many geese and bustards, but so shy that it was not possible to get within musket shot of them. We also met with some shipes, and on the high ground were partridges of 2 forts. Where there was any wood, mosquitoes were in plenty. Some of the officers, who travelled farther than I did, met with a few of the natives of both sexes, who treated them with civility. It appeared to me that this peninsula must have been an island in remote times, for there were marks of the sea having flowed over the isthmus. And even now, it appeared to be kept out by a bank of fanned stones and wood thrown up by the waves. By this bank it was evident that the land was here encroaching upon the sea, and it was easy to trace its gradual formation. About 7 in the evening, Mr. King returned from his expedition, and reported that he proceeded with the boats about 3 or 4 leagues farther than the ships had been able to go, that he then landed on the west side, that from the heights he could see the 2 coasts join, and the inlet to terminate in a small river or creek, before which were banks of fand or mud, and everywhere shoal water. The land too was low and swampy for some distance to the northward, then it swelled into hills, and the complete junction of those on each side of the inlet was easily traced. From the elevated spot on which Mr. King surveyed the sound, he could distinguish many extensive valleys, with rivers running through them, well wooded, and bounded by hills of a gentle ascent and moderate height. One of these rivers to the northwest appeared to be considerable, and from its direction he was inclined to think that it emptied itself into the sea at the head of the bay. Some of his people, who penetrated beyond this into the country, found the trees larger the farther they advanced. In honour of Sir Fletcher Norton, Speaker of the House of Commons and Mr. King's near relation, I named this inlet Norton's Sound. It extends to the northward as far as latitude of 64 degrees 55 minutes. The bay in which we were now at anchor lies on the southeast side of it and is called by the natives Chukchi. It is but an indifferent station, being exposed to the south and southwest winds. Nor is there a harbour in all this sound. But we were so fortunate as to have the wind from the north and northeast all the time, with remarkable fine weather. This gave us an opportunity to make no less than 77 sets of lunar observations between the 6th and 17th inclusive. Observations omitted. Of the tides it was observed that the night flood rose about 2 or 3 feet and that the day flood was hardly perceivable. Having now fully satisfied myself that Mr. Stalin's map must be erroneous, and having restored the American continent to that space which he had occupied with his imaginary island of Alaska, it was high time to think of leaving these northern regions and to retire to some place during the winter where I might procure refreshments for my people and a small supply of provisions. Petropavlovsk, or the harbour of St. Peter and St. Paul in Kamchatka, did not appear likely to furnish either the one or the other for so large a number of men. I had, besides, other reasons for not repairing thither at this time. The first, and on which all the others depended, was the great dislike I had to lie inactive for 6 or 7 months, which would have been the necessary consequence of wintering in any of these northern parts. No place was so conveniently within our reach where we could expect to have our wants relieved as the Sandwich Islands. To them, therefore, I determined to proceed. But before this could be carried into execution, a supply of water was necessary. With this view, I resolved to search the American coast for a harbour by proceeding along it to the southward, and thus endeavour to connect the survey of this part of it with that lying immediately to the north of Cape Newenham. If I failed in finding a harbour there, my plan was then to proceed to Samganuda, which was fixed upon as our place of rendezvous in case of separation. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 11. Discoveries after leaving Norton Sound, Stewart's Island, Cape Stevens, Point Shallow Water, shoals on the American coast, Clark's Island, Gore's Island, Pinnacle Island, arrival at Oonalaska, intercourse with the natives and Russian traders, charts of the Russian discoveries communicated by Mr. Ismailov, their errors pointed out, situation of the islands visited by the Russians, account of their settlement at Oonalaska, of the natives of the island, their persons, dress, ornaments, food, houses and domestic utensils, manufactures, manner of producing fire, canoes, fishing and hunting implements, fishes and sea animals, sea and waterfowls and land birds, land animals and vegetables, manner of burying the dead, resemblance of the natives on this side of America to the Greenlanders and Eskimo, tides, observations for determining the longitude of Oonalaska. Having weighed on the 17th in the morning, with a light breeze at east, we steered to the southward and attempted to pass within Besborough Island. But, though it lies 6 or 7 miles from the continent, were prevented by meeting with shoal water. As we had but little wind all the day, it was dark before we passed the island, and the night was spent under an easy sail. We resumed our course at daybreak on the 18th, along the coast. At noon, we had no more than 5 fathoms water. At this time, the latitude was 63 degrees 37 minutes. Besborough Island now bore north 42 degrees east, the southernmost land in sight, which proved also to be an island, south 66 degrees west, the passage between it and the main, south 40 degrees west, and the nearest land about 2 miles distant. I continued to steer for this passage until the boats which were ahead made the signal for having no more than 3 fathoms water. On this, we hauled without the island and made the signal for the Resolution's boat to keep between the ships and the shore. This island, which obtained the name of Stewart's Island, lies in the latitude of 63 degrees 35 minutes and 17 leagues from Cape Denbigh, in the direction of south 27 degrees west. It is 6 or 7 leagues in circuit. Some parts of it are of a middling height, but in general it is low, with some rocks lying off the western part. The coast of the continent is, for the most part, low land, but we saw high land up the country. It forms a point opposite the island, which was named Cape Stevens, and lies in latitude 63 degrees 33 minutes, and in longitude 197 degrees 41 minutes. Some driftwood was seen upon the shores, both of the island and of the continent, but not a tree was perceived growing upon either. One might anchor upon occasion between the northeast side of this island and the continent in a depth of 5 fathoms, sheltered from westerly, southerly and easterly winds. But this station would be wholly exposed to the northerly winds, the land, in that direction, being at too great a distance to afford any security. Before we reached Stewart's Island, we passed 2 small islands lying between us and the main, and as we ranged along the coast, several people appeared upon the shore and by signs seemed to invite us to approach them. As soon as we were without the island, we steered south by west for the southernmost point of the continent in sight till 8 o'clock in the evening, when, having shoaled the water from 6 fathoms to less than 4, I tacked and stood to the northward into 5 fathoms, and then spent the night lying off and on. At the time we tacked, the southernmost point of land, the same which is mentioned above and was named Point Shallow Water, bore south half-east, 7 leagues distant. We resumed our course to the southward at daybreak next morning, but shoal water obliged us to haul more to the westward. At length we got so far advanced upon the bank that we could not hold a north-northwest course, meeting sometimes with only 4 fathoms. The wind blowing fresh at east-northeast, it was high time to look for deep water and to quit a coast upon which we could no longer navigate with any degree of safety. I therefore hauled the wind to the northward and gradually deepened the water to 8 fathoms. At the time we hauled the wind, we were at least 12 leagues from the continent and 9 to the westward of Stewart's Island. No land was seen to the southward of Point Shallow Water, which I judged to lie in the latitude of 63 degrees. So that between this latitude and Shoal Ness in latitude 60 degrees, the coast is entirely unexplored. Probably it is accessible only to boats or very small vessels, or at least if there be channels for larger vessels, it would require some time to find them, and I am of opinion that they must be looked for near the coast. From the masthead, the sea within us appeared to be checkered with shoals. The water was very much discoloured and muddy, and considerably fresher than at any of the places where we had lately anchored. From this I inferred that a considerable river runs into the sea, in this unknown part. As soon as we got into 8 fathoms water, I steered to the westward and afterward more southerly for the land discovered on the 5th, which at noon the next day bore southwest by west, 10 or 11 leagues distant. At this time, we had a fresh gale at north, with showers of hail and snow at intervals, and a pretty high sea, so that we got clear of the shoals, but just in time. As I now found that the land before us lay too far to the westward to be Anderson's Island, I named it Clark's Island. It lies in the latitude of 63 degrees 15 minutes, and in the longitude of 190 degrees 30 minutes. It seemed to be a pretty large island in which are 4 or more hills, all connected by low ground, so that, at a distance, it looks like a group of islands. Near its east part lies a small island remarkable by having upon it 3 elevated rocks. Not only the greater island, but this small spot was inhabited. We got up to the northern point of Clark's Island about 6 o'clock, and having ranged along its coast till dark, brought to during the night. At daybreak next morning, we stood in again for the coast and continued to range along it in search of a harbour till noon. When, seeing no likelihood of succeeding, I left it and steered south-southwest for the land which we had discovered on the 29th of July. Having a fresh gale at north, with showers of sleet and snow, I remarked that as soon as we opened the channel which separates the two continents, cloudy weather, with snow showers immediately commenced, whereas all the time that we were in Norton Sound, we had, with the same wind, clear weather. Might not this be occasioned by the mountains to the north of that place attracting the vapours and hindering them to proceed any farther? At daybreak in the morning of the 23rd, the land above mentioned appeared in sight, bearing southwest 6 or 7 leagues distant. From this point of view, it resembled a group of islands, but it proved to be but one of 30 miles in extent, in the direction of northwest and southeast, the southeast end being Cape Upright, already taken notice of. The island is but narrow, especially at the low necks of land that connect the hills. I afterward found that it was wholly unknown to the Russians, and therefore, considering it as a discovery of our own, I named it Gauze Island. It appeared to be barren and without inhabitants. At least we saw none, nor did we see so many birds about it as when we first discovered it. But we saw some sea otters, an animal which we had not met with to the north of this latitude. 4 leagues from Cape Upright, in the direction of south, 72 degrees west, lies a small island whose elevated summit terminates in several pinnacle rocks. On this account, it was named Pinnacle Island. At 2 in the afternoon, after passing Cape Upright, I steered southeast by south for Samganuda, with a gentle breeze at north-northwest, being resolved to spend no more time in searching for a harbour amongst islands, which I now began to suspect had no existence, at least not in the latitude and longitude where modern map-makers have thought proper to place them. In the evening of the 24th, the wind veered to southwest and south, and increased to a fresh gale. We continued to stretch to the eastward, till 8 o'clock in the morning of the 25th, when, in the latitude of 58 degrees 32 minutes, and in the longitude of 191 degrees 10 minutes, we tacked and stood to the west, and soon after, the gale increasing, we were reduced to 2 courses and close-reefed main topsails. Not long after, the Resolution sprung a leak under the starboard buttock, which filled the spirit room with water before it was discovered, and it was so considerable as to keep 1 pump constantly employed. We durst not put the ship upon the other tack, for fear of getting upon the shoals that lie to the northwest of Cape Newenham, but continued standing to the west till 6 in the evening of the 26th, when we wore and stood to the eastward, and then the leak no longer troubled us. This proved that it was above the waterline, which was no small satisfaction. The gale was now over, but the wind remained at south and southwest for some days longer. At length, on the 2nd of October, at daybreak, we saw the island of Oonalaska bearing southeast. But as this was to us a new point of view, and the land was obscured by a thick haze, we were not sure of our situation till noon, when the observed latitude determined it. As all harbours were alike to me, provided they were equally safe and convenient, I hauled into a bay that lies 10 miles to the westward of Samganuda, known by the name of Agukshak. But we found very deep water, so that we were glad to get out again. The natives, many of whom lived here, visited us at different times, bringing with them dried salmon and other fish, which they exchanged with the seamen for tobacco. But a few days before, every ounce of tobacco that was in the ship had been distributed among them, and the quantity was not half sufficient to answer their demands. Notwithstanding this, so improvident a creature is an English sailor that they were as profuse in making their bargains as if we had now arrived at a port in Virginia, by which means, in less than 48 hours, the value of this article of barter was lowered above 1,000%. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the 3rd, we anchored in Samganuda harbour, And the next morning, the carpenters of both ships were set to work to rip off the sheathing of and under the whale on the starboard side abaft. Many of the seams were found quite open, so that it was no wonder that so much water had found its way into the ship. While we lay here, we cleared the fish and spirit rooms and the afterhold, disposing things in such a manner that in case we should happen to have any more leaks of the same nature, the water might find its way to the pumps. And besides this work, and completing our water, we cleared the forehold to the very bottom and took in a quantity of ballast. The vegetables which we had met with when we were here before were now mostly in a state of decay, so that we were but little benefited by the great quantities of berries everywhere found ashore. In order to avail ourselves as much as possible of this useful refreshment, 1/3 of the people by turns had leave to go and pick them. Considerable quantities of them were also procured from the natives. If there were any seeds of the scurvy in either ship, these berries and the use of spruce beer, which they had to drink every other day, effectually eradicated them. We also got plenty of fish. At first, mostly salmon, both fresh and dried, which the natives brought us. Some of the fresh salmon was in high perfection, but there was one sort, which we called hook-nosed, from the figure of its head, that was but indifferent. We drew the seine several times at the head of the bay, and caught a good many salmon trout, and once a halibut that weighed 254 pounds. The fishery failing, we had recourse to hooks and lines. A boat was sent out every morning, and seldom returned without 8 or 10 halibut, which was more than sufficient to serve all our people. The halibut were excellent, and there were few who did not prefer them to salmon. Thus, we not only procured a supply of fish for present consumption, but had some to carry with us to sea. This enabled us to make a considerable saving of our provisions, which was an object of no small importance. On the 8th, I received by the hands of an Oonalaska man, named Deramushk, a very singular present, considering the place. It was a rye loaf, or rather a pie made in the form of a loaf, for it enclosed some salmon, highly seasoned with pepper. This man had the like present for Captain Clark, and a note for each of us, written in a character which none of us could read. It was natural to suppose that this present was from some Russians now in our neighbourhood, and therefore we sent by the same hand to these our unknown friends a few bottles of rum, wine, and porter, which we thought would be as acceptable as anything we had besides, and we soon knew that in this we had not been mistaken. I also sent along with Deramushk, Corporal Ledyard of the Marines, an intelligent man, in order to gain some farther information, with orders that if he met with any Russians, he should endeavour to make them understand that we were English, the friends and allies of their nation. On the 10th, Ledyard returned with 3 Russian seamen, or furriers, who, with some others, resided at Egushak, where they had a dwelling house, some storehouses, and a sloop of about 30 tons burthen. One of these men was either master or mate of this vessel. Another of them wrote a very good hand and understood figures, and they were all 3 well-behaved, intelligent men, and very ready to give me all the information I could desire. But for want of an interpreter, we had some difficulty to understand each other. They appeared to have a thorough knowledge of the attempts that had been made by their countrymen to navigate the frozen ocean, and of the discoveries which had been made from Kamchatka by Bering, Cherikov, and Spangenberg. But they seemed to know no more of Lieutenant Sindo Chaikun, or Sind, than his name. Nor had they the least idea what part of the world Mr. Stalin's map referred to when it was laid before them. When I pointed out Kamchatka and some other known places upon that map, they asked whether I had seen the islands there laid down, and on my answering in the negative, one of them put his finger upon a part of this map where a number of islands are represented, and said that he had cruised there for land, but never could find any. I then laid before them my own chart, and found that they were strangers to every part of the American coast, except what lies opposite this island. One of these men said that he had been with Bering in his American voyage. but must then have been very young, for he had not now, at the distance of 37 years, the appearance of being aged. Never was there greater respect paid to the memory of any distinguished person than by these men to that of beering. The trade in which they are engaged is very beneficial, and its being undertaken and extended to the eastward of Kamchatka was the immediate consequence of the second voyage of that able navigator, whose misfortunes proved to be the source of much private advantage to individuals and of public utility to the Russian nation. And yet, if his distresses had not accidentally carried him to die in the island which bears his name, and from whence the miserable remnant of his ship's crew brought back sufficient specimens of its valuable furs, probably the Russians never would have undertaken any future voyages, which could lead them to make discoveries in this sea toward the coast of America. Indeed, after his time, government seems to have paid less attention to this, and we owe what discoveries have been since made principally to the enterprising spirit of private traders, encouraged, however, by the superintending care of the court of Petersburg. The 3 Russians, having remained with me all night, visited Captain Clark next morning, and then left us, very well satisfied with the reception they had met with, promising to return in a few days and to bring with them a chart of the islands lying between Oonalaska and Kamchatka. On the 14th in the evening, while Mr. Weber and I were at a village at a small distance from Samganuda, a Russian landed there, who, I found, was the principal person amongst his countrymen in this and the neighbouring islands. His name was Erasim Gregoriev Sin Ismailov. He arrived in a canoe carrying 3 persons, attended by 20 or 30 other canoes, each conducted by one man. I took notice that the first thing they did after landing was to make a small tent for Ismailov of materials which they brought with them, and then they made others for themselves of their canoes and paddles, which they covered with grass, so that the people of the village were at no trouble to find them lodging. Ismailov, having invited us into his tent, set before us some dried salmon and berries, which, I was satisfied, was the best cheer he had. He appeared to be a sensible, intelligent man, and I felt no small mortification in not being able to converse with him unless by signs, assisted by figures and other characters, which, however, were a very great help. I desired to see him on board the next day, and accordingly he came with all his attendants. Indeed, he had moved into our neighbourhood for the express purpose of waiting upon us. I was in hopes to have had by him the chart which his 3 countrymen had promised, but I was disappointed. However, he assured me I should have it, and he kept his word. I found that he was very well acquainted with the geography of these parts and with all the discoveries that had been made in them by the Russians. On seeing the modern maps, he at once pointed out their errors. He told me he had accompanied Lieutenant Sindo, or Sind as he called him, in his expedition to the north, and, according to his account, they did not proceed farther than the Chukotsky Nos, or rather than the Bay of St. Lawrence, for he pointed on our chart to the very place where I landed. From thence, he said, they went to an island in latitude 63 degrees, upon which they did not land, nor could he tell me its name. But I should guess it to be the same to which I gave the name of Clark's Island. To what place Sind went after that, or in what manner he spent the 2 years, during which, as Ismailov said, his researches lasted, he either could not or would not inform us. Perhaps he did not comprehend our inquiries about this, and yet, in almost every other thing we could make him understand us. This created a suspicion that he had not really been in that expedition, notwithstanding his assertion. Both Ismailov and the others affirmed that they knew nothing of the continent of America to the northward, and that neither Lieutenant Sind nor any other Russian had ever seen it of late. They call it by the same name which Mr. Stalin gives to his great island, that is Alaska. Stashtan Nitada, as it is called in the modern maps, is a name quite unknown to these people, natives of the islands as well as Russians, but both of them know it by the name of America. From what we could gather from Ismailov and his countrymen, the Russians have made several attempts to get a footing upon that part of this continent that lies contiguous to Oonalaska and the adjoining islands. but have always been repulsed by the natives, whom they describe as a very treacherous people. They mentioned 2 or 3 captains or chief men who had been murdered by them, and some of the Russians showed us wounds which they said they had received there. Some other information which we got from Izmailov is worth recording, whether true or false. He told us that in the year 1773, an expedition had been made into the frozen sea in sledges over the ice to 3 large islands that lie opposite the mouth of the river Kovima. We were in some doubt whether he did not mean the same expedition of which Muller gives an account. And yet he wrote down the year and marked the islands on the chart. But a voyage which he himself had performed engaged our attention more than any other. He said that on the 12th of May 1771 he sailed from Bolsheretsk in a Russian vessel to one of the Kuril Islands named Marikan in the latitude of 47 degrees, where there is a harbour and a Russian settlement. From this island he proceeded to Japan, where he seems to have made but a short stay. For when the Japanese came to know that he and his companions were Christians, they made signs for them to be gone, but did not, so far as we could understand him, offer any insult or force. From Japan he got to Canton, and from thence to France in a French ship. From France he travelled to Petersburg, and was afterwards sent out again to Kamchatka. What became of the vessel in which he first embarked, we could not learn, nor what was the principal object of the voyage. His not being able to speak one word of French made this story a little suspicious. He did not even know the name of any one of the most common things that must have been in use every day while he was on board the ship and in France. And yet he seemed clear as to the times of his arriving at the different places and of his leaving them, which he put down in writing. The next morning he would fain have made me a present of a sea otter skin, which, he said, was worth 80 rubles at Kamchatka. However, I thought proper to decline it. But I accepted of some dried fish and several baskets of the lily, or sarani root, which is described at large in the history of Kamchatka. In the afternoon, Mr. Izmailov, after dining with Captain Clark, left us with all his retinue, promising to return in a few days. Accordingly, on the 19th he made us another visit and brought with him the charts before mentioned, which he allowed me to copy, and the contents of which furnish matter for the following observations. There were 2 of them, both manuscripts, and bearing every mark of authenticity. The first comprehended the Penshinskian Sea, the coast of Tartary, as low as the latitude of 41 degrees, the Kuril Islands, and the peninsula of Kamchatka. Since this map had been made, Wasily Urkichov, captain of the fleet, explored in 1758 the coast of Tartary from Okhotsk and the river Amur to Japan, or 41 degrees of latitude. Mr. Izmailov also informed us that great part of the seacoast of the peninsula of Kamchatka had been corrected by himself, and described the instrument he made use of, which must have been a theodolite. He also informed us that there were only 2 harbours fit for shipping on all the east coast of Kamchatka, vis-a-vis the Bay of Awatska and the river Olutora, in the bottom of the gulf of the same name, that there was not a single harbour upon its west coast, and that Yamsk was the only one on all the west side of the Penshinskian Sea, except Okhotsk, till we come to the river Amur. The Kurile Islands afford only 1 harbour, and that is on the northeast side of Marikan in the latitude of 47.5 degrees, where, as I have before observed, the Russians have a settlement. The second chart was, to me, the most interesting, for it comprehended all the discoveries made by the Russians to the eastward of Kamchatka toward America, which, if we exclude the voyage of Bering and Sherikov, will amount to little or nothing. The part of the American coast with which the latter fell in is marked in this chart between the latitude of 58 degrees and 58.5 degrees and 75 degrees of longitude from Okhotsk, or 218.5 degrees from Greenwich. and the place where the former anchored in 59.5 degrees of latitude and 63.5 degrees of longitude from Okhotsk, or 207 degrees from Greenwich. To say nothing of the longitude, which may be erroneous from many causes, the latitude of the coast, discovered by these two navigators, especially the part of it discovered by Cherikov, differs considerably from the account published by Mr. Muller and his chart. Indeed, whether Muller's chart, or this now produced by Mr. Ismailov, be most erroneous in this respect, it may be hard to determine, though it is not now a point worth discussing. But the islands that lie dispersed between 52 degrees and 55 degrees of latitude, in the space between Kamchatka and America, deserve some notice. According to Mr. Ismailov's account, neither the number nor the situation of these islands is well ascertained. He struck out about 1/3 of them, assuring me they had no existence. And he altered the situation of others considerably, which, he said, was necessary from his own observations. And there was no reason to doubt about this. As these islands lie all nearly under the same parallel, different navigators, being misled by their different reckonings, might easily mistake one island or group of islands for another, and fancy they had made a new discovery, when they had only found old ones in a different position from that assigned to them by their former visitors. The islands of St. Macarius, St. Stephen, St. Theodore, St. Abraham, Seduction Island, and some others, which are to be found in Mr. Muller's chart, had no place in this now produced to us. Nay, both Mr. Ismailov and the others assured me that they had been several times sought for in vain. And yet it is difficult to believe how Mr. Muller, from whom subsequent mapmakers have adopted them, could place them in his chart without some authority. Relying, however, on the testimony of these people, whom I thought competent witnesses, I have left them out of my chart, and made such corrections amongst the other islands as I was told was necessary. I found there was wanting another correction, for the difference of longitude between the Bay of Owatska and the harbour of Samganuda, according to astronomical observations made at these two places, is greater by 5.5 degrees than it is by the chart. This error I have supposed to be infused throughout the whole, though it may not be so in reality. There was also an error in the latitude of some places, but this hardly exceeded 1/4 degree. I shall now give some account of the islands, beginning with those that lie nearest to Kamchatka and reckoning the longitude from the harbour of Petropavlovska in the Bay of Owatska. The first is Bering's Island, in 55 degrees of latitude and 6 degrees of longitude. 10 leagues from the south end of this, in the direction of east by south, or east-southeast, lies Maidenoy Ostrov, or the Copper Island. The next island is Ataku, laid down in 52 degrees 45 minutes of latitude and in 15 degrees or 16 degrees of longitude. This island is about 18 leagues in extent, in the direction of east and west, and seems to be the same land which Bering fell in with and named Mount St. John. But there are no islands about it, except 2 inconsiderable ones, lying 3 or 4 leagues from the east end, in the direction of east-northeast. We next come to a group, consisting of 6 or more islands, 2 of which, Atka and Amluk, are tolerably large, and in each of them is a good harbour. The middle of this group lies in the latitude of 52 degrees 30 minutes and 28 degrees of longitude from Owatska, and its extent, east and west, is 4 degrees. These are the isles that Mr. Ismailov said were to be removed 4 degrees to the east, which is here done. And in the situation they have in my chart was a group consisting of 10 small islands, which I was told were wholly to be struck out, and also 2 islands lying between them and the group to which Oonalaska belongs. In the place of these 2, an island called Amogta, which in the chart was situated in the latitude of 51 degrees 45 minutes and 4 degrees of longitude to the west, was brought. Nothing more need be said to show how erroneous the situation of many of these islands may be, and for which I am in no wise accountable. But the position of the largest group, of which Oonalaska is one of the principal islands and the only one in which there is a harbour, is not liable to any such errors. Most of these islands were seen by us, and consequently their latitude and longitude were pretty exactly determined. Particularly the harbour of Samganuda in Oonalaska, which must be looked upon as a fixed point. This group of islands may be said to extend as far as Halibut Isles, which are 40 leagues from Oonalaska toward the east-northeast. Within these isles a passage was marked in Ismailov's chart, communicating with Bristol Bay, which converts about 15 leagues of the coast that I had supposed to belong to the continent into an island distinguished by the name of Unimak. This passage might easily escape us, as we were informed that it is very narrow, shallow, and only to be navigated through with boats or very small vessels. It appeared by the chart, as well as by the testimony of Ismailov and the other Russians, that this is as far as their countrymen have made any discoveries or have extended themselves since Bering's time. They all said that no Russians had settled themselves so far to the east as the place where the natives gave the note to Captain Clark, which Mr. Ismailov, to whom I delivered it on perusing it, said had been written at Umanak. It was, however, from him that we got the name of Kodiak-i, the largest of Shumagin's islands, for it had no name upon the chart produced by him. The names of all the other islands were taken from it, and we wrote them down as pronounced by him. He said they were all such as the natives themselves called their islands by, but if so, some of the names seem to have been strangely altered. It is worth observing that no names were put to the islands which Ismailov told us were to be struck out of the chart, and I considered this as some confirmation that they have not existence. I have already observed that the American continent is here called, by the Russians, as well as by the islanders, Alaska, which name, though it properly belong only to the country adjoining to Unimak, is used by them when speaking of the American continent in general, which they know perfectly well to be a great land. This is all the information I got from these people relating to the geography of this part of the world, and I have reason to believe that this was all the information they were able to give. For they assured me over and over again that they knew of no other islands besides those which were laid down upon this chart, and that no Russian had ever seen any part of the continent of America to the northward except that which lies opposite the country of the Chukchis. If Mr. Stalin was not grossly imposed upon, what could induce him to publish a map so singularly erroneous, and in which many of these islands are jumbled together in regular confusion without the least regard to truth? And yet he is pleased to call it a very accurate little map. Indeed, it is a map to which the most illiterate of his illiterate seafaring countrymen would have been ashamed to set his name. Mr. Ismailov remained with us till the 21st, in the evening, when he took his final leave. To his care I entrusted a letter to the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty, in which was enclosed a chart of all the northern coasts I had visited. He said there would be an opportunity of sending it to Kamchatka or Okhotsk the ensuing spring, and that it would be at Petersburg the following winter. He gave me a letter to Major Baim, governor of Kamchatka, who resides at Bolsheretsk, and another to the commanding of Faisa at Petropavlovska. Mr. Ismailov seemed to have abilities that might entitle him to a higher station in life than that in which we found him. He was tolerably well versed in astronomy and in the most useful branches of the mathematics. I made him a present of an Hadley's octant, and though probably it was the first he had ever seen, he made himself acquainted, in a very short time, with most of the uses to which that instrument can be applied. In the morning of the 22nd, we made an attempt to get to sea, with the wind at southeast, which miscarried. The following afternoon, we were visited by one Jacob Ivanovich Saposnikov, a Russian who commanded a boat or small vessel at Umanak. This man had a great share of modesty, and would drink no strong liquor, of which the rest of his countrymen whom we had met with here were immoderately fond. He seemed to know more accurately what supplies could be got at the harbour of Petropavlovsk and the price of the different articles than Mr. Izmailov. But by all accounts, everything we should want at that place was very scarce and bore a high price. Flour, for instance, was from 3 to 5 rubles the pood, and deer from 3 to 5 rubles each. This man told us that he was to be at Petropavlovsk in May next, and as I understood, was to have the charge of my letter. He seemed to be exceedingly desirous of having some token from me to carry to Major Baim, and to gratify him, I sent a small spying glass. After we became acquainted with these Russians, some of our gentlemen, at different times, visited their settlement on the island, where they always met with a hearty welcome. This settlement consisted of a dwelling house and 2 storehouses, and, besides the Russians, there was a number of the Kamtschadals and of the natives as servants or slaves to the former. Some others of the natives, who seemed independent of the Russians, lived at the same place. Such of them as belonged to the Russians were all males, and they are taken, or perhaps purchased from their parents when young. There was, at this time, about 20 of these, who could be looked upon in no other light than as children. They all live in the same house, the Russians at the upper end, the Kamtschadales in the middle, and the natives at the lower end, where is fixed a large boiler for preparing their food, which consists chiefly of what the sea produces, with the addition of wild roots and berries. There is little difference between the first and last table, besides what is produced by cookery, in which the Russians have the art to make indifferent things palatable. I have eat whale's flesh of their dressing, which I thought very good, and they made a kind of pan pudding of salmon roe, beaten up fine, and fried. That is no bad succedaneum for bread. They may, now and then, taste real bread, or have a dish in which flour is an ingredient, but this can only be an occasional luxury. If we accept the juice of berries, which they fip at their meals, they have no other liquor besides pure water, and it seems to be very happy for them that they have nothing stronger. As the island supplies them with food, so it does in a great measure with clothing. This consists chiefly of skins, and is, perhaps, the best they could have. The upper garment is made like our waggoner's frock, and reaches as low as the knee. Besides this, they wear a waistcoat or 2, a pair of breeches, a fur cap, and a pair of boots, the soles and upper leathers of which are of Russian leather, but the legs are made of some kind of strong gut. Their 2 chiefs, Izmailov and Ivanovich, wore each a calico frock, and they, as well as some others, had shirts which were of filk. These, perhaps, were the only part of their dress not made amongst themselves. There are Russians settled upon all the principal islands between Oonalaska and Kamchatka, for the sole purpose of collecting furs. Their great object is the sea beaver, or otter. I never heard them inquire after any other animal, though those whose skins are of inferior value are also made part of their cargoes. I never thought to ask how long they have had a settlement upon Oonalaska and the neighbouring isles. But to judge from the great subjection the natives are under, this cannot be of a very late date. All these furriers are relieved from time to time by others. Those we met with arrived here from Okhotsk in 1776 and are to return in 1781, so that their stay at the island will be 4 years at least. It is now time to give some account of the native inhabitants. To all appearance, they are the most peaceable, inoffensive people I ever met with, and, as to honesty, they might serve as a pattern to the most civilized nation upon earth. But, from what I saw of their neighbours with whom the Russians have no connection, I doubt whether this was their original disposition, and rather think that it has been the consequence of their present state of subjection. Indeed, if some of our gentlemen did not misunderstand the Russians, they had been obliged to make some severe examples before they could bring the islanders into any order. If there were severities inflicted at first, the best apology for them is that they have produced the happiest consequences, and at present the greatest harmony subsists between the 2 nations. The natives have their own chiefs in each island and seem to enjoy liberty and property unmolested. But whether or no they are tributaries to the Russians, we could never find out. There was some reason to think that they are. These people are rather low of stature, but plump and well-shaped, with rather short necks, swarthy chubby faces, black eyes, small beards, and long, straight black hair, which the men wear loose behind and cut before, but the women tie up in a bunch. Their dress has been occasionally mentioned. Both sexes wear the same in fashion. The only difference is in the materials. The women's frock is made of seal skin, and that of the men of the skins of birds, both reaching below the knee. This is the whole dress of the women. But over the frock, the men wear another made of gut, which resists water, and has a hood to it, which draws over the head. Some of them wear boots, and all of them have a kind of oval snouted cap, made of wood, with a rim to admit the head. These caps are dyed with green and other colours, and round the upper part of the rim are stuck the long bristles of some sea animal on which are strung glass beads, and on the front is a small image or two made of bone. They make use of no paint, but the women puncture their faces slightly, and both men and women bore the underlip, to which they fix pieces of bone. But it is as uncommon at Oonalaska to see a man with this ornament as to see a woman without it. Some 6 beads to the upper lip, under the nostrils, and all of them hang ornaments in their ears. Their food consists of fish, sea animals, birds, roots and berries, and even of seaweed. They dry large quantities of fish in summer, which they lay up in small huts for winter use, and probably they preserve roots and berries for the same time of scarcity. They eat almost everything raw. Boiling and broiling were the only methods of cookery that I saw them make use of, and the first was probably learnt from the Russians. Some have got little brass kettles, and those who have not make one of a flat stone with sides of clay, not unlike a standing pie. I was once present when the chief of Oonalaska made his dinner of the raw head of a large halibut, just caught. Before any was given to the chief, 2 of his servants eat the gills without any other dressing, besides squeezing out the slime. This done, one of them cut off the head of the fish, took it to the sea and washed it, then came with it and sat down by the chief, first pulling up some grass, upon a part of which the head was laid, and the rest was strewed before the chief. He then cut large pieces off the cheeks and laid these within the reach of the great man, who swallowed them with as much satisfaction as we should do raw oysters. When he had done, the remains of the head were cut in pieces and given to the attendants, who tore off the meat with their teeth and gnawed the bones like so many dogs. As these people use no paint, they are not so dirty in their persons as the savages who thus besmear themselves, but they are full as lousy and filthy in their houses. Their method of building is as follows. They dig in the ground an oblong square pit, the length of which seldom exceeds 50 feet, and the breadth 20. But in general, the dimensions are smaller. Over this excavation, they form the roof of wood, which the sea throws ashore. This roof is covered first with grass and then with earth, so that the outward appearance is like a dunghill. In the middle of the roof, toward each end, is left a square opening, by which the light is admitted. One of these openings being for this purpose only, and the other being also used to go in and out by, with the help of a ladder, or rather a post, with steps cut in it. In some houses there is another entrance below, but this is not common. Round the sides and ends of the huts, the families, for several are lodged together, have their separate apartments, where they sleep and sit at work, not upon benches, but in a kind of a concave trench, which is dug all round the inside of the house and covered with mats, so that this part is kept tolerably decent. But the middle of the house, which is common to all the families, is far otherwise. For although it be covered with dry grass, it is a receptacle for dirt of every kind, and the place for the urine trough, the stench of which is not mended by raw hides or leather being almost continually steeped in it. Behind and over the trench are placed the few effects they are possessed of, such as their clothing, mats, and skins. Their household furniture consists of bowls, spoons, buckets, piggins or cans, matted baskets, and perhaps a Russian kettle or pot. All these utensils are very neatly made and well formed, and yet we saw no other tools among them but the knife and the hatchet. That is, a small flat piece of iron, made like an adze, by fitting it into a crooked wooden handle. These were the only instruments we met with there, made of iron. For although the Russians live amongst them, we found much less of this metal in their possession than we had met with in the possession of other tribes on the American continent, who had never seen, nor perhaps had any intercourse with the Russians. Probably a few beads, a little tobacco and snuff purchase all they have to spare. There are few, if any of them, that do not both smoke and chew tobacco and take snuff, a luxury that bids fair to keep them always poor. They did not seem to wish for more iron, or to want any other instruments except sewing needles, their own being made of bone. With these, they not only few their canoes and make their clothes, but also very curious embroidery. Instead of thread, they use the fibres of sinews which they split to the thickness which each sort of work requires. All sewing is performed by the women. They are the tailors, shoemakers, and boat builders, or boat coverers. For the men, most probably, construct the frame of wood over which the skins are sewed. They make mats and baskets of grass that are both beautiful and strong. Indeed, there is a neatness and perfection in most of their work that shows they neither want ingenuity nor perseverance. I saw not a fireplace in any one of their houses. They are lighted as well as heated by lamps, which are simple and yet answer the purpose very well. They are made of a flat stone, hollowed on one side like a plate, and about the same size, or rather larger. In the hollow part, they put the oil, mixed with a little dry grass, which serves the purpose of a wick. Both men and women frequently warm their bodies over one of these lamps by placing it between their legs under their garments and sitting thus over it for a few minutes. They produce fire both by collision and by attrition, the former by striking two stones one against another, on one of which a good deal of brimstone is first rubbed. The latter method is with two pieces of wood, one of which is a stick of about 18 inches in length, and the other a flat piece. The pointed end of the stick they press upon the other, whirling it nimbly round as a drill, thus producing fire in a few minutes. This method is common in many parts of the world. It is practiced by the Kamtschadals, by these people, by the Greenlanders, by the Brazilians, by the Otaheitians, by the New Hollanders, and probably by many other nations. Yet some learned and ingenious men have founded an argument on this custom to prove that this and that nation are of the same extraction. But accidental agreements, in a few particular instances, will not authorize such a conclusion, nor will a disagreement, either in manners or customs between two different nations, of course, prove that they are of different extraction. I could support this opinion by many instances besides the one just mentioned. No such thing as an offensive or even defensive weapon was seen amongst the natives of Oonalaska. We cannot suppose that the Russians found them in such a defenseless state. It is more probable that, for their own security, they have disarmed them. Political reasons, too, may have induced the Russians not to allow these islanders to have any large canoes, for it is difficult to believe they had none such originally, as we found them amongst all their neighbours. However, we saw none here but one or two belonging to the Russians. The canoes made use of by the natives are the smallest we had anywhere seen upon the American coast, though built after the same manner, with some little difference in the construction. The stern of these terminates a little abruptly. The head is forked, the upper point of the fork projecting without the under one, which is even with the surface of the water. Why they should thus construct them is difficult to conceive, for the fork is apt to catch hold of everything that comes in the way, to prevent which they fix a piece of small stick from point to point. In other respects, their canoes are built after the manner of those used by the Greenlanders and Eskimo, the framing being of slender laths and the covering of seal skins. They are about 12 feet long, a foot and a half broad in the middle, and 12 or 14 inches deep. Upon occasion, they can carry 2 persons, one of whom is stretched at full length in the canoe, and the other sits in the seat or round hole, which is nearly in the middle. Round this hole is a rim or hoop of wood, about which is sewed gut skin that can be drawn together, or opened like a purse, with leathern thongs fitted to the outer edge. The man seats himself in this place, draws the skin tight round his body over his gut frock, and brings the ends of the thongs or purse string over the shoulder to keep it in its place. The sleeves of his frock are tied tight round his wrists, and it being close round his neck, and the hood drawn over his head, where it is confined by his cap, water can scarcely penetrate either to his body or into the canoe. If any should, however, insinuate itself, the boatman carries a piece of sponge with which he dries it up. He uses the double-bladed paddle, which is held with both hands in the middle, striking the water with a quick, regular motion, first on one side and then on the other. By this means, the canoe is impelled at a great rate and in a direction as straight as a line can be drawn. In sailing from Igutshak to Samganuda, 2 or 3 canoes kept way with the ship, though she was going at the rate of 7 miles an hour. Their fishing and hunting implements lie ready upon the canoes, under straps fixed for the purpose. They are all made, in great perfection, of wood and bone, and differ very little from those used by the Greenlanders, as they are described by Krantz. The only difference is in the point of the missile dart, which, in some we saw here, is not above an inch long, whereas Krantz says that those of the Greenlanders are a foot and a half in length. Indeed, these darts, as well as some others of their instruments, are so curious that they deserve a particular description. But as many of them were brought away on board the ships, this can be done at any time if thought necessary. These people are very expert in striking fish, both in the sea and in rivers. They also make use of hooks and lines, nets and wares. The hooks are composed of bone and the lines of sinews. The fishes, which are common to other northern seas, are found here, such as whales, grampuses, porpoises, swordfish, halibut, cod, salmon, trout, soles, flatfish. Several other sorts of small fish, and there may be many more that we had no opportunity of seeing. Halibut and salmon seem to be in the greatest plenty, and on them the inhabitants of these Eifels subsist chiefly. At least, they were the only sort of fish, except a few cod, which we observed to be laid up for their winter store. To the north of 60 degrees, the sea is, in a manner, destitute of small fish of every kind, but then whales are more numerous. Seals, and that whole tribe of sea animals, are not so numerous as in many other seas. Nor can this be thought strange, since there is hardly any part of the coast on either continent, nor any of the islands lying between them, that is not inhabited, and whose inhabitants hunt these animals for their food and clothing. Seahorses are indeed in prodigious numbers about the ice, and the sea otter is, I believe, nowhere found but in this sea. We sometimes saw an animal, with a head like a seal's, that blew after the manner of whales. It was larger than a seal, and its colour was white, with some dark spots. Probably this was the sea cow, or manatee. I think I may venture to assert that sea and waterfowls are neither in such numbers, nor in such variety, as with us in the northern parts of the Atlantic Ocean. There are some, however, here that I do not remember to have seen anywhere else, particularly the alca monocroa of Stella before mentioned, and a black and white duck, which I conceive to be different from the stone duck described by Krasheninnikov. All the other birds seen by us are mentioned by this author, except some that we met with near the ice, and most, if not all of these, are described by Martin in his voyage to Greenland. It is a little extraordinary that penguins, which are common in many parts of the world, should not be found in this sea. Albatrosses, too, are so very scarce that I cannot help thinking that this is not their proper climate. The few land birds that we met with are the same with those in Europe, but there may be many others which we had no opportunity of knowing. A very beautiful bird was shot in the woods at Norton Sound, which, I am told, is sometimes found in England and known by the name of chatterer. Our people met with other small birds there, but in no great variety and abundance, such as the woodpecker, the bullfinch, the yellow finch, and a small bird called a titmouse. As our excursions and observations were confined wholly to the seacoast, it is not to be expected that we could know much of the animals or vegetables of the country. Except mosquitoes, there are few other insects, nor reptiles that I saw, but lizards. There are no deer upon Oonalaska or upon any other of the islands, nor have they any domestic animals, not even dogs. Foxes and weasels were the only quadrupeds we saw, but they told us that they had hares also, and the marmotas mentioned by Krasheninnikov. Hence it is evident that the sea and rivers supply the greatest share of food to the inhabitants. They are also obliged to the sea for all the wood made use of for building and other necessary purposes, for not a stick grows upon any of the islands, nor upon the adjacent coast of the continent. The learned tell us that the seeds of plants are, by various means, conveyed from one part of the world to another, even to islands in the midst of great oceans and far remote from any other land. How comes it to pass that there are no trees growing on this part of the continent of America, nor any of the islands lying near it? They are certainly as well situated for receiving seeds, by all the various ways I have heard of, as any of those coasts are that abound in wood. May not nature have denied to some soil the power of raising trees, without the assistance of art? As to the driftwood upon the shores of the islands, I have no doubt that it comes from America. For although there may be none on the neighbouring coast, enough may grow farther up the country, which torrents in the spring may break loose and bring down to the sea. And not a little may be conveyed from the woody coasts, though they lie at a greater distance. There are a great variety of plants at Oonalaska, and most of them were in flower the latter end of June. Several of them are such as we find in Europe and in other parts of America, particularly in Newfoundland, and others of them, which are also met with in Kamchatka, are eaten by the natives both there and here. Of these, Krasheninnikov has given us descriptions. The principal one is the sarana, or lily root, which is about the size of a root of garlic, round, made up of a number of small cloves and grains like groats. When boiled, it is somewhat like saloop. The taste is not disagreeable, and we found means to make some good dishes with it. It does not seem to be in great plenty, for we got none but what Ismailov gave us. We must reckon amongst the food of the natives some other wild roots, the stalk of a plant resembling angelica, and berries of several different sorts, such as brambleberries, cranberries, hurtleberries, heathberries, a small red berry, which in Newfoundland is called partridge berry, and another brown berry, unknown to us. This has somewhat of the taste of a sloe, but is unlike it in every other respect. It is very astringent if eaten in any quantity. Brandy might be distilled from it. Captain Clark attempted to preserve some, but they fermented and became as strong as if they had been steeped in spirits. There were a few other plants which we found serviceable, but are not made use of by either Russians or natives, such as wild purslin, pea-tops, a kind of scurvy grass, cresses, and some others. All these we found very palatable, dressed either in soups or in salads. On the low ground and in the valleys is plenty of grass, which grows very thick and to a great length. I am of opinion that cattle might subsist at Oonalaska all the year round, without being housed. and the soil in many places seemed capable of producing grain, roots, and vegetables. But at present, the Russian traders and the natives seem satisfied with what nature brings forth. Native sulfur was seen amongst the inhabitants of the island, but I had no opportunity of learning where they got it. We found also ochre, a stone that gives a purple colour, and another that gives a very good green. It may be doubted whether this last is known. In its natural state, it is of a greyish-green colour, coarse and heavy. It easily dissolves in oil, but when put into water, it entirely loses its properties. It seemed to be scarce in Oonalaska, but we were told that it was in greater plenty on the island Unamak. As to the stones about the shore and hills, I saw nothing in them that was uncommon. The people of Oonalaska bury their dead on the summits of hills and raise a little hillock over the grave. In a walk into the country, one of the natives who attended me pointed out several of these receptacles of the dead. There was one of them by the side of the road leading from the harbour to the village, over which was raised a heap of stones. It was observed that everyone who passed it added one to it. I saw in the country several stone hillocks that seemed to have been raised by art. Many of them were apparently of great antiquity. What their notions are of the deity and of a future state, I know not. I am equally unacquainted with their diversions, nothing having been seen that could give us an insight into either. They are remarkably cheerful and friendly amongst each other, and always behaved with great civility to us. The Russians told us that they never had any connections with their women, because they were not Christians. Our people were not so scrupulous, and some of them had reason to repent that the females of Oonalaska encouraged their addresses without any reserve, for their health suffered by a distemper that is not unknown here. The natives of this island are also subject to the cancer, or a complaint like it, which those whom it attacks are very careful to conceal. They do not seem to be long-lived. I nowhere saw a person, man or woman, whom I could suppose to be 60 years of age, and but very few who appeared to be above 50. Probably their hard way of living may be the means of shortening their days. I have frequently had occasion to mention, from the time of our arrival in Prince William Sound, how remarkably the natives, on this northwest side of America, resemble the Greenlanders and Eskimo, in various particulars of person, dress, weapons, canoes, and the like. However, I was much less struck with this than with the affinity which we found subsisting between the dialects of the Greenlanders and Eskimo, and those of Norton Sound and Oonalaska. This will appear from a table of corresponding words which I put together and will be inserted in the course of this work. It must be observed, however, with regard to the words which we collected on this side of America, that too much stress is not to be laid upon their being accurately represented. For, after Mr. Anderson's death, we had few who took much pains about such matters, and I have frequently found that the same words written down by 2 or more persons, from the mouth of the same native on being compared together, differed not a little. But still, enough is certain to warrant this judgment, that there is great reason to believe that all these nations are of the same extraction. And if so, there can be little doubt of there being a northern communication of some sort, by sea, between this west side of America and the east side, through Basson's Bay, which communication, however, may be effectually shut up against ships by ice and other impediments. Such, at least, was my opinion at this time. I shall now quit these northern regions with a few particulars relative to the tides and currents upon the coast, and an account of the astronomical observations made by us in Samganuda harbour. The tide is nowhere considerable but in the great river. The flood comes from the south or southeast, everywhere following the direction of the coast to the northwestward. Between Norton Sound and Cape Prince of Wales, we found a current setting to the northwest, particularly off the Cape and within Sledge Island. But this current extended only a little way from the coast, nor was it either consistent or uniform. To the north of Cape Prince of Wales, we found neither tide nor current, either on the American or on the Asiatic coast, though several times looked for. This gave rise to an opinion entertained by some on board our ships, that the two coasts were connected either by land or by ice, which opinion received some strength by our never having any hollow waves from the north, and by our seeing ice almost the whole way across. The following are the results of the several observations made ashore during our stay in the harbour of Samganuda. Observations omitted. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 2, by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 12, Departure from Oonalaska and Future Views, the Island Amota, Situation of a Remarkable Rock, the Strait between Oonalaska and Oonella repassed, Progress to the South, Melancholy Accident on board the Discovery, Maui, one of the Sandwich Islands discovered, Intercourse with the Natives, Visit from Tereobu, another island called Ojaihi discovered, the ship's ply to windward to get round it, an eclipse of the moon observed, the crew refused to drink sugarcane beer, cordage deficient in strength, commendation of the natives of Ojaihi, the Resolution gets to windward of the island, her progress down the southeast coast, views of the country, and visits from the natives. The Discovery joins, slow progress westward, Karakakua Bay, examined by Mr. Bligh, vast concourse of the natives, the ships anchor in the bay. In the morning of Monday the 26th, we put to sea from Samganuda harbour and, as the wind was southerly, stood away to the westward. My intention was now to proceed to Sandwich Islands, there to spend a few of the winter months, in case we should meet with the necessary refreshments, and then to direct our course to Kamchatka, so as to endeavour to be there by the middle of May, the ensuing summer. In consequence of this resolution, I gave Captain Clark orders how to proceed, in case of separation, appointing Sandwich Islands for the first place of rendezvous and the harbour of Petropolovska, in Kamchatka, for the second. Soon after we were out of the harbour, the wind veered to the southeast and east-southeast, which, by the evening, carried us as far as the western part of Oonalaska, where we got the wind at south. With this we stretched to the westward, till 7 o'clock the next morning, when we wore and stood to the east. The wind, by this time, had increased in such a manner as to reduce us to our 3 courses. It blew in very heavy squalls, attended with rain, hail, and snow. At 9 o'clock in the morning of the 28th, the island of Oonalaska bore southeast, 4 leagues distant. We then wore and stood to the westward. The strength of the gale was now over, and toward evening, the little wind that blew insensibly veered round to the east, where it continued but a short time before it got to northeast, and increased to a very hard gale with rain. I steered first to the southward, and as the wind inclined to the north and northwest, I steered more westerly. On the 29th at 6:30 in the morning, we saw land extending from east by south to south by west, supposed to be the island Amogta. At 8, finding that we could not weather the island, as the wind had now veered to the westward, I gave over plying and bore away for Oonalaska, with a view of going to the northward and eastward of that island, not daring to attempt a passage to the southeast of it in so hard a gale of wind. At the time we bore away, the land extended from east by south-half-south to south-southwest, 4 leagues distant. The longitude by the timekeeper was 191 degrees 17 minutes, and the latitude 53 degrees 38 minutes. This will give a very different situation to this island from that assigned to it upon the Russian map. But it must be remembered that this is one of the islands which Mr. Ismailov said was wrong placed. Indeed, it is a doubt if this be Amogta. For after Ismailov had made the correction, no land appeared upon the map in this latitude. but as I have observed before, we must not look for accuracy in this chart. At 11 o'clock, as we were steering to the northeast, we discovered an elevated rock, like a tower, bearing north-northeast half-east, 4 leagues distant. It lies in the latitude of 53 degrees 57 minutes, and in the longitude of 191 degrees 2 minutes, and hath no place in the Russian map plus. We must have passed very near it in the night. We could judge of its steepness from this circumstance, that the sea, which now run very high, broke nowhere but against it. At 3 in the afternoon, after getting a sight of Oonalaska, we shortened sail and hauled the wind, not having time to get through the passage before night. At daybreak the next morning, we bore away under courses and close-reefed topsails, having a very hard gale at west-northwest, with heavy squalls, attended with snow. At noon, we were in the middle of the strait, between Oonalaska and Oonela, the harbour of Samganuda, bearing south-southeast, 1 league distant. At 3 in the afternoon, being through the strait and clear of the isles, Cape Providence bearing west-southwest, 2 or 3 leagues distant, we steered to the southward, under double-reefed topsails and courses, with the wind at west-northwest, a strong gale, and fair weather. On Monday, the 2nd of November, the wind veered to the southward, and before night blew a violent storm, which obliged us to bring to. The Discovery fired several guns which we answered, but without knowing on what occasion they were fired. At 8 o'clock, we lost sight of her and did not see her again till 8 the next morning. At 10, she joined us, and as the height of the gale was now over and the wind had veered back to west-northwest, we made sail and resumed our course to the southward. The 6th in the evening, being in the latitude of 42 degrees 12 minutes and in the longitude of 201 degrees 26 minutes, the variation was 17 degrees 15 minutes east. The next morning, our latitude being 41 degrees 20 minutes and our longitude 202 degrees, a shag or cormorant flew several times round the ship. As these birds are seldom, if ever, known to fly far out of sight of land, I judged that some was not far distant. However, we could see none. In the afternoon, there being but little wind, Captain Clark came on board and informed me of a melancholy accident that happened on board his ship the second night after we left Samganuda. The main tack gave way, killed 1 man and wounded the boatswain and 2 or 3 more. In addition to this misfortune, I now learned that on the evening of the 3rd, his sails and rigging received considerable damage, and that the guns which he fired were the signal to bring to. On the 8th, the wind was at north, a gentle breeze with clear weather. On the 9th, in the latitude of 39.5 degrees, we had 8 hours calm. This was succeeded by the wind from the south, attended with fair weather. Availing ourselves of this, as many of our people as could handle a needle were set to work to repair the sails, and the carpenters were employed to put the boats in order. On the 12th at noon, being then in the latitude of 38 degrees 14 minutes and in the longitude of 206 degrees 17 minutes, the wind returned back to the northward, and on the 15th in the latitude of 33 degrees 30 minutes, it veered to the east. At this time, we saw a tropic bird and a dolphin, the first that we had observed during the passage. On the 17th, the wind veered to the southward, where it continued till the afternoon of the 19th, when a squall of wind and rain brought it at once round by the west to the north. This was in the latitude of 32 degrees 26 minutes and in the longitude of 207 degrees 30 minutes. The wind presently increased to a very strong gale, attended with rain, so as to bring us under double-reefed topsails. In lowering down the main topsail to reef it, the wind tore it quite out of the footrope, and it was split in several other parts. This sail had only been brought to the yard the day before, after having had a repair. The next morning, we got another topsail to the yard. This gale proved to be the forerunner of the trade wind, which in latitude 25 degrees veered to east and east-southeast. I continued to steer to the southward till daylight in the morning of the 25th, at which time we were in the latitude of 20 degrees 55 minutes. I now spread the ships and steered to the west. In the evening we joined, and at midnight brought to. At daybreak next morning, land was seen extending from south-southeast to west. We made sail and stood for it. At 8, it extended from southeast, half-south to west, the nearest part 2 leagues distant. It was supposed that we saw the extent of the land to the east, but not to the west. We were now satisfied that the group of the Sandwich Islands had been only imperfectly discovered, as those of them which we had visited in our progress northward all lie to the leeward of our present station. In the country was an elevated saddle hill, whose summit appeared above the clouds. From this hill the land fell in a gentle slope, and terminated in a steep rocky coast, against which the sea broke in a dreadful surf. Finding that we could not weather the island, I bore up, and ranged along the coast to the westward. It was not long before we saw people on several parts of the shore, and some houses and plantations. The country seemed to be both well wooded and watered, and running streams were seen falling into the sea in various places. As it was of the last importance to procure a supply of provisions at these islands, and experience having taught me that I could have no chance to succeed in this if a free trade with the natives were to be allowed, that is, if it were left to every man's discretion to trade for what he pleased and in the manner he pleased. For this substantial reason, I now published an order prohibiting all persons from trading, except such as should be appointed by me and Captain Clark, and even these were enjoined to trade only for provisions and refreshments. Women were also forbidden to be admitted into the ships, except under certain restrictions. But the evil I meant to prevent by this regulation I soon found had already got amongst them. At noon, the coast extended from south 81 degrees east to north 56 degrees west. A low flat, like an isthmus, bore south 42 degrees west, the nearest shore 3 or 4 miles distant. The latitude was 20 degrees 59 minutes, and the longitude 203 gradusa I 57 minuti. Seeing some canoes coming off to us, I brought to. As soon as they got alongside, many of the people who conducted them came into the ship without the least hesitation. We found them to be of the same nation with the inhabitants of the islands more to leeward, which we had already visited, and if we did not mistake them, they knew of our having been there. Indeed, it rather appeared too evident, for these people had got amongst them the venereal distemper, and, as yet, I knew of no other way of its reaching them, but by an intercourse with their neighbours since our leaving them. We got from our visitors a quantity of cuttlefish for nails and pieces of iron. They brought very little fruit and roots, but told us that they had plenty of them on their island, as also hogs and fowls. In the evening, the horizon being clear to the westward, we judged the westernmost land in sight to be an island, separated from that off which we now were. Having no doubt that the people would return to the ships next day with the produce of their country, I kept plying off all night, and in the morning stood close in shore. At first, only a few of the natives visited us, but toward noon we had the company of a good many who brought with them breadfruit, potatoes, taro or eddy roots, a few plantains, and small pigs, all of which they exchanged for nails and iron tools. Indeed, we had nothing else to give them. We continued trading with them till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when, having disposed of all their cargoes and not seeming inclined to fetch more, we made sail and stood offshore. While we were lying to, though the wind blew fresh, I observed that the ships drifted to the east. Consequently, there must have been a current setting in that direction. This encouraged me to ply to windward, with a view to get round the east end of the island, and so have the whole lee side before us. In the afternoon of the 30th, being off the northeast end of the island, several canoes came off to the ships. Most of these belonged to a chief named Teriobu, who came in one of them. He made me a present of 2 or 3 small pigs, and we got, by barter from the other people, a little fruit. After a stay of about 2 hours, they all left us, except 6 or 8 of their company who chose to remain on board. A double sailing canoe came soon after to attend upon them, which we towed astern all night. In the evening, we discovered another island to windward, which the natives call Ojaihi. The name of that, off which we had been sore some days, we were also told, is Maui. On the 1st of December, at 8 in the morning, Ojaihi extended from south 22 degrees east to south 12 degrees west, and Maui from north 41 degrees to north 83 degrees west. Finding that we could fetch Ojaihi, I stood for it, and our visitors from Maui, not choosing to accompany us, embarked in their canoe and went ashore. At 7 in the evening, we were close up with the north side of Ojaihi, where we spent the night standing off and on. In the morning of the 2nd, we were surprised to see the summits of the mountains on Ojaihi covered with snow. They did not appear to be of any extraordinary height, and yet, in some places, the snow seemed to be of a considerable depth and to have lain there some time. As we drew near the shore, some of the natives came off to us. They were a little shy at first, but we soon enticed some of them on board, and at last prevailed upon them to return to the island and bring off what we wanted. Soon after these reached the shore, we had company enough, and few coming empty-handed, we got a tolerable supply of small pigs, fruit, and roots. We continued trading with them till 6 in the evening, when we made sail and stood off with a view of plying to windward round the island. In the evening of the 4th, we observed an eclipse of the moon. Mr. King made use of a night telescope, a circular aperture being placed at the object end, about 1/3 of the size of the common aperture. I observed with the telescope of one of Ramsden's sextants, which I think answers this purpose as well as any other. The following times are the means, as observed by us both. Observations omitted. The penumbra was visible at least 10 minutes before the beginning and after the end of the eclipse. I measured the uneclipsed part of the moon with one of Ramsden's sextants several times before, at and after the middle of the eclipse, but did not get the time of the middle so near as might have been effected by this method. Indeed, these observations were made only as an experiment, without aiming at much nicety. I also measured mostly one way, whereas I ought to have brought alternately the reflected and direct images to contrary sides with respect to each other, reading the numbers off the quadrant in one case to the left of the beginning of the divisions, and in the other case to the right hand of the same. It is evident that half the sum of these two numbers must be the true measurement, independent of the error of the quadrant, and this is the method that I would recommend. But I am well assured that it might have been observed much nearer, and that this method may be useful when neither the beginning nor end of an eclipse can be observed, which may often happen. Immediately after the eclipse was over, we observed the distance of each limb of the moon from Pollux and Arietis, the one being to the east and the other to the west. An opportunity to observe under all these circumstances seldom happens, but when it does, it ought not to be omitted, as in this case, the local errors to which these observations are liable destroy each other, which, in all other cases, would require the observations of a whole moon. The following are the results of these observations. Observations omitted. The current which I have mentioned as setting to the eastward had now ceased, for we gained but little by plying. On the 6th, in the evening, being about 5 leagues farther up the coast and near the shore, we had some traffic with the natives. But as it had furnished only a trifling supply, I stood in again the next morning, when we had a considerable number of visitors, and we lay to trading with them till 2 in the afternoon. By that time, we had procured pork, fruit, and roots sufficient for 4 or 5 days. We then made sail and continued to ply to windward, having procured a quantity of sugar-cane, and having, upon a trial made but a few days before, found that a strong decoction of it produced a very palatable beer, I ordered some more to be brewed for our general use. But when the cask was now broached, not one of my crew would even so much as taste it. As I had no motive in preparing this beverage but to save our spirit for a colder climate, I gave myself no trouble, either by exerting authority or by having recourse to persuasion, to prevail upon them to drink it. Knowing that there was no danger of the scurvy, so long as we could get a plentiful supply of other vegetables. But, that I might not be disappointed in my views, I gave orders that no grog should be served in either ship. I myself, and the officers, continued to make use of this sugar-cane beer whenever we could get materials for brewing it. A few hops, of which we had some on board, improved it much. It has the taste of new malt beer, and I believe no one will doubt of its being very wholesome. And yet my inconsiderate crew alleged that it was injurious to their health. They had no better reason to support a resolution which they took on our first arrival in King George's Sound, not to drink the spruce beer made there. But, whether from a consideration that it was not the first time of their being required to use that liquor, or from some other reason, they did not attempt to carry their purpose into actual execution, and I had never heard of it till now, when they renewed their ignorant opposition to my best endeavours to serve them. Every innovation whatever on board a ship, though ever so much to the advantage of seamen, is sure to meet with their highest disapprobation. Both portable soup and fore kraut were, at first, condemned as stuff unfit for human beings. Few commanders have introduced into their ships more novelties as useful varieties of food and drink than I have done. Indeed, few commanders have had the same opportunities of trying such experiments or been driven to the same necessity of trying them. It has, however, been, in a great measure, owing to various little deviations from established practice, that I have been able to preserve my people, generally speaking, from that dreadful distemper, the scurvy, which has perhaps destroyed more of our sailors in their peaceful voyages than have fallen by the enemy in military expeditions. I kept at some distance from the coast till the 13th, when I stood in again 6 leagues farther to windward than we had as yet reached, and after having some trade with the natives who visited us, returned to sea. I should have got near the shore again on the 15th for a supply of fruit or roots, but the wind happening to be at southeast by south, and south-southeast, I thought this a good time to stretch to the eastward in order to get round, or at least to get a sight of the southeast end of the island. The wind continued at southeast by south, most part of the 16th. It was variable between south and east on the 17th, and on the 18th it was continually veering from one quarter to another, blowing sometimes in hard squalls, and at other times calm, with thunder, lightning, and rain. In the afternoon we had the wind westerly for a few hours, but in the evening it shifted to east by south, and we stood to the southward, close hauled under an easy sail, as the Discovery was at some distance astern. At this time, the southeast point of the island bore southwest by south, about 5 leagues distant, and I made no doubt that I should be able to weather it. But at 1 o'clock next morning, it fell calm, and we were left to the mercy of a northeasterly swell, which impelled us fast toward the land, so that long before daybreak, we saw lights upon the shore, which was not more than a league distant. The night was dark, with thunder, lightning, and rain. At 3 o'clock, the calm was succeeded by a breeze from the southeast by east, blowing in squalls, with rain. We stood to the northeast, thinking it the best tack to clear the coast. But if it had been daylight, we should have chosen the other. At daybreak, the coast was seen extending from north by west to southwest by west, a dreadful surf breaking upon the shore, which was not more than half a league distant. It was evident that we had been in the most imminent danger, nor were we yet in safety, the wind veering more easterly, so that, for some time, we did but just keep our distance from the coast. What made our situation more alarming was the leech rope of the main topsail giving way, which was the occasion of the sails being rent in two, and the 2 topgallant sails gave way in the same manner, though not half worn out. By taking a favourable opportunity, we soon got others to the yards, and then we left the land astern. The Discovery, by being at some distance to the north, was never near the land, nor did we see her till 8 o'clock. On this occasion I cannot help observing that I have always found that the bolt ropes to our sails have not been of sufficient strength or substance. This, at different times, has been the source of infinite trouble and vexation, and of much expense of canvas ruined by their giving way. I wish also that I did not think there is room for remarking that the cordage and canvas, and indeed all the other stores made use of in the Navy, are not of equal goodness with those in general used in the merchant service. It seems to be a very prevalent opinion amongst naval officers of all ranks that the King's stores are better than any others, and that no ships are so well fitted out as those of the Navy. Undoubtedly, they are in the right as to the quantity, but, I fear, not as to the quality of the stores. This, indeed, is seldom tried, for things are generally condemned or converted to some other use by such time as they are half worn out. It is only on such voyages as ours that we have an opportunity of making the trial, as our situation makes it necessary to wear everything to the very utmost. As soon as daylight appeared, the natives ashore displayed a white flag, which we conceived to be a signal of peace and friendship. Some of them ventured out after us, but the wind freshening and it not being safe to wait, they were soon left astern. In the afternoon, after making another attempt to weather the eastern extreme, which failed, I gave it up and run down to the Discovery. Indeed, it was of no consequence to get round the island, for we had seen its extent to the southeast, which was the thing I aimed at, and according to the information which we had got from the natives, there is no other island to the windward of this. However, as we were so near the southeast end of it, and as the least shift of wind in our favour would serve to carry us round, I did not wholly give up the idea of weathering it, and therefore continued to ply. On the 20th at noon, this southeast point bore south, 3 leagues distant, the snowy hills west-northwest, and we were about 4 miles from the nearest shore. In the afternoon, some of the natives came off in their canoes, bringing with them a few pigs and plantains. The latter were very acceptable, having had no vegetables for some days, but the supply we now received was so inconsiderable, being barely sufficient for one day, that I stood in again the next morning, till within 3 or 4 miles of the land, where we were met by a number of canoes, laden with provisions. We brought to, and continued trading with the people in them till 4 in the afternoon, when, having got a pretty good supply, we made sail and stretched off to the northward. I had never met with a behaviour so free from reserve and suspicion in my intercourse with any tribes of savages as we experienced in the people of this island. It was very common for them to send up into the ship the several articles they brought off for barter. Afterward, they would come in themselves and make their bargains on the quarter-deck. The people of Otaheite, even after our repeated visits, do not care to put so much confidence in us. I infer from this that those of Otaheite must be more faithful in their dealings with one another than the inhabitants of Otaheite are, for if little faith were observed amongst themselves, they would not be so ready to trust strangers. It is also to be observed, to their honour, that they had never once attempted to cheat us in exchanges, nor to commit a theft. They understand trading as well as most people, and seem to comprehend clearly the reason of our plying upon the coast. For though they brought off provisions in great plenty, particularly pigs, yet they kept up their price, and rather than dispose of them for less than they thought they were worth, would take them ashore again. On the 22nd, at 8 in the morning, we tacked to the southward with a fresh breeze at east by north. At noon, the latitude was 20 degrees 28 minutes 30 seconds, and the snowy peak bore southwest half south. We had a good view of it the preceding day, and the quantity of snow seemed to have increased and to extend lower down the hill. I stood to the southeast till midnight, then tacked to the north till 4 in the morning, when we returned to the southeast tack, and, As the wind was at northeast by east, we had hopes of weathering the island. We should have succeeded if the wind had not died away and left us to the mercy of a great swell, which carried us fast toward the land, which was not 2 leagues distant. At length, we got our head off, and some light puffs of wind, which came with showers of rain, put us out of danger. While we lay, as it were, becalmed, several of the islanders came off with hogs, fowls, fruit and roots. Out of one canoe, we got a goose, which was about the size of a Muscovy duck. Its plumage was dark grey and the bill and legs black. At 4 in the afternoon, after purchasing everything that the natives had brought off, which was full as much as we had occasion for, we made sail and stretched to the north, with the wind at east-northeast. At midnight we tacked and stood to the southeast. Upon a supposition that the Discovery would see us tack, the signal was omitted, but she did not see us, as we afterward found, and continued standing to the north. For at daylight next morning she was not in sight. At this time, the weather being hazy, we could not see far, so that it was possible the Discovery might be following us. And being past the northeast part of the island, I was tempted to stand on, till by the wind veering to northeast, we could not weather the land upon the other tack. Consequently, we could not stand to the north, to join, or look for, the Discovery. At noon, we were, by observation, in the latitude of 19 degrees 55 minutes, and in the longitude of 205 degrees 3 minutes. The southeast point of the island bore south by east a quarter east, 6 leagues distant. The other extreme bore north, 60 degrees west, and we were 2 leagues from the nearest shore. At 6 in the evening, the southernmost extreme of the island bore southwest, the nearest shore 7 or 8 miles distant, so that we had now succeeded in getting to the windward of the island, which we had aimed at with so much perseverance. The Discovery, however, was not yet to be seen. But the wind, as we had it, being very favourable for her to follow us, I concluded that it would not be long before she joined us. I therefore kept cruising off this southeast point of the island, which lies in the latitude of 19 degrees 34 minutes, and in the longitude of 205 degrees 6 minutes, till I was satisfied that Captain Clark could not join me here. I now conjectured that he had not been able to weather the northeast part of the island, and had gone to leeward in order to meet me that way. As I generally kept from 5 to 10 leagues from the land, no canoes except one came off to us till the 28th, when we were visited by a dozen or 14. The people who conducted them brought, as usual, the produce of the island. I was very sorry that they had taken the trouble to come so far, for we could not trade with them, our old stock not being as yet consumed, and we had found by late experience that the hogs could not be kept alive, nor the roots preserved from putrefaction many days. However, I intended not to leave this part of the island before I got a supply, as it would not be easy to return to it again, in case it should be found necessary. We began to be in want on the 30th, and I would have stood in near the shore, but was prevented by a calm. But a breeze springing up at midnight from south and southwest, we were enabled to stand in for the land at daybreak. At 10 o'clock in the morning, we were met by the islanders with fruit and roots, but in all the canoes were only 3 small pigs. Our not having bought those which had been lately brought off may be supposed to be the reason of this very scanty supply. We brought 2 for the purposes of trade, but soon after our marketing was interrupted by a very hard rain, and besides, we were rather too far from the shore, nor durst I go nearer, for I could not depend upon the wind's remaining where it was for a moment, the swell also being high and setting obliquely upon the shore, against which it broke in a frightful surf. In the evening the weather mended, the night was clear, and it was spent in making short boards. Before daybreak, the atmosphere was again loaded with heavy clouds, and the new year was ushered in with very hard rain, which continued at intervals till past 10 o'clock. The wind was southerly, a light breeze with some calms. When the rain ceased, the sky cleared and the breeze freshened. Being at this time about 5 miles from the land, several canoes arrived with fruit and roots, and at last some hogs were brought off. We lay to, trading with them till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when, having a tolerable supply, we made sail, with a view of proceeding to the northwest or lee side of the island to look for the discovery. It was necessary, however, the wind being at south, to stretch first to the eastward till midnight, when the wind came more favourable, and we went upon the other tack. For several days past, both wind and weather had been exceedingly unsettled, and there fell a great deal of rain. The 3 following days were spent in running down the southeast side of the island, for during the nights we stood off and on, and part of each day was employed in lying to, in order to furnish an opportunity to the natives of trading with us. They sometimes came on board while we were 5 leagues from the shore, but whether from a fear of losing their goods in the sea or from the uncertainty of a market, they never brought much with them. The principal article procured was salt, which was extremely good. On the 5th in the morning we passed the south point of the island, which lies in the latitude of 18 degrees 54 minutes, and beyond it we found the coast to trend north 60 degrees west. On this point stands a pretty large village, the inhabitants of which thronged off to the ship with hogs and women. It was not possible to keep the latter from coming on board, and no women I ever met with were less reserved. Indeed, it appeared to me that they visited us with no other view than to make a surrender of their persons. As I had now got a quantity of salt, I purchased no hogs but such as were fit for salting, refusing all that were under size. However, we could seldom get any above 50 or 60 pounds weight. It was happy for us that we had still some vegetables on board, for we now received few such productions. Indeed, this part of the country, from its appearance, did not seem capable of affording them. Marks of its having been laid waste by the explosion of a volcano everywhere presented themselves, and though we had, as yet, seen nothing like one upon the island, the devastation that it had made in this neighbourhood was visible to the naked eye. This part of the coast is sheltered from the raining winds, but we could find no bottom to anchor upon, a line of 160 fathoms not reaching it within the distance of half a mile from the shore. The islanders having all left us toward the evening, we ran a few miles down the coast, and then spent the night standing off and on. The next morning the natives visited us again, bringing with them the same articles of commerce as before. Being now near the shore, I sent Mr. Bligh, the master, in a boat to sound the coast, with orders to land and to look for fresh water. Upon his return he reported that at 2 cables' lengths from the shore he had found no soundings with a line of 160 fathoms, that when he landed he found no stream or spring, but only rainwater deposited in holes upon the rocks, and even that was brackish from the spray of the sea, and that the surface of the country was entirely composed of slags and ashes, with a few plants here and there interspersed. Between 10 and 11 we saw with pleasure the Discovery coming round the south point of the island, and at 1 in the afternoon she joined us. Captain Clark, then coming on board, informed me that he had cruised 4 or 5 days where we were separated, and then plied round the east side of the island, but that, meeting with unfavourable winds, he had been carried to some distance from the coast. He had one of the islanders on board all this time, who had remained there from choice and had refused to quit the ship, though opportunities had offered. Having spent the night standing off and on, we stood in again the next morning, and when we were about a league from the shore, many of the natives visited us. At noon, the observed latitude was 19 degrees 1 minute, and the longitude by the timekeeper was 203 degrees 26 minutes. The island extending from south, 74 degrees east, to north, 13 degrees west, the nearest part 2 leagues distant. At daybreak on the 8th we found that the currents during the night which we spent in plying had carried us back considerably to windward, so that we were now off the southwest point of the island. There we brought to, in order to give the natives an opportunity of trading with us. At noon, our observed latitude was 19 degrees 1 minute, and our longitude, by the timekeeper, was 203 degrees 13 minutes. The southwest point of the island bearing north 30 degrees east, 2 miles distant. We spent the night as usual, standing off and on. It happened that 4 men and 10 women who had come on board the preceding day still remained with us. As I did not like the company of the latter, I stood inshore toward noon, principally with a view to get them out of the ship. And some canoes coming off, I took that opportunity of sending away our guests. We had light airs from northwest and southwest, and calms till 11 in the morning of the 10th, when the wind freshened at west-northwest, which, with a strong current setting to the southeast, so much retarded us that in the evening between 7 and 8 o'clock, the south point of the island bore north, 10.5 degrees west, 4 leagues distant. The south snowy hill now bore north, 1.5 degrees east. At 4 in the morning of the 11th, the wind having fixed at west, I stood in for the land in order to get some refreshments. As we drew near the shore, the natives began to come off. We lay to, or stood on and off, trading with them all the day, but got a very scanty supply at last. Many canoes visited us, whose people had not a single thing to barter, which convinced us that this part of the island must be very poor, and that we had already got all that they could spare. We spent the 12th plying off and on with a fresh gale at west. A mile from the shore, and to the northeast of the south point of the island, having tried soundings, we found ground at 55 fathoms depth, the bottom a fine sand. At 5 in the evening, we stood to the southwest, with the wind at west-northwest, and soon after midnight we had a calm. At 8 o'clock next morning, having got a small breeze at south-southeast, we steered to the north-northwest, in for the land. Soon after, a few canoes came alongside with some hogs, but without any vegetables, which articles we most wanted. We had now made some progress, for at noon the south point of the island bore south, 86.5 degrees east, the southwest point north, 13 degrees west, the nearest shore 2 leagues distant, latitude, by observation, 18 degrees 56 minutes, and our longitude, by the timekeeper, 203 degrees 40 minutes. We had got the length of the southwest point of the island in the evening, but the wind now veering to the westward and northward, during the night we lost all that we had gained. Next morning, being still off the southwest point of the island, some canoes came off, but they brought nothing that we were in want of. We had now neither fruit nor roots, and were under a necessity of making use of some of our sea provisions. At length, some canoes from the northward brought us a small supply of hogs and roots. We had variable light airs next to a calm the following day, till 5 in the afternoon, when a small breeze at east-northeast springing up, we were at last enabled to steer along shore to the northward. The weather being fine, we had plenty of company this day, and abundance of everything. Many of our visitors remained with us on board all night, and we towed their canoes astern. At daybreak on the 16th, seeing the appearance of a bay, I sent Mr. Bligh, with a boat from each ship, to examine it, being at this time 3 leagues off. Canoes now began to arrive from all parts, so that before 10 o'clock there were not fewer than 1,000 about the 2 ships, most of them crowded with people, and well laden with hogs and other productions of the island. We had the most satisfying proof of their friendly intentions, for we did not see a single person who had with him a weapon of any sort. Trade and curiosity alone had brought them off. Among such numbers as we had at times on board, it is no wonder that some should betray a thievish disposition. One of our visitors took out of the ship a boat's rudder. He was discovered, but too late to recover it. I thought this a good opportunity to show these people the use of firearms, and 2 or 3 muskets and as many 4-pounders were fired over the canoe which carried off the rudder. As it was not intended that any of the shot should take effect, the surrounding multitude of natives seemed rather more surprised than frightened. In the evening, Mr. Bligh returned and reported that he had found a bay in which was good anchorage and fresh water, in a situation tolerably easy to be come at. Into this bay, I resolved to carry the ships, there to refit and supply ourselves with every refreshment that the place could afford. As night approached, the greater part of our visitors retired to the shore, but numbers of them requested our permission to sleep on board. Curiosity was not the only motive, at least with some, for the next morning several things were missing, which determined me not to entertain so many another night. At 11 o'clock in the forenoon, we anchored in the bay, which is called by the natives Karakaku, in 13 fathoms water over a sandy bottom and about a quarter of a mile from the northeast shore. In this situation, the south point of the bay bore south by west, and the north point west, half north. We moored with the stream anchor and cable to the northward, unbent the sails, and struck yards and topmasts. The ships continued to be much crowded with natives and were surrounded by a multitude of canoes. I had nowhere in the course of my voyages seen so numerous a body of people assembled at one place. For besides those who had come off to us in canoes, all the shore of the bay was covered with spectators, and many hundreds were swimming round the ships like shoals of fish. We could not but be struck with the singularity of this scene, and perhaps there were few on board who now lamented our having failed in our endeavours to find a northern passage homeward last summer. To this disappointment we owed our having it in our power to revisit the Sandwich Islands, and to enrich our voyage with a discovery which, though the last, seemed in many respects to be the most important that had hitherto been made by Europeans throughout the extent of the Pacific Ocean. End of Volume 2, Book 2 of the Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage. Thank you for listening.